During 5 years of doomsday survival, I experienced freezing winters, scorching summers, and devastating floods. Earthquakes that ruthlessly tore the earth apart, raging volcanic eruptions, the sleepless polar days, and despairing polar nights. I survived it all. But in the end, I was defeated in that sudden earthquake and died. However, fate did not seem to be willing to end here. When I opened my eyes again, I actually went back to 100 days before the natural disaster. What's even more incredible is that I unexpectedly obtained a mysterious space. This space can not only store countless supplies, but also allows me to enter and exit at any time. At first, I just wanted to lie down, because the final outcome was already determined. But now, I no longer hesitate. Since God has given her a second chance, this time, I must live for myself. Stock up, stock up, stock up. I will try my best to prepare enough supplies to survive this natural disaster gracefully. Who would have thought that this woman who was once exhausted by disaster would now become the one who controls the reversal of her destiny? However, the turning point of fate is far from coming, and the real challenge has just begun. My name is Ji Young. At this moment, I suddenly woke up from my dream. The cold sweat on my forehead had not yet subsided, and the feeling of fear enveloped me like a shadow. I stared blankly at the ceiling. On it was a chubby dolphin that I had drawn when I was a teenager. It was still lifelike, as if time had never left any trace on it. It took me a few seconds to come back to my senses. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was 8:30. When I was in college, I was late countless times due to oversleeping, and my grades were terrible. But now, I wake up naturally at around 8 o'clock every day, and all this seems to be mocking my past laziness. Today is the 5th day of my rebirth. During these days, I have been planning and taking action. On the first day, I spent time digesting the fact of my rebirth, organizing all available funds, and staying up late to look up various natural disasters that might occur when the end of the world comes, as well as how to deal with them. The next day, I decisively rented a large warehouse and hired someone to help with receiving the goods, while I was busy contacting major daily necessities manufacturers to purchase supplies. I have hoarded enough stuff to last me 2 lifetimes. On the third day, I decided to customize the car and start reselling shares and real estate. This action soon attracted my father's attention. He called me angrily and scolded me, and finally bought back the shares for 40 million. On the fourth day, I made an appointment with the decoration team and decided to redecorate my house in Jafu community, especially the doors and windows, all of which would use the most expensive bulletproof, explosion-proof, high-temperature-proof, and low-temperature-resistant materials. Today, I am going to go abroad and spend all the money I have, because I already know that the end will come in 95 days. I remember that just after the new year, a sudden heavy snowfall paralyzed the whole world. People returning to the city were trapped at airports and on high-speed trains, and transportation completely collapsed. As the snow got heavier, the temperature dropped dramatically, eventually falling to -40 or 50 degrees Celsius within a month. Food was in short supply, and those who left never came back. Slowly, the world began to become strange and terrifying. I come from a well-off family and live in a big villa. The food I stockpiled before the new year helped me get through the early stages of the disaster. However, when the heavy snow flooded the second floor of the villa and had not stopped, I began to panic and frantically called my parents. But my parents had divorced long ago and each had their own family, and they kept pushing it away and didn't want me to go over. In the end, I had to shamelessly go to my father, who was closest to me. However, this escape became the beginning of my nightmare. Although we had money, food became increasingly difficult to obtain as time went on. My father and stepmother's attitude towards me gradually changed from reluctant acceptance to indifference and disgust. Finally, one day, I woke up in a daze and found someone quietly sneaking onto my bed. At that moment, I realized that my father had sold me for the price of 10 kilograms of grain. Fortunately, I had anticipated this and had a pair of scissors hidden under my pillow. I didn't hesitate to stab the man who tried to assault me. The first time I killed someone, I had nightmares for days, but it also made me realize the importance of strength. From then on, I worked even harder to collect supplies until the authorities showed up and transferred the survivors to the base. However, there is no real shelter in the natural disaster. Life in the base is still difficult. My frostbite has never healed, and my body has become skin and bones due to long-term hunger. But even so, I still refused to give up and kept holding on until the extreme cold passed. But hope is always short-lived. When the ice and snow melted, the base was flooded again by heavy rain. After finally surviving, the temperature rose sharply to over 50 degrees. The double torture of extreme heat, and lack of water claimed countless lives. 2 years later, when the temperature finally began to drop, I thought the suffering was about to end, but I didn't expect that the heavy fog would trigger an epidemic and countless infected people frantically retaliated against society. Even if I managed to survive, I would become a thorn in the eyes of those around me. In the end, I didn't make it through that devastating earthquake. I was too tired, really too tired. When the earthquake came, I was sucked into the crack and completely lost consciousness. But fate favored me again. I was reborn 100 days before the disaster. After my rebirth, I lost control of my emotions and even wanted to end my life. However, when the blade slid across my neck and blood dripped onto the necklace ring, I unexpectedly discovered a mysterious space. This space is exactly as big as my villa. It is empty, but full of infinite possibilities. The presence of space has revived my spirits. I no longer strive just to survive, but to live comfortably. Extreme cold, extreme heat, heavy rain and floods, these can all be solved by stockpiling supplies. As for earthquakes, I decided to buy a helicopter because I never want to be trapped on the ground during an earthquake again. As my stockpiling plan progressed, I unexpectedly discovered that space could swallow jade and expand its capacity. This discovery made me ecstatic. I immediately sold all the jade in my home and used the money to continue expanding the space. At the same time, I began to purchase large quantities of survival supplies, modified vehicles and weapons, and planned to go abroad to buy more fuel and other necessities. Today, my plan is about to take the first step. I quickly washed up, took out a packed breakfast from my space, and headed straight to the airport. My first stop was Myanmar. My journey of rebirth has just begun. Jiyang has been preparing for the end of the world, but achieving her goal requires more than just ordinary supplies. She knew clearly that in order to live comfortably in the doomsday, she needed to expand the capacity of that mysterious space, and the only thing that could do this was jade. In order to prepare for this large-scale stockpiling operation, she has searched everywhere and managed to save up 100 million in cash. Although it seems like a lot, the prices of jade vary greatly, ranging from a few thousand yuan for the cheapest to tens of millions for the most expensive. In order to make the most of these funds, Jiyang had to be prudent and look for jades with high cost-effectiveness. Fortunately, Jiyang discovered that she had a unique sensing ability. Whenever she approached or touched the jade ring in the space would heat up. With this, she is able to pick out every piece of real jade almost perfectly without having to worry about the value. If the end of the world was not approaching, Jiyang could have become a legend in the gambling stone world with his skills, or even a gambling stone tycoon who never missed a beat. In order to realize her plan, Jiyang hired a tour guide in advance, claiming that she wanted to experience the excitement of gambling on stones. The Burmese tour guide was also very helpful and quickly arranged everything for her. The next morning, Jiyang was taken to the largest rough stone market in Myanmar. Relying on the halo of a newcomer, Jiyang unreservedly spent the entire morning picking and choosing in the store, and finally bought more than a dozen raw stones for more than 1 million yuan. She cut 10 of them on the spot, and unexpectedly, 2 of them turned out to be green. Especially the raw stone that she bought for tens of thousands of yuan. The jade cutout was actually worth 20 million yuan. At this moment, Jiyang became the focus of the entire store. People around her came up to congratulate her and take advantage of her good luck. She sold the 2 pieces of jade on the spot and made a fortune. As for the raw stones that had not been cut, she took them back to the hotel and put them away after confirming that there were no cameras in the room. In an instant, the space expanded to more than 3,000 square meters. The next day, Jiyang put on makeup and disguised himself again, changed a tour guide, and went to another gambling stone market. She continued to do the same thing, making money from gambling on stones while constantly upgrading her space. After 10 days of hard work, she successfully expanded the space to 10,000 square meters. Although the space was no longer expanded due to the jade, she was already very satisfied. Next comes the stage of large-scale stockpiling. The space of 10,000 square meters is equivalent to 1.5 football fields. In addition, there seems to be no bottom in the space, so it is enough to accommodate all the supplies she needs. Before leaving Myanmar for the next country, Jiyang first returned to China and used the night time to store all the supplies in the warehouse to make more space for subsequent purchases. For her next stop, she chose a country rich in fruits and seafood. The country's gun ownership rate was second only to the United States, so she planned not only to stock up on fresh food, but also to buy some guns and ammunition. She rented 2 fresh food warehouses and began purchasing various fruits and seafood on a large scale. Tropical fruits such as mango, durian, jackfruit, and various seafood such as lobster, sea bass, scallops, crabs, etc. 20,000 kilograms of each were purchased. These purchases were not complicated. Jiang arranged for workers to receive, freeze, and store the goods, while he himself received the goods into the space at night. During the day, she secretly purchased guns and ammunition through various channels. The whole process went very smoothly, and the task that was originally expected to take half a month was completed in just 8 or 9 days. Afterwards, she bought large quantities of staple foods such as rice and noodles. After completing the purchases at this stop, Jiang headed to the next country rich in oil resources. Although she was not 100% sure that she could buy enough fuel, she decided to try. Fortunately, she found some suppliers on the black market there and successfully purchased several hundred tons of gasoline and diesel, filling up the space. As the mission progressed, Ji Yang's wallet was quickly becoming empty, but she felt satisfied. Hoarding these resources made her feel at ease. After completing these tasks, Ji Yang returned to China again and emptied the warehouse once again. At this time, there were only 63 days left before the natural disaster. She dared not slack off in the slightest, fearing that her rebirth would cause the natural disaster to come earlier than expected. She works herself to the limit every day, and occasionally when she has free time, she will use her mobile phone to purchase large quantities of water, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and other supplies online. Then, Ji Yang embarked on the fourth stop of his journey, a country with abundant food. Here, she purchased a large amount of rice, noodles, oil, meat, eggs, milk, and other foods to ensure that she would have sufficient food reserves when the doomsday came. She also bought some weapons, including a retired armored vehicle from the Soviet Union. Although this vehicle consumed a lot of fuel, she was not afraid at all because she had prepared enough fuel for it. Ji Yang's crazy stockpiling plan also includes lifeboats, yachts, snowmobiles, and other essential doomsday equipment. She even asked the matchmaker directly if he had military versions of the equipment. Although the other party was hesitant, he eventually helped her get the supplies under the temptation of money. After the purchase, her pockets were completely empty. At this time, Ji Yang decided to go to Myanmar again to exchange more funds for the purchase of medicines and vaccines through gambling on stones. In the end times, medical resources are extremely scarce, and these supplies are indispensable. She also bought some staple foods, intending to keep them as a backup. After completing this series of purchases, Ji Yang used the last remaining funds to buy a mobile phone abroad, edited some news about natural disasters, sent them to all the mailboxes he could find, then destroyed the phone and returned home contentedly. At this time, there are still 35 days until the end of the world. It was the end of December in the year 2500, and the streets were filled with a festive atmosphere to welcome the new year. However, Ji Yang felt dazed when watching all this. The memories of her previous life came to her mind. The sudden snowstorm completely disrupted everyone's lives, and she had no news of her friends after the disaster. After my rebirth, I am no longer the Ji Yang who was once confused, willful, and at a loss. Although I still miss my past self occasionally without realizing it, that emotion only flashes by and is quickly suppressed by me. I quickly regained my composure, selectively responding only to those friends with whom I had a good relationship in my previous life, and rejected all invitations to go out. Time has become extremely precious to me, and I can no longer waste a single minute. How great it would be if I could have the ability to teleport. I can buy supplies in the east of the city in the morning, move to the west of the city in the afternoon, and then move to another city tomorrow to continue my operation. Unfortunately, I don't have this ability and can only spend more time on the road. My refusal upset a few friends, who complained that I hadn't been to a party for a long time, but I could only express my regret. We have always had a good relationship, but Zhao Xing's family is not very harmonious either. Although his parents have not divorced, there are many problems behind the false appearance of harmony. She particularly hates third parties, and my parents divorced because my father had an illegitimate daughter. Growing up, I have always hated this half-sister, thinking that she and her mother were the culprits who destroyed my family. Even though I was criticized by my father after every confrontation, I never stopped being hostile towards her. However, in my previous life, when a heavy snowstorm came, in order to survive, I had to put aside my self-esteem and bow to her for the first time. After experiencing life and death, I finally realized that the real culprit was not her, but my father. If he had stayed loyal to his family, nothing would have turned out like this. So now I don't have any expectations from either of them, and I don't let them affect my emotions anymore. Looking at the message sent by Zhao Xing, I replied calmly, "It doesn't matter, I don't care anymore. Anyway, when a natural disaster strikes, all the money will turn into bubbles, and only materials are real wealth. In my previous life, the Ji family couldn't even accommodate someone like me, and the fundamental reason was the shortage of supplies. However, those rich and powerful people sensed the crisis at the beginning of the disaster and began to frantically stockpile supplies, which allowed them to live relatively comfortably in the apocalypse. I immediately forwarded the news to my dad, and as expected, he immediately became furious. But I was too lazy to pay attention, so I just put the phone in my pocket and continued my journey. When I rushed to the warehouse from the airport, there was an incoming message on my mobile phone. My father directly transferred 10 million to me. It seems that my little trick has worked again, and it just happened to solve my recent problem of stockpiling funds. After more than 60 days of traveling both at home and abroad, my skin has become tanned and I have lost a lot of weight. But it was all worth it because now, my space is fully stocked with enough supplies. I have prepared thousands of various types of cold-proof clothing, heat-insulating clothing, clothes for all seasons, and medical protective clothing. In terms of food, 5,000 kilograms of each type of rice, flour, grain and oil, 20,000 kilograms of fruit, and enough seasonings and meat to last for several years were stockpiled. In addition, I also purchased a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room mobile house abroad, which will be convenient for me to use if I live alone in the future. In order to cope with various extreme weather conditions, I booked RVs and off-road vehicles with extremely high defense levels, purchased snowmobiles, high-temperature resistant motorcycles, bicycles, and other means of transportation, and even bought some roller skates and skateboards as backup. I asked the merchant to organize all the maintenance tools and replacement methods of spare parts into files and store them on a mobile hard drive in case of emergency. Medical supplies are also well prepared, except for some Chinese medicines, which I need to continue purchasing after returning home. In terms of tools, I moved almost all the goods from hardware stores and various equipment stores back into the space. Not only are there sufficient quantities, but I also added backups, which are enough to support my needs for most of my next life. Next, it's time to continue stockpiling some important supplies in the country. It was late at night when I arrived at the warehouse. The workers guarding the warehouse had already left work, so I skillfully opened the door and quickly checked whether there were any cameras or other monitoring equipment. After confirming that it was safe, I turned off the power and started to receive the goods. This batch mainly includes various canned foods, plastic-sealed snacks, instant noodles, and pesticides. After experiencing the infestation of rats and cockroaches in my previous life, my hatred for these pests reached its peak, so I stockpiled a large amount of pesticides and disinfectants, determined to wipe out these abominable creatures in one fell swoop. Thanks to the money my father sent me out of guilt, I still have more than 10 million yuan on hand. Therefore, after receiving this batch of goods, I immediately started a new round of large-scale purchases. This time, the focus was on various electrical appliances. I purchased a large number of daily necessities such as air conditioners, washing machines, electric fans, ice makers, etc. Taking into account possible power outages in the future, I also prepared various types of generators and even bought a few sets of kinetic energy generation bicycles. After completing the shopping, I drove to Jiafu community, which was located on a higher ground and not crowded with people. It was my choice for future disasters. In my previous life, I was trapped in a villa by heavy snow, and I still remember the helpless feeling. This time, I was determined to find a safer place to live, even if it meant leaving the villa. After arriving at the community, I went to the property management first and took back the key left to me by the decoration team. The elevator went up to the 15th floor, and with a ding, the door opened. I walked into the common area, and right in front of me was my new home, number 1502, and opposite was number 1501. Judging from the items placed at the door, an elderly couple lived opposite. I confirmed this when I saw 2 pairs of old-fashioned cloth shoes. I knocked on the door opposite to alert them of my upcoming test, but no one answered. Logically, the old man should be at home, but since no one is there, I can operate it with more confidence. I pulled an axe from my bag, clenched my hands around it, took a deep breath, and smashed it down on the metal door of my house. Bang! A loud noise echoed throughout the corridor and almost deafened my ears. The door of the next room was immediately pushed open, and a gray-haired old man ran out hurriedly. What happened? I explained to the old man awkwardly, "Sorry, I just wanted to test whether my door is strong or not." The old man stared at me with a wary look on his face, as if I were some daring thief. I shrugged and said nothing more. After all, I had come back from the apocalypse, so why would I care about these looks? Looking down at the mark left by the smash, there was only a shallow scratch on the door, and it seemed there was not even a dent. Looking at the axe in my hand again, I found that the blade was curled. This door is really a genuine good thing. Satisfied with putting away the axe, I took out the key and opened the door. Although I had intended to try to pick the lock, I gave up the idea considering the overly hot gaze behind me. After I successfully opened the door and went in, the old man's vigilance gradually dissipated and his expression became a little strange. After closing the door, I began to look around the house where I would live for at least the next year. The new house had not been lived in yet, and the interior furniture was so simple that it made people feel empty. There were only a few basic facilities: a gas stove, a water heater, and 2 fireplaces that I specially installed. Apart from these, there was nothing else, not even a cabinet. I don't like new furniture because I'm worried about formaldehyde residue. Besides, I have already put the furniture in the old villa into the space, so it comes in handy now. As I live alone, I don't have high demands for furniture. Besides, having space makes everything much more convenient. I habitually put all the things I eat and drink in this space. Whenever I want something, I just think about it, and it will appear in my hands. So I started to take things out of the space, putting down the sofa, tables, chairs, benches, a set of pots and pans, rice cookers, refrigerators, and other electrical appliances, as well as some daily necessities such as toothbrushes, face towels, basins, buckets, winter clothes, and commonly used computers. The house instantly became much warmer. I originally planned to cook by myself, with gas, water, and electricity all available. But as soon as I picked up the spatula, I couldn't help but think of the food delivery app. I have been traveling a lot for the past 2 months. Even if I have some space, I have hurt my stomach and can't be perfunctory anymore. I know my cooking skills well, so forget it. So I immediately took out my phone and started ordering food. As soon as I opened the food delivery app, all kinds of delicious food came into my sight, making my mouth water. In the past, I always felt that takeout was unhygienic, the oil was bad, the ingredients were not fresh enough, and most importantly, I was afraid that it would affect my figure. But now, I just hate myself for wasting so many opportunities to taste delicious food. I picked and chose, and ordered hundreds of dollars worth of delicious food, and also ordered a lot of milk tea. After the end of the world, I'm afraid we won't be able to eat these things anymore. Now that I'm back home, I can't miss these cooked foods. After all, it's painful to think about eating meals I cook every day in the future. Nowadays, delivery speed is getting faster and faster. In less than half an hour, the first takeaway arrived, which was fried chicken. When I opened the lid, the aroma hit me in the face. I couldn't help but quickly apply sauce on it, put on gloves, picked up the big chicken leg that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and took a big bite. The crisp, click sound echoes between lips and teeth, intoxicating. However, just as I was immersed in the happiness of delicious food, the doorbell rang and the second batch of takeout arrived. I quickly took the 2 large bags, said thank you, and before I put the bags down, the elevator rang again. I was busy and happy taking over batch of takeouts. After confirming that all were delivered, I gave each rider a tip of 100 yuan, my heart full of gratitude. After closing, I sent these takeaways to the space for preservation. Now the 10,000 square meter space is full of supplies. Because I was busy stocking up, I didn't have time to sort them out properly. Many supplies were directly put into the space according to the warehouse layout. The classification is unclear, but when the natural disaster strikes and I can't go out, I will have to sort it out carefully. I guess there will be a lot of space left. With 34 days left until the natural disaster, I began flying around the country to make purchases. I haven't traveled all over this land yet, but time is tight, so I can only pick a few famous provinces and buy some local specialties. There are hot pot bases, spicy hot pot seasonings, cold pot skewers, boiled fish, various noodles such as hot dry noodles, beef noodles, ramen, as well as roast duck, roast goose, and other delicacies. I also purchased some vegetables, fruits, meat, and semi-finished foods, especially pork and chicken, which are difficult to buy abroad. There are also various seeds. Although they cannot be planted in space, they are scarce resources after the natural disaster is over. I purchased 20 copies of each type of fruit tree seedlings, 50 copies of each type of other seedlings, and large bags of seeds, with an emphasis on those that can be saved, especially for important crops such as rice, upland rice, barley, and wheat. Every time I arrived in a city, I would rent a van and drive around to buy things. After finishing my shopping every day, when it was almost dark, on the way back to the hotel, I would pass by various restaurants and go in to take a look. If I found something I liked, I would ask the owner to pack 50 portions. My spending speed never stops from morning to night. In order to ensure sleep, I have tried my best to hurry up. Each province has its own special food. I can't buy all of them, but at least I have visited several of the most famous provinces. In this busy process, New Year's Day and my birthday passed quietly, and people began to prepare for the Spring Festival. And there were only 12 days left in the countdown to the natural disaster. I returned to Changnan City for the last time, put all the materials in the warehouse into the space, and then terminated the contract with the workers in charge of guarding the warehouse. After 3 months of purchasing, both parties were very satisfied, and I successfully bid farewell to the warehouse and turned my attention to purchasing prepared food. 12 days may seem like a short time, but many shops are still open. There are fewer customers, so I asked the bosses to make dozens or even hundreds of portions of food at a time, and they were so happy that they gave me more portions than before. Every day, I visit Michelin restaurants and street shops and use my spare time to put together shelves in the space. Although the frame of the shelf is not heavy, the transportation problem gives me a headache. Originally, I planned to ask someone to help me assemble it, but one night when I was bored, I tried to assemble it using my consciousness in space, and I found it so easy. The stainless steel skeleton weighing dozens of kilograms in reality seems as light as a feather in my mind. I immediately gave up looking for someone and took the time to assemble one. I neatly arranged the scattered supplies in the space and put labels on them for easy searching in the future. After assembling the first shelf, I looked at my phone and saw that it was already noon, the time I had agreed to pick up the food. We drove to the restaurant, and the waiters who were already prepared lined up to put 200 packaged meals into the car. Just as I was about to leave, I suddenly heard someone calling my name, Ji Yang. I subconsciously stopped walking. There was a hint of excitement in my voice. It's really you, Ji Yang. How come you are so poor that you drive such a shabby car? Did your father not give you money? I looked back at the person walking towards me. It was close to the spring festival and the weather had reached its coldest, but she was still dressed lightly, with her exquisite coat open, revealing her slim figure. Her long hair was neatly groomed, her makeup was appropriate, and her jewelry was just right. She looked like a fashionable urban girl, completely different from how she looked when I saw her again after the apocalypse. At that time, we were all tortured beyond recognition by natural disasters. When we met each other, we just looked at each other and left, no longer having the will to fight. The person who came was my half-sister, Ji Siue. She was a few months younger than me and was the product of my father's infidelity when my mother was pregnant. The mistress showed up with her daughter at my first birthday party and stomped my mother Xiao Yi's face hard on the ground. My mother soon divorced my father and remarried a handsome middle-aged man with a son. In contrast, after the mistress successfully took over, she quickly gave birth to a boy and secured her position as the boss lady of the Ji family. She lived an extravagant life and groomed her daughter to enter the company and seize power. In the 2 years of my previous life, I had fought with Ji Siue countless times, but after the end of the world, we were both defeated by reality, and when we met, neither of us had the energy to fight again. In this life, when I looked at her face full of superiority, I just found it funny. Hey, if you're not doing well, just tell me. If I hadn't happened to be having dinner with a client, I wouldn't have known. Ji Siue looked hypocritically concerned and then took out her cell phone. I'll give you 1 million. You're welcome. I held back my smile and kept my face expressionless. Before my rebirth, I might have been angry, but now I just thought this scene was a little funny. Although I still have several million in my hands, who would complain about having too much money? Before the end of the world comes, it is necessary to spend some money to buy supplies just to show off. Not to mention that I also plan to buy various jades and jades. So I accepted it calmly. Thank you. Ji Siue obviously didn't expect that I would accept it so easily. She was stunned for a moment, and especially when she saw my cold expression, she felt even more uncomfortable. According to her idea, I should be angry, quarrelsome, and finally go to my father to complain. But the result was just like hitting cotton, and I was completely exhausted. She was unwilling to give up and continued, "By the way, I remember New Year's Day is your birthday, right? Dad is busy at work and may have forgotten it. How about coming to my house tonight and having dinner together as a family?" I waved my hand and said coldly, "No, I have something else to do. Good luck to you." Ji Siue was speechless for a moment. As she watched me open the car door and drive away in the van, she could only stand there and curse inwardly, "What bad luck." But I don't bother to pay attention to these tricks. Ji Siue thought she was lucky, but she didn't know that a natural disaster was coming, and I am ready to meet all challenges. What if she has a foothold in the company? In the end, it's all in vain. This little episode reminded me that the Ji family still has so much money. After the natural disaster, all this wealth will become useless waste paper. It would be better to take it out now so that I can use it to upgrade the space. Although the necessary materials have been stockpiled, the jade has not been stockpiled enough. I feel that the space is still evolving, but the amount of jade is not enough to cause a qualitative change. Thinking of this, I decided to take advantage of the situation and gave old man Ji a call. "I just saw Ji Siue. She said she was having dinner with a client. Dad, I don't remember agreeing to let G Cued join the company. I asked in fake anger, with dissatisfaction in my tone, but my face remained calm. Fortunately, we weren't face to face. Otherwise, it would have been really hard for me to act that arrogant and jealous. Jianfeng is naturally not a good person. He gave me 10 million last month because he felt guilty. This time I took advantage of the situation again, and he immediately said angrily, "Do I need to explain to you? I am still the boss of this company." I pretended to be outdone and retorted, "Yes, you decide. Does that mean the previously signed agreement is no longer valid? Or can I take over your shares now? You are still rebelling." Jianfeng became even angrier, but his voice was obviously weak. Seeing this, I struck while the iron was hot. "New Year's Day is my birthday, but you didn't even show any appreciation. How dare you be angry with me here?" Jianfeng was speechless because of what I said. He stammered and explained, "I was too busy those few days. As you know, I must have maintained customers on New Year's Day. I'm short of money." I suddenly changed the subject and almost made Jianfeng bite his tongue. "Why are we short of money again?" Jianfeng couldn't help but complain. Although his family was rich, they were not top-tier wealthy people. They could easily spend tens of millions, and their working capital was limited. I said angrily, "I was unhappy, so I went shopping and bought a yacht, but I didn't have enough money. Now I can't even afford the maintenance fee. Give me another 20 million. I really owe you this." Jianfeng cursed, but after calming down, he agreed to my request. "This is the last time this year." "Okay." I hung up the phone immediately without saying another word. Jianfeng looked at the hung-up phone. His face turned blue with anger, and he cursed me in his heart, "You little bastard. I'll just follow whoever gives me milk." I didn't care what he thought. After the money arrived, I immediately called a few tour guides in Myanmar and told them that I wanted to try carving and wanted them to help buy some jade. This time I don't want uncut raw stones, but already cut jade, and the quality should be as good as possible. The tour guides agreed to my request in unison. "Okay, no problem. We will definitely choose the best for you." After hanging up the phone, they were all very happy, thinking that making money from the rich second generation was so easy and wonderful. The next day, I selected the jade through the video and bought 5 or 6 million each time. I made 4 purchases in a row until I had almost spent all the money. These jades will be directly airlifted here. I thought I would have to wait until the 3rd day, but unexpectedly, the goods were delivered by a special person at around 5 p.m. that day. I am very satisfied with the efficiency. It is really worth the money. I put these jades into the space and thought that there would be no reaction like before. However, as soon as I put them in, the jades disappeared and were replaced by a bright light next to my current storage space. I was stunned, and it took me a while to look carefully, and I found that next to the empty and static space, there was a piece of land of about 100 square meters. "Oh my God!" I couldn't help but exclaim. Could it be that my space has evolved into a living space? Although this piece of 100 square meters of soil seems particularly small next to the 10,000 square meters of static space, it has a significance that cannot be ignored. I instinctively thought, can I enter the space now? My body couldn't enter the static space before. To verify this, I took a video with my phone without internet access and found that after my consciousness entered the space, my body was still lying on the bed. Now, I took out the disconnected mobile phone again, turned on the video, then closed my eyes and tried to enter the space. There was a sharp pain in my head, followed by a feeling of weightlessness. The next second, I sat down on the soft soil. I stood up in a daze, and when I looked down, I found that my butt was covered with moist mud. The mud was dark brown and looked very fertile. I could still smell the long-lost earthy smell at the tip of my nose. Such good soil will never be seen again after the end of the world. If it is used for planting, or even for breeding when it is bigger, it means that I will have an endless supply of resources. I tentatively walked to the edge and saw an invisible barrier in front of me, forming a closed but breathable and bright space with the land. The consciousness cannot extend to the outside, and there is nothingness in front of the eyes, which is a bit like the feeling of space, which makes people feel a little scared. I rubbed my arms, feeling a little uneasy, but more excited. This new space is amazing. The emergence of renewable resources is much more useful than a simple static space, and I have all the seeds. The only regret is that it is now the 4th day of the countdown to the natural disaster, and the space cannot be expanded any further for the time being. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the day after tomorrow is the Spring Festival. After the day after tomorrow, the blizzard will come. At this time, the gambling stone market will also be closed, and I dare not risk leaving home. If the natural disaster comes early, I may not be able to return home in time. But it doesn't matter, there is still a chance. I calmed down my excitement and exited the space. The next second, a feeling of weightlessness came over me again, and I fell on the bed. Startled by the sudden movement, I immediately stood up, only to find that the sheets and quilt were all covered in dirt, and my pajamas were also extremely dirty. No more space entry on the bed. I turned off the video on my phone and confirmed that I had entered the space. I no longer appeared on the bed. Then I deleted the video, threw the phone into the space, and began to change clothes, change quilt covers, sweep the floor, mop the floor, and tidy up the room in a hurry. After finishing all this, I lay comfortably on the bed. My consciousness sank into the space again. I found the grass seeds, took some and scattered them on the soil. The soil is soft, moist, and fertile, and there is no need to till the soil. The purpose of growing pasture grass is to hold the soil tight and make it grow as quickly as possible, and I can also raise some chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and other things before the temperature really drops. If there is a pond, you can also raise some aquatic products. Although I have stockpiled a lot of supplies, this kind of fresh food is far better than frozen food. If I had known earlier that space could develop into life space, I would definitely not waste so much time on stockpiling. It would be more cost-effective to stockpile fewer things and free up time to buy raw stones. But it has already happened, and I won't dwell on it anymore. Compared to my previous life, I'm already lucky enough, so I'll just take it one step at a time. Day 3 of the countdown to natural disasters. With the emergence of life space, my life has a new mission again. All the grass seeds in the space have germinated after one night. They will surely grow rapidly given some time. There is no need to worry about plants, as all kinds of seeds and seedlings are already prepared, but it is different for animals. We must quickly buy some poultry to feed them, otherwise when the extreme cold comes, these species will become extinct and hard to find again. Thinking about this, I woke up early and searched for the farms with the richest variety of fish in Changnan City. I don't plan to be greedy and just choose some species that are easy to grow. The internet is very powerful nowadays, and I quickly found a farm that specializes in raising chickens, ducks, and geese. When I saw the destination, I couldn't help but smile. It felt like meeting an old acquaintance. In my previous life, I had visited this place many times when searching for supplies. At that time, heavy snow hit, freezing many animals to death, but also causing many to run away. Many livestock froze to death nearby before they could run far, and people had to rely on manpower to search. If they were lucky enough to find a chicken, it would be considered the new year. Of course, this was only the early stage. Later, the area around the farm was turned upside down, and even the frozen soil was dug up until there was no grass left. Naturally, nothing could be found anymore. I hardly needed navigation as I drove towards the farm I remembered. After hearing the purpose of my visit, the staff member couldn't help but twitch his mouth. In fact, it's just a few. There's no need to make a special trip. I was a little speechless. But the customer is God. Although the staff was a little puzzled, they still took me to choose. But our chickens, ducks, geese, quails, and roosters are very popular here. Especially the Redina fowl. Although it is small in size, it lays eggs very diligently and is quiet, making it very suitable for raising in residential buildings without disturbing others. Ordinary chickens are still not recommended, but if you want to kill them for meat, we can help you pluck the feathers. My eyes lit up, and I thought that this rooster was a really sensible poultry. When I heard the suggestion of killing the chicken for meat, I shook my head and said that I was not in a hurry for the time being, because I didn't buy these for eating. After looking around, I decisively placed an order. Let's get 10 of each, 2 males and 8 females, in this ratio. The staff was surprised. So many? Can you feed them all where you live? She was a little worried that if the neighbors complained, she would cause trouble for them. I nodded firmly, yes. All right. The staff went to pack the poultry and put them in a cardboard box and sent them to my car, while promoting them. The feed here is also very good. If the chicks eat it, they will grow fat and strong. Buy. I waved my hand and purchased it on an annual basis. The staff member had just finished his sales pitch excitedly, but when he saw my obvious nouveau riche demeanor, he became a little embarrassed. Isn't it a bit too much? I couldn't help laughing, but still insisted, and the other party happily agreed. After buying chickens, ducks, geese, and feed, I discussed the transportation arrangements with them and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I fired the master who helped me receive the goods, but the warehouse contract has not expired. Otherwise, I would have to worry about where to transport the feed without attracting attention. I never expected to need to buy so much feed. I handed the key to the staff and asked them to put the key in the corner of the door after delivery. I drove away first, eager to test whether these little things can survive normally in the space. Of course, I had to separate a part of the space first. In addition to poultry such as chickens, ducks, and geese, I also plan to buy some rabbits, pigs, cattle, and sheep. These poultry are big and small, so they can't be raised together. So, halfway through driving to the next farm, I found a place to stop and rest. During this time, my consciousness found some wood in the space and inserted the wood forcefully into the soil, directly dividing the 100 square meters of land into two. One side is used to grow pasture grass, and the other side is temporarily used to raise poultry. At the same time, I divided the breeding area into two again, with more on one side and less on the other, and separated them with wire mesh to ensure that these little guys would not run around. After everything was done, I looked back at the chirping little guys in the back seat, picked them up one by one, and with a thought, I sent the boxes into the life space. With a little effort of thought, the boxes fell down. Chick! The chicks suddenly screamed, followed by the cries of ducklings and geese. But soon, the first chick came out. It poked its head out for a few seconds, then fluttered its wings happily and ran to the ground to peck at food. I looked at the place where they were pecking at, and I felt so distressed. That was exactly where I had just sown the grass seeds. However, seeing these little guys being able to move freely in the space, I couldn't help but smile. The harvest this time exceeded my expectations. Fortunately, this scene had been expected. Ji-young only felt heartbroken for a moment, but when he saw them all running out, full of energy, he felt relieved. It seems that space can really be used for breeding. Ji-young gave these little guys food bowls and water, and then happily went to the next destination, the pig farm. I thought there was only one breed of pigs in the pig farm, but when I went to take a look, I saw several breeds. There are many varieties of black pigs alone. Ji-young stared at the plump pigs in the breeding area and regretted that his space was too small. Otherwise, he could buy 4 of each breed and wouldn't have to worry about inbreeding, and he could also enrich the dining table. Fortunately, when Ji-young was struggling, the staff kindly explained, pigs don't actually need too much space. Basically, you can raise 2 pigs in 3 or 4 square meters. But you have to do a good job of cleaning. Pigs have high IQs. Too much dirt and mess will make them unhappy, and their meat will not taste good. Ji-young was delighted and began to calculate the space. The space for the chickens, ducks, and geese was 10 square meters. They were still small at the moment, so it would be barely enough even when they grew up, provided that they didn't do as the staff said and would easily attack each other when they grew up. Of the remaining 40 square meters, pigs, cows, and sheep can each occupy about 11 or 12 square meters. Moreover, they are still cubs and small in size. As they grow up, perhaps her space will be expanded again. If the farm does not expand in the short term, the grass should have grown well, and there would be just 50 more square meters for livestock breeding. In fact, it is sufficient. After Ji-young finished his calculations, he said decisively, then give me a pair of each. The staff member smiled and said, no problem. If you have any questions about feeding, you can contact me at any time. Our factory's dedicated veterinarian can help you. Ji-young nodded to show that he understood. Then he bought a year's worth of feed for the piglets. After finishing this, she went to the place where cattle and sheep were raised. This time, she didn't need too many varieties because due to the geographical location, the cattle here were only yellow cattle, and there were 2 pairs. They are just a little big, so we have to bear with them for the time being. The sheep are just ordinary goats. They were all sheep. Ji-young didn't mind and bought 2 pairs. For lamb cubs can be taken away directly by a van. The sheep are raised at a private farm, and the owner does it himself. A black Kazakh sheepdog nearby is running around in a panic, biting the owner's trouser legs from time to time, trying to pull him away, but also trying to drive the sheep away and escape from here. But the sheep were chained up and couldn't move at all. Their legs were trembling as they were urged on by the huge dog. The boss scratched his head in embarrassment. Most of the sheep are taken care of by my dog Xiao. He feels sad every time we sell a sheep. Ji-young's heart moved slightly. She had known about this kind of dog before. It was also a kind of shepherd dog. When it grew up, it was tall and extremely ferocious. It was a powerful dog that could fight with wolves. She planned to get a dog, mainly for alertness. Dogs have keen hearing. She lives alone, and if someone comes to her door, the dog will definitely be the first to know. Now that she has the space, she doesn't have to worry about not being able to support her children. I just kept running around before and was thinking of picking out a puppy in the last 2 days, in case I didn't have time to take care of it and it accidentally froze to death in the middle of winter. But now that we bumped into each other, she asked, does your dog have puppies? I want to have a dog too. The boss's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, yes, yes. I was planning to sell them at the market during the new year. Boss, come and have a look. There are 5 in total. Take your pick. Jiang didn't hesitate and followed his boss to the doghouse. The shepherd dog named Xiaohei was still worried about the lamb and didn't notice this side for a while. The boss quickly took out a few chubby puppies from the nest. They all had the same fur color as the big dogs. They looked very good, were exceptionally soft, and felt great to the touch. The boss enthusiastically promoted the dog. This kind of dog is loyal and fierce. It is very safe for girls to keep this dog. They are not afraid of bad guys sneaking in. They can bite them half to death. These dogs in my house are exactly 2 months old. Xiaohei has started to train them. They will definitely be more powerful in the future. I specially asked someone to get Xiaohei for me. Jiang wanted to buy it in the first place, and the boss's words praised it so well that she became even more excited. She didn't care whether it was just sales talk or not. She checked the puppies and found that they were healthy and lively. Being held in her arms, the 4 puppies kicked vigorously. So in less than 5 minutes, he picked out a relatively docile female dog, the only one that would lick Ji Yang's hand when she held it. Of course, the price is also very attractive, for 1,005. Jiang was too lazy to bargain and just took out the money. When he turned his head, he found that the big dog seemed to have noticed him and rushed over vigilantly, but the boss rushed over to stop him and tied him up with a thick dog chain. The boss skillfully took out some dried mutton and stuffed it into the dog's mouth and said a few words to comfort her. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and quickly put the remaining 2 lambs into the van, urging her to get in the car quickly. Drive away quickly. I dare not loosen the chain for the next 2 days. Jiang. After visiting all the ranches, Jiang passed by the warehouse on her way back and collected the feed that had been delivered. She then quickly called other feed factories to send her a steady supply of feed. There is space for planting, so there is no need to worry about food for poultry. Dan Jiang thinks that if money can be used, it is better to use money directly. Therefore, for the next 2 days, Jiang would feed the puppy, whom she named Cici, before going out every morning. The 2-month-old puppy can already eat meat. Jiang doesn't plan to feed it dog food for a long time. She only ordered a part of it for emergency use in the future. Normally, she just cooks all kinds of meat. Take some pork, beef, and chicken, chop them up in advance, and eat them with goat milk. You can feed meat directly later. Jiang hoped that it could grow tall and ferocious and be able to fight alongside her. At the very least, it could help her keep watch while she slept and immediately alert her if someone came to the door. Otherwise, she would be alone and would be too busy to handle it. After feeding the dog, Jiang went to the warehouse to collect supplies. He had a quick breakfast in the car. Of course, he also took out the cooked food he had stockpiled in the space, including various buns, steamed buns, and soy milk, which were just right for driving. In the last 2 days, various feeds have arrived at the warehouse, and I also ordered some cooked food to be delivered. The Chinese New Year is coming soon and there are few stores open, but if you look carefully, you can still find something that suits your taste. When you go back home in the evening, you can also go to the gate of the community to pick up a wave of express deliveries, so your schedule is fully scheduled. When you get home, you will be warmly welcomed by Cici. Jiang suddenly felt the warmth of home. It's indeed a good dog she picked. The little guy adapted quickly, except for being a little scared on the first day, when Jiang held him and coaxed him for a while. On the second day, he would act like a stumbling block and follow wherever he went and would pounce to greet him when he got home. Until the 3rd day of the countdown to the natural disaster. Today is New Year's Eve, the last day of the lunar year. Except for some hardworking workers and bosses, everyone is happily preparing for the new year with their families. Jiang was also in a good mood. The newly created life space was just as she had expected. The plants grew much faster. The grass she had spread had already sprouted some tender leaves that day. At first glance, the sprouts emerging from the dark soil are very inconspicuous, but if you raise your angle of view and take a rough look, you can clearly see that a hint of vibrant green is floating on the originally pure black and brown soil. This discovery made Ji Yang happy the whole day. Although she had not originally planned to put up couplets to create an atmosphere, she placed an order for them from the supermarket to suit the occasion. As soon as the takeaway arrived, she started putting them up enthusiastically. I happened to run into the family across the street who were also busy. Ji Yang was quite surprised. This was considered a new housing estate, and many people would go back to their hometowns or visit their parents during the Chinese New Year. When she went out these few days, she clearly felt that there were fewer people in the community than when she first moved in. But her neighbor next door did not go back, but the grandparents' son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter came back together. A family of 5 gets together and has a lot of fun. When Ji Yang opened the door to pick up the takeaway, he could hear the lively sounds from the other side. Hey, 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 the left side is crooked. A young female voice was anxious. Dad, let me do it. Let me do it. Can't you just tell me that it's crooked? The middle-aged man frowned and said unwillingly. The girl jumped up and said, just listen to what I said. The father and daughter were arguing loudly, and then they noticed that Ji Yang was also posting here, so they took a few more glances out of curiosity. Because of her past life, Ji Yang was very sensitive to gazes, and she noticed it immediately, but the gaze was not malicious. She was just a little curious about why a little girl like her was putting up couplets alone during the new year. So she ignored it and continued to focus on her own thing. She was holding a level to adjust the position before starting to paste. What the hell? The girl exclaimed, stunned by this operation. While Ji Yang was stunned, he had already quickly pasted the couplets, all neatly arranged. Just as he was about to put away the level ruler, the girl trotted over and said hesitantly, hello. My name is Li Yi. I live across from you. Ji Yang was a little surprised, but nodded, hello. My name is Ji Yang. Li Yi was relieved to see her respond. She was afraid that the girl would ignore her because of her cold face. She scratched her head embarrassedly and said, can I borrow this level ruler? Your level ruler is too standard. My kitchen and door are not even covered with it. Need to post so many locations? Ji Yang didn't understand, but didn't refuse. Okay. It is still a peaceful time. Neighbors are friendly, and it is normal to borrow things from each other. Let's enjoy this last harmonious time. Li Yi took the level and happily went back to his room to show off. Soon, laughter and joy were heard from the opposite door. Ji Yang had already returned to the house. She looked at the time, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. The New Year's Eve dinner she had ordered would be delivered to her door at around 5 o'clock, so she had to have a good meal even if she was eating alone. And she booked more than one. It's just right to book the New Year's Eve dinner for next year, the year after next, and the year after that. As for what happens in the future, I can't find a suitable restaurant, so I can only hope that her cooking skills improve and she can cook on her own. But the one who arrived before the New Year's Eve dinner was Li Yi, who was still quite skilled, and presented a plate of dumplings and a plate of various fried New Year's goods at the same time. Thank you for the food. This is made by my family. It's delicious. Ji Yang was stunned for a moment. The corners of his lips moved slightly, revealing a faint smile. Thank you. Well, I have to thank you. This thing is really useful. I have to buy one. Next year, I won't have to go through so much trouble with my dad when putting up couplets, Li Yi said with a smile. Ji Yang didn't hesitate. He took the gift and asked her to wait for a moment. He went back to put the gift on the plate and then took out a big watermelon from the space. There are also a lot of off-season fruits now, but the prices are a little bit higher. People who can live here can definitely afford them, and Li Yi did not refuse, and the two sides said goodbye in a friendly manner. Then the New Year's Eve dinner was delivered. The restaurant's special staff delivered the food to the door, and Ji Yang happily took out the dishes one by one. There were vegetables, soup, fish, and meat, which was very rich. Just as Ji Yang was about to enjoy himself, a phone call came in. It's Ji Yanfeng. Wow. It's already this late, and I finally remembered her. Ji Yang silently clicked the reject button and blocked the entire family's contact information. He almost forgot about this old man and let him disturb him from enjoying his delicious food. Chapter 7. After the call was hung up, Ji Yanfeng looked unhappy. He didn't suddenly think of this daughter, but it was his second daughter who reminded him. When he got into a scandal, his parents were so angry that they kicked him out of the house. But he held his anger and refused to go back. Instead, he bought another house and married Ji Siu's mother. The main reason was that he had grown stronger by then, and as the only son, he had the capital to be willful. In the end, it was his parents who compromised, because Qiaoyi divorced and remarried immediately. From then on, she became strangers to her ex-husband's family. Apart from sending money, she would not easily meet with her daughter. They were afraid that their granddaughter would lose her father, so they would allow him to go back home to celebrate the new year every year. Later, when he was busy, the two elders would bring Ji Yang over. After the two elders passed away, Ji Yang came here alone to celebrate the new year every year. Even though he doesn't get along with his current wife, daughter, and son, on the surface everyone is still nice to each other. There are always guests visiting during the Chinese New Year, and no one wants to make a big deal out of it and let others laugh at them. Today, his daughter reminded him, and he finally remembered his arrogant and willful eldest daughter. Why had he not seen her before? I thought something had delayed him, so I waited until almost the New Year's Eve dinner, but still no news. I then called him, but he hung up on me. He picked it up and made another call. Although he doesn't care about his daughter, a harmonious family is the key to success. As a traditional man, he doesn't want anyone to be missing during the new year. Of course, those little ones like that are not considered part of the family. But when I called, the call was always busy. Ji Yanfeng knew very well that he had been blocked. His face immediately turned dark. This bastard. He made so many calls when he wanted money, but now he blocked me after getting the money? Ji Siyue had sharp ears, so she naturally heard the voice. She was surprised in her heart, but her face remained calm. Dad, what did my sister say? If she doesn't come, we dare not eat. Otherwise, when she comes, I'm afraid she will overturn the table. Fuck the table. Ji Yanfeng slammed his phone on the table and said in a deep voice, let's eat first. Ignore her. He was too embarrassed to talk about being blocked, so this was the only way. She was furious, but she still said, tell Aunt Zhang to close the door and not open it. Okay. Ji Siyue hesitated, smiling in her heart. So what if there is an agreement? It is still easy to exploit loopholes in the law. If Ji Yang is not liked by his father, he will never be able to hold a core position in the company. Therefore, the family of four had a very happy New Year's Eve dinner. Jiafu community. Ji Yang also enjoyed the meal very much. There is nothing more pleasurable than good food. Blacklisting Ji's family was her last act of kindness. In her previous life, she was sold, but she didn't kill them, which was already a repayment for Ji Yanfeng's kindness in taking her in. As for the gratitude for her life, if she had to repay it, she should repay it to Qiao Yi. After all, Ji Yanfeng only spent 3 minutes on this matter. It was her grandparents who raised her. Including shares, originally the majority of the shares were to be given to Ji Yang. But Ji Yanfeng complained bitterly at the time that the shares were not enough, and he was afraid that he would lose prestige in the company. This is why there was a stipulation in the share transfer contract that Ji Yanfeng's shares could only be inherited by her, and some major decisions of the company also had to be approved by Ji Yang. Otherwise, the agreement would be invalidated and the shares would be returned. Ji Yang didn't feel guilty at all. She quickly forgot about the episode just now and even opened her tablet to randomly find a New Year's Eve concert to play, the Spring Festival Gala. Even though it had been 5 years, she still didn't want to relive it and experience the feeling of her toes tapping the ground again. Unless it is a new Spring Festival Gala this year, a new castle can be built. Unfortunately, it's still early and the Spring Festival Gala hasn't started yet, so they have to make do with a concert full of handsome men and beautiful women. Soon, the house became lively. After listening for a while, Ji Yang felt hot. The temperature hit a new low today, -8 degrees, the lowest in recent years. It happened that Ji Yang did not go out, so he used the fireplace. There was so much wood stored in the space, enough to burn for many years. The only downside was that she had to chop the wood herself. Fortunately, she bought a wood chopping tool and used her consciousness to control it in the space. She could easily chop the round pillars into firewood of different sizes and throw some into the fireplace from time to time. The heat circulated, and with the support of the air conditioner, the temperature in the living room went up quickly. Ji Yang took off her coat, sat cross-legged in just a soft sweater, and continued to eat. Cece sat at her feet, looking at her with a dog-like face, waiting for the gift that would appear in front of her at any time. After eating, most of the prepared New Year's Eve dinner was still left. It's cold already. Ji Yang was diligent for a rare time. She went to the kitchen to turn on the fire and heat up some food. Every time she heated up something, she put it into the space. After all 10 dishes were heated up, her stomach, which had been a little uncomfortable due to bloating, finally felt better. It was still early, and Ji Yang wanted to enjoy the good days before the natural disaster. So he took a shower, returned to the living room warm all over, took out a large TV, turned it on, tuned it to the Spring Festival Gala channel, and watched this year's Spring Festival Gala. The timing was just right. The Spring Festival Gala had just been aired for 10 minutes, and the first program was about to begin. Ji Yang was curled up on the sofa, hugging a soft pillow, watching the Spring Festival Gala, and letting Cece warm her feet at her feet. When it came to the language program, as expected, she started digging the castle with her toes again. Just hold on a little longer, and the castle will be completed. Hold on until midnight. The TV is counting down, and everyone is counting down. As soon as midnight arrived, firecrackers blasted and countless shouts of Happy New Year rang out across the country. Cece was so scared that she threw herself into Ji Yang's arms. She held the dog in one hand and covered its ears with the other, looking towards the balcony. Bang, 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 fireworks exploded in the air, lighting up the dark night again and again. From time to time, the glass window reflected her face due to the brief darkness. A young girl in her early 20s, with outstanding looks and complexion, and messy long hair. She looks extremely lazy, but looking into her eyes, she exudes coldness from the inside out. Ji Yang stared outside quietly. We will never see such a scene of national joy again. I remember that in my previous life, The first New Year after the natural disaster was spent in extreme cold. The temperature suddenly dropped to minus 50 degrees Celsius. People could be frozen to death if they were not careful. There was no one on the streets. In order to encourage people's desire to survive, the government specially collected fireworks and firecrackers for setting off, but only a few people were willing to go out to watch the fireworks. Even after watching the show, many people found that their homes had been robbed and their already scarce survival supplies were gone. Before the new year was even over, there were cries of grief everywhere. Ji-young hid in the base and didn't want to go out at all. At that time, she had no space, no relatives or friends she could trust, and everyone she saw seemed to be an enemy. How could she dare to go out? Who knows who will be lying in ambush in the room when she comes back? It was New Year's Day, and she didn't want to fight with anyone and bring bad luck. Sure enough, it turned out as she had guessed. By the new year of the following year, it was extremely hot, and the ground was full of mosquitoes and plague. The place where the official fireworks were stored had several spontaneous combustions and explosions, so in the end, they were all converted into ammunition. After that, no one cared whether to celebrate the new year or not. As he watched, Ji-young felt a little sleepy. She forced herself to stay sleepy and added some firewood to the fireplace. She was too lazy to go back to her room and just lay down on the sofa. With a wave of her hand, a silk quilt appeared and she fell asleep in a short while. In my sleep, I seemed to hear someone shouting, "It's snowing!" Ji-young's heart sank, but thinking that there were some things she couldn't change, she continued to sleep. By the time I woke up, it was already past 10 in the morning. Before he opened his eyes, the dazzling light from the sky made his eyes sore. Ji-young rubbed his eyes, opened them again, and just in time to look at the world outside the balcony. She was on the 15th floor, and there were the 16th and 17th floors above her. It was already very high, but she still couldn't see the roof of the building opposite. However, the distance between the buildings was large, so the scenery was unobstructed. At a glance, she could see a vast expanse of white outside. The snowflakes were still falling, but they were not big and were as gentle as they had been in the peacetime. Through the slightly open balcony window, I could hear the voices of children excited about the snow. Who would have thought that this snow would never stop once it started falling? The weather forecast also noted that it would snow, but it was only predicted to last for 3 days, so no one took it seriously. Only Ji-young was so shocked that he sat up suddenly. Cece was so scared that she jumped off the sofa, looking around blankly. What happened? The fireplace went out, and the living room was still a little cold even with the air conditioner on. As the chill hit her, she quickly put on her clothes and quickly went to the balcony to look. It's actually ahead of schedule. Ji-young clearly remembered that it did not snow on the first day of the Lunar New Year that year. She frowned slightly and stared at the white snow outside. After her rebirth, she had speculated countless times whether various changes would happen because of her rebirth, including but not limited to early rebirth, change in order, or even more serious natural disasters. Now that it has really come ahead of schedule, she actually feels like everything has been settled. Fortunately, it only happened a day or two earlier, which means the changes are small. Even if there are changes in the future, they should be within the controllable range. It's just that some things have to be done in advance. Just like what was said before, if she had to repay the kindness, she had to repay it to Xiao Yi. Even though she had rejected Ji-young's request for help in her previous life, the kindness could not be erased. She gave her a life, and she gave her a chance to live. Ji-young opened his phone and placed an order according to the address he remembered. The Qiao family is not in Changnan City, but in Hu City, which is more than 100 kilometers away from Changnan City. However, Xiao Yi's second husband happens to be in Changnan City. However, Changnan City is very large, and both sides are located in the south and the north, respectively. They each have their own living circles and business circles. If there is no transportation, it would be difficult to meet. Fortunately, technology is advanced nowadays, and she can still buy whatever she wants by simply switching the address. It was only the first day of snow, and even though it was a bit heavy, the snow quickly reached her ankles. Takeout was still available, so she went straight to the supermarket and bought 2 bags of rice, a bag of noodles, and some fresh produce. When checking out, I found that the delivery fee had increased to 20. Oh, so cheap. Ji-young, who had experienced the delivery of goods worth thousands of yuan, sighed. Chapter 8. Ji-young paid and watched the page change quickly. The merchant and the rider accepted the order. He breathed a sigh of relief and took out his phone to send messages to some good friends in his memory. I heard that the snow seems to last for more than half a month. Do you have enough food at home? The message was sent to the group directly, and Zhao Xing was the first to reply. Oh, you busy man finally remembered me? Ji-young, you have been too busy recently. Do you have enough food stored at home to last for a month? Zhao Xing first threw an angry emoticon, then replied, Is it enough to eat for a few days? Does it really have to rain for that long? Jiang, yes, I am sure. You should buy something now and order takeout. There might be a water and power outage at that time. Please be careful. Snow disasters are something that people in the south have rarely experienced, so Zhao Xing was skeptical. But thinking about Ji Yang's special message to remind him, he still ordered some takeout. Then a few more people replied to Ji Yang, but few were willing to stock up. After 5 years, Ji Yang really didn't have much feelings for them. He reminded them in place, but didn't answer where they lived recently. He just turned off his phone and got up to get busy. The end of the world has arrived, and the next thing to do is of course to improve ourselves. In her previous life, she relied on her ruthlessness and determination to do whatever it took to get something to eat. Later, when the world became difficult, everyone risked their lives for a bite to eat. The reason she was able to survive was mainly because she was shameless enough to attend classes for free, was willing to give away food to ask for advice from the big guys, learned a little here and a little there, and found her own way. But now that she is reborn, everything is back to zero. Her skills and muscles are all gone. It hurts to think about it. I have to start training again. But before that, you have to take good care of the little babies in the space. Cleaning, clearing feces, feeding and watering are all daily tasks in breeding. While cleaning, Jiang found that there was no feces. Instead, many grass seeds caught in the cracks had successfully taken root and sprouted. Of course, compared with the grass next door where there were no livestock, it could be said that it was not well developed, but the speed was already good. Jiang was a Buddhist. He had already had so many adventures, so when he encountered something he couldn't figure out, he would just not think about it. He put down the water and food, and watched the chickens, ducks, and geese flapping their wings to eat. The quail and rooster fell behind, cowering timidly, and raised their eyebrows. I hope the grass grows quickly. Once it's all grown, I can raise these birds separately according to their size to prevent them from being killed by the grass. Fortunately, so far, the quail and the fowl just look a little timid, but they are still in good spirits. After the 3 big guys, the goose, the duck, and the chicken, finish eating, they immediately run over and start eating happily. After tidying up the space, Ji Yang brushed his teeth, washed his face, cooked today's portion of meat for Cece, and prepared some goat milk. When he saw Cece eating, he took out his breakfast and started eating too. Yesterday's hard work has brought her today's enjoyment. The cooked food she had worked so hard to stockpile is now available for her to enjoy today. It can last her 3 meals a day and will last her many years. Delicious. Jiang took a sip of the soy milk and began to plan in his mind how to exercise his body as quickly as possible to restore everything to the state it was in his previous life. People are lazy. After Jiang was reborn, he was busy stockpiling goods. He wanted to fly everywhere without touching the ground, but overall his body was relaxed. You just need to spend money, and the rest will be done by special workers. So much so that after only half an hour of exercising for the first time, her chest and lungs began to feel hot and uncomfortable. She endured the pain and persisted for another 10 minutes, then collapsed in sweat all over. The air conditioner was on and the fireplace was burning. The temperature in the whole house was about 17 or 18 degrees, which was very comfortable. Jiang was not afraid of catching a cold. He closed his eyes, but his mind did not rest and he was immersed in the space. She didn't know what this space was like. The animals lived well in it, but she herself couldn't adapt to it. After staying there for a long time, she felt uneasy and insecure anywhere. Even sealing it with a quilt was useless. In the end, Jiang felt that it should be the factor of the space environment. This is not a real world, but more like an alien dimension opened up outside the world. There is no sky, and except for the land under the feet, everything else is nothingness. It gives people a trance feeling of being in space, unable to be down to earth like on Earth. If she stayed in there for too long, her mental state, which had already been abnormal during the 5 years of the apocalypse, would probably collapse. Therefore, after studying the situation of the space, Jiang decided not to stay in the space as much as possible. Fortunately, space can be used with consciousness. For example, at this moment, when she was tidying up the space, she could use her consciousness as easily as using her hands and feet, and it was even easier to put things away. Jiang bought a lot of things, and the warehouse was a bit messy when she packed them up. It was still quite troublesome to sort them out now, especially since she had a mild obsessive-compulsive disorder and always liked to put things in neat order. Therefore, the 10,000 square meter space was directly divided into partitions: vegetarian area, meat area, snack area, canned food area, industrial area, extreme cold area, extreme hot area, large items area. With this division, almost everything is clear at a glance. Especially according to Ji Yang's preferences, whatever she wants, she can immediately find the partition and find what she wants in it. For example, at this moment she wants a bottle of Lao Ganyang, so she naturally goes to the canned food area. With a quick glance, a can appears in her hand in almost 1 or 2 seconds. With this arrangement, finding things became more efficient. After stacking things one by one, Ji Yang finally reached the top of the space, 20 meters. It's almost as high as 6 or 7 floors. So much so that she spent nearly 200 million to stock up on enough food and daily necessities to last her several lifetimes. After tidying up the space, 1/3 of the space was still left empty. It would be a waste if it was left empty. Ji Yang's desire to buy something for free began to stir. He didn't want to grab survival resources, but those things that no one wanted during the extreme cold, such as various metals, glass, cement, lime, floor tiles, computers, mobile phones. Everything that the eyes can see is put into the space. It will come in handy in the future. Of course, this is a plan for later. If she does it now, she will have to operate the sewing machine. The heavy snow did not stop on the first day of the Lunar New Year. By midnight, the snow had become even heavier, a blizzard. Dense snowflakes fell from the sky like goose feathers and quickly accumulated on the ground. By the second day of the Lunar New Year, everyone was shocked to find that the snow had reached their calves. Snow of this magnitude has only been seen once in more than a decade. So everyone became even more excited. While Ji Yang was exercising, he took the time to check his phone. His social accounts and various apps were all about the grand occasion of the snowstorm. Almost everyone went to have a snowball fight. Others are fully equipped and just find a big slope to ski, which draws a lot of envious comments. But soon someone noticed something was wrong. Why is it snowing so heavily all over the country? And the snow never stops. How are they going to get out? The Spring Festival holiday is about to end. If they don't return, they will never be able to go back. If migrant workers can't go back home, it means they have no money. Mortgages, car loans, and child-rearing expenses cannot be interrupted. The bad news kept coming so quickly that some people said they were worried they wouldn't be able to drive back to work. At noon that day, news came from major airports and high-speed railways that various itineraries that were originally scheduled to be delayed might be canceled. This stone caused 1,000 ripples and the whole place went crazy. The workers were panicking and began to think of ways to deal with the situation. What could they possibly do? With such heavy snow, even cars were afraid to move. Snow tires can't hold up for long. Some people just don't believe it and insist on going on the road. Before long, their cars get stuck in the middle of the road or collide with other cars. Some are even more unlucky and suffer a series of car accidents due to heavy snow on the first day of the new year. They are still stuck now and have been on the road for more than 24 hours. Looking again, the delivery fee for takeout has reached 50 or 60. Many people posted their complaints online, but were immediately refuted by photos. The deliveryman's electric vehicles in the photos could not be driven at all, and many people had to run to deliver the food. The person who was complaining shut up and had no choice but to buy some vegetables and cook for himself. On the third day, heavy snow was still falling, except for occasionally becoming a little smaller. When people begin to hope that it will stop, it will become bigger again, ruthlessly telling everyone that it will not stop. The original weather forecast was for heavy snow for 3 days, but now it has turned into a sudden snowstorm. When scrolling down the page, there is no possibility of other weather conditions at all. Severe weather warnings came one after another. The words used became more severe each time, and the temperature dropped quietly, so much so that people kept asking for help because their water pipes at home were frozen and the water supply was cut off. But who can help at this time? Everyone is unable to take care of themselves, so they either have to go out to buy water themselves or spend a lot of money to have food delivery services deliver water. The increasingly difficult situation has caused panic among the entire network. The voices on the internet have gradually become angry, from complaining about the weather to blaming the government. Why not clear the snow? Why not do everything possible? Are they just eating and drinking with taxpayers' money? Then various photos and videos appeared of government workers shoveling snow with shovels in the heavy snow to reassure the public. Then some rational people came to try to reconcile. With this snow, even spreading salt won't help, and there aren't enough snowplows. The government has tried its best. Public opinion became agitated, but it died down within 2 days. Not many people were criticizing it because some people were keenly aware that something was wrong. There have been countless disasters, big and small, in recent years, including droughts, floods, blizzards, wildfires, etc. Rumors of the end of the world have been heard all the time, and most people don't believe them anymore. mainly because the salt they bought has not been eaten up in 10 years. But this time, with the nationwide and even global snowstorm, a small number of people have begun to prepare. Apart from anything else, they have to buy food that will last the whole family for several months. Anyway, the weather is cold now, so it won't break down in a short time. Jiyoung also received some messages, most of which were thanking her for the reminder, and some people wanted to inquire about the news, wanting to know whether the snowstorm would really be over in half a month. Jiyoung changed his words. It was said to be at least half a month, but looking at the situation, it might be more than that. She didn't say anything else. After hearing this, the person on the other end of the network cable looked unhappy, then sighed and continued to stock up. Zhao Xing was extremely thankful. Fuck, sister, your information is so accurate. I was so scared by the snow. Fortunately, I stocked up some food. You don't know that prices are skyrocketing now, especially delivery fees, 200 yuan per kilometer. So scary. Jiyoung was not surprised at all and only reminded her, don't worry about this, buy as much as you can, but don't be arrogant. I've been seeing a lot of doomsday theories recently. If the apocalypse knew that you have supplies at home, you'd be screwed. Ha ha ha, you're in your second year again? Zhao Xing didn't believe it and laughed at it instead. Jiyoung didn't say much and stopped there. How far Zhao Xing and the others can go depends on themselves. Living her life over again. She just wanted to make herself live comfortably. As for other people, after reminding them, the rest were no longer within her consideration. Chapter 9. By the fifth day, it was clear that the situation had deteriorated significantly. Jiyoung could see that the property management group, which used to be very quiet and harmonious, was now full of complaints from property owners. The price of running errands had actually increased to 500 yuan per order, which was too much of a ripoff. But fortunately, there are still people taking orders now. Most things are available, but vegetables and other things are already in short supply. Because of the heavy snow that blocked the roads, transport trucks were unable to pass quickly. Even if merchants placed orders and paid, they were still stuck on the road and could not move. The person at 1501 opposite had ordered takeout twice, both during the day. Jiyoung was exercising in the living room, so he happened to hear it. It must be said that having too good a sound insulation effect is a bit inconvenient, and it is difficult to detect the movement outside. Fortunately, Cece had sensitive ears. Every time she heard any noise, she would go to the door to take a look. When she found that the other party was not coming towards her, she would happily come back and sit next to Jiyoung to watch her exercise. When she stretched, Cece would also crawl like her. That's so cute. Therefore, Jiyoung symbolically ordered some takeout on the seventh day. As soon as you open it, you will find that many of the dazzling array of goods in the past are now sold out. At first glance, ice cream has the most stock. Jiyoung immediately placed an order for part of the goods and also bought some yogurt, potato chips, and other puffed foods. By this time, the total cost of the goods was almost 3,000. When she clicked the checkout button, the amount directly reached 3,003. The price is rising rapidly. After I paid the money, the merchant accepted the order quickly. The rider was a little slow, but after waiting for a few minutes, someone finally accepted the order. At this time, the snow was up to my thighs. Although it was cold and the snow hadn't melted, it was not slippery, but it was still difficult to walk. Therefore, the delivery time was directly taken to 1 hour. This is also a large supermarket 1 kilometer away from the community. The delivery man was very helpful and delivered the food in about 40 minutes. When Jiyoung came out to get the food, he could clearly see the delivery man's red face from the cold and the snow accumulated on his head and shoulders. She was silent for a moment, then kindly said, I'm afraid this heavy snow won't stop for a while. Brother, have you bought enough food for your family? The delivery guy was stunned for a moment, then grinned and said, Thanks for the reminder. Not yet. I'll buy some after I get a few more orders. Jiyoung nodded slightly, said nothing more, closed the door, and then the bag in her hand had reached the space. She placed the things inside on the corresponding shelf with her consciousness. A few days later, Jiyoung placed another order. No one took the order. Naturally, other owners in the property group also noticed this incident at the first time, and they all complained in the group. At this time, someone said, I know a brother who has a snowmobile who can help buy things. The commission for one order is 1,000 yuan. Owner, what the hell? So expensive? Taking advantage of the situation. You are crazy. Do you really think the snowstorm can last for several months? I don't believe that all your homes are empty. There is no need to be the scapegoat. You're right. I won't buy it anyway. I stocked up so much New Year's goods before the Chinese New Year. They can at least last for 2 or 3 months. According to the efficiency of our country, the snowstorm will be over in a month at most. Do you want to check the weather forecast? There have been continuous blizzards, and the Weather Bureau has not said that the blizzards will end in the near future. If you can, you should stock up. If you don't want to spend money, go by yourself. I went by myself. It was a bit cold, but it was okay. The road was passable. However, there were not many things in the supermarket. Of course, some people accepted it easily. It was a bit expensive, but there were many rich people, so they agreed immediately and did not forget to help speak in the group. Don't say such harsh words. Look at the situation. The ugly riders who don't care about their lives don't accept orders anymore. The situation must be very difficult. If people are willing to be errand runners, they must charge a higher fee. That's right, if you don't want to pay, just go by yourself. But it's so cold, 2,000 is fine. Jiang thought about it and said in the group, that makes sense. Can we bring water? I'm worried that there will be no water if the water is cut off. What if there is a power outage or gas outage? Can I bring a gas tank and a gas stove on a snowmobile? People in the group. Finally, I met someone who has a stronger sense of crisis than me. I'm dying of laughter. I've already bought it. This kind of snowstorm that happens once in a century, we must be fully prepared. Picture Jiang. She held her forehead with her hand. She had finally given a kind reminder, but it ended up causing the man to self-destruct. The picture showed a tank of gas, a gas stove, and piles of supplies. That's also amazing. We can only hope that there are few people in the group and that order has not been disrupted yet, otherwise this person is finished. No one could have imagined that this natural disaster would not only last for a long time, but would actually last for more than a year. No one in the group thought much about it at this moment, but instead they were particularly envious. Brother, others take one step, but you think 100 steps ahead. Powerful. Copy homework. Copy homework. One or two people stocking up on goods soon led to a whole group of people stockpiling goods. Whether it was the instinctive sense of crisis or the material anxiety brought by the people around them, this stockpiling became more intense than expected. Soon, the group became quiet. Everyone probably went to chat privately with people who could bring the goods. When it was Ji Yang's turn, the other party replied directly. The ordering queue is full. Your order will be placed tomorrow. Would you like to add a deposit of 1,000 yuan to have priority for tomorrow's order? Ji Yang? She was just pretending to go there, and since she was late, forget it. It's enough if other people in the community buy it. Although it may not prolong their crisis much. Under extremely cold conditions, the shelf life of food is greatly extended. In addition, the Xia dynasty has the habit of hoarding grain. Normally, if the country finds something wrong, it will collect most of the granaries, which can basically sustain the country's 1.5 billion people for 3 years. However, this is only the ideal situation. Some people stockpile a lot, while others only realize they should stockpile food when they run out of food. What should I do at this time? You can't starve yourself to death, right? When the instinct for survival kicks in, laws and morals can no longer restrain his behavior. He will burn, kill, loot, and do anything for food. The person who was robbed will then go and rob someone else. After all the fuss, food may be wasted or hidden by some ruthless people, and those who are destined to starve to death will still starve to death. Coupled with the temperature of -40 to 50 degrees Celsius, people in the city froze to death due to lack of fuel or died of carbon monoxide poisoning, and the population dropped sharply. Jiang didn't know the exact number, because at that time, there was no national network connection. She only knew that at least half of the population of the base where she was located was gone. The group was quiet for 2 days because someone was willing to run errands. In the past 2 days, everyone has been discussing how to prevent water pipes from freezing. Some said that they had already paid 10,000 yuan for their gas bills in advance, but they didn't know if it was enough, and that heating was too expensive. On the 3rd day, someone in the group directly cursed someone else for making money from the national crisis. At this time, the price went up wildly. Before, it was 1,000 per order, but now it is directly quoted at 3,000 per order, and the weight cannot exceed 100 kilograms. Others echoed this, saying that they were not poor, nor were they easy prey to be taken advantage of. The person who first mentioned the snowmobile immediately popped up. If you think it's not worth it, go by yourself. Do you really think you can buy anything now? I have a motorcycle, but I still have to travel far to buy what you want. There is a shortage of supplies everywhere now. A pack of instant noodles is over 100 yuan, and you may not be able to buy it. But no one paid any attention. People who feel cheated will feel resentful, so why would they pay attention to such whitewashing rhetoric? Jiang peeked at the screen and thought to herself, as expected, the owner of the snowmobile is from the property management group. She looked at the nickname and saw that he was from building 12 next door. The occupancy rate of the community is not high, and it is not a super high-rise building. So basically 4 buildings form a group, and each group has about 100 people. Ji Young lives in Building 9, which is part of a residential complex with buildings 10, 11, and 12. This person is very good at making money, but he lacks foresight and premonition of crisis. Now all the disaster money he worked so hard to earn will turn into bubbles, and he may also be the #1 candidate for robbery in the future because of his snowmobile. Also that afternoon, the state issued an emergency notice, strictly prohibiting price gouging, high-priced errands, and other situations. Of course, as I said before, no one cares, so you still make money. But this time the notice was accompanied by a group of people being sent to jail. This shocked many people. Some people on the internet were very happy, thinking that those who made money from the national disaster were unlucky, while others felt sorry for them. In such a cold day, they really didn't want to run to all the supermarkets around them to stock up on goods, so it would be nice to have someone to run errands for them. The two sides argued endlessly online, creating countless hot topics. In the property management group, an owner forwarded this message with a smiling emoticon. Then several people smiled back. The snowmobile owner from Building 12 did not show up and was extremely quiet. Then that night, the snow became heavier again, and the wind was not strong, so that the crystal-clear snowflakes before became heavy at this time, and when they fell, they were small clumps of snow falling together. It looks really beautiful at night, as if white flowers are raining from the sky. It is yet another heavy blow to the human world. At the same time, extreme weather warnings have re-emerged, reminding everyone that the weather may not change in the short term, so everyone should stock up sensibly. Misfortunes usually come in pairs. The water pipes that had been struggling for more than 10 days also froze today. Now the owners were in a state of confusion, and they asked each other in the group about the news they had heard from their connections, but they either didn't know, were not clear, or had a subtle bad feeling. Finally, someone typed, "How about we go by ourselves?" As soon as this was said, some people immediately responded positively. The supermarket is only 1 kilometer away. It doesn't matter if you're tired. You can buy more if you go by yourself. Yes, I have a magic carpet at home. I can put my things on it and drag it on the snow without getting tired. I'm going too. Let's go together. Chapter 10. More than 10 days after the blizzard, the temperature slowly dropped to -15 degrees Celsius, which was already very cold for a city in the south. However, the heavy snow continued to fall. In places where no one went, the snow layer was more than 2 meters high, almost covering the entire first floor. Ji Yang's biological clock woke up at around 8 o'clock. The air conditioner was on indoors, and with the heat from the fireplace, the temperature in the whole house was around 20 degrees, which was extremely warm. She stayed in bed for a while and didn't get up until around 9 o'clock. The weather has turned cold again. The thermometer she posted outside the balcony has dropped by 3 degrees compared to yesterday. Although Ji Young is not cold, he shivered when he saw the temperature. It's so cold. I need something hot. Ji Young thought for 5 seconds, took out a portion of 5-grain fish meal, took the bowl to the small table on the balcony to eat, and at the same time took out some of the meat that he had cooked for Cece and put it in the dog bowl. Cece immediately came over happily and rubbed against her, then went back to eating. Ji Young curled his lips and took a sip of the hot fish soup. When he raised his head, he saw the entrance to the community outside. The building became even shorter. There are many figures moving in the white snow. Upon closer inspection, people from several surrounding buildings had gathered at the gate of the community, shivering and stamping their feet. One of them accidentally stepped on the soft snow next to him and fell backwards into a snow pile, then was hurriedly pulled up by his companions. Ji Young just took out a telescope to check and saw the person being pulled up with his mouth trembling. The others were a little better, but not much better. However, there is one thing worth mentioning. These people are wearing sunglasses. Not everyone has snow goggles at home, but if you stay in the snow for a long time, you are prone to snow blindness. Sunglasses can also protect your eyes well in the snow. Ji Young was afraid of the cold in her previous life. Although it was not the coldest time now, she still didn't want to go out, so she just watched and expected to see how much supplies they could bring back. This can also estimate the current situation in major supermarkets and outside. Thinking of this, Ji Young put down the telescope and was about to continue eating. Suddenly, Cece stopped eating the meat and ran to the gate vigilantly, with her limbs tense, as if she was looking at someone through the gate. A few seconds later, there was a knock on the door. Now is not the time for chaos. Ji Young opened the door with confidence and saw Li's warm and bright smile. "Hello. I want to ask if you want to go buy some food together to stock up. It seems that this snowstorm will not stop for a while, and I don't know how long it will be closed." Ji Young was speechless and shook his head. "Not for now, thank you." "It's okay, it's okay." Li waved his hand and turned to go to the elevator. Ji Yang took a look, and it seemed that everyone from the opposite door, except the two old people, had gone out. They were all wrapped tightly, wearing gloves and holding plastic bags. That's good. The more supplies the neighbors have, the safer it is for her. Ji Yang closed the door, squatted down and rubbed Cece's head. Great. It's worth the price of over 4,000 yuan. He can be a doorman at such a young age. Woof. Cece called out in a baby voice and went back to eat in a heroic manner, with its tail wagging high. Ji Yang heard that some dogs had broken bones from wagging their tails too hard, and he hoped that Cece wouldn't be like that. 2 minutes later, Ji Yang saw the 3 members of the Li family at the exit of the building. It was much easier to walk along the traces left by their predecessors. Even if you accidentally fall, you will still be buried in the snow. However, as long as the 3 members of the family work together, they can get up quickly even if they are buried. Ji Yang took a quick look, then put down the telescope and started today's exercise. Li was pulled up by his parents in a panic. He shook off the snowflakes on his body and said in a broken voice, "Oh my God, this is the first time I know that snow is so powerful. It's so thick, but it's still so soft. If I'm not careful, I will die." Li's parents carefully protected their daughter and cleared the way ahead. Their voices were unsteady, but they were a bit proud when they talked about the past. "When we were young, we lived in that bungalow. When we opened the door in the morning, the snow rushed into the house. It was just as scary." Li smacked her lips. She had never seen such heavy snow before. In her memory, she had never seen such heavy snow. The snow in Changnan City is usually mixed with a little rain and becomes hard immediately after falling, the kind that can hurt people when playing snowball fights. Therefore, the biggest lesson learned on snowy days is that the roads are slippery and difficult to walk on. How could it be like now, burying someone so easily? She began to worry. It should have come out a few days earlier. I doubt whether the supermarket can replenish its stock after selling out the goods due to such heavy snow. Li's parents stopped talking. They had always thought that the snow would pass quickly and that their family would leave when it was over, leaving their parents at home eating leftovers for a long time. So they did not agree to stockpile goods. If I hadn't been able to persuade my daughter, I would have ordered takeout a few times and stocked up on some staple foods and gas tanks, and I would probably be starving by now. Who could have thought it would snow for so long? It's snowing thicker and thicker. The 3 of them met many residents on the way. They all had the same destination, a supermarket 1 kilometer away. After finally arriving breathlessly, they were shocked by the crowded scene in the supermarket. 2 seconds later, the 3 of them cheered up and rushed into the crowd. When they looked at the shelves, they were disappointed because most of them were empty. Li's mind suddenly popped up countless apocalyptic novels. Isn't this the pre-apocalyptic period? She immediately grabbed her parents and said carefully, "Mom and Dad, from now on, take whatever you see to eat, drink, and use, understand?" The 2 were frightened by her tone. "Is it really that serious?" Li said firmly, "Trust me." "Okay." The 2 nodded, and Li immediately took the lead in buying things. She took the sauerkraut instant noodles that no one wanted, and the pickled vegetable buns that no one took. She also took some super sweet biscuits and lollipops. She swept through them all and filled a bag. She was lucky enough to find 2 rice bricks. Li's parents listened to their daughter. When they saw soy sauce, they took it. When they saw Sichuan peppercorns, they took it. When they saw Wang Lao Xiang, which they disliked the most, they took it. Soon, the bag gradually bulged. The others were not as picky as them. They gathered around the salesperson and asked, "Why don't you have any instant noodles? Why is all the rice gone? Oh my God, all the brown sugar is gone?" The shopping guide was squeezed in the middle and tried to shout at the top of his lungs, "No more, all gone. The stock in the warehouse is sold out. We can't deliver the goods on this road. Go to a supermarket farther away and have a look. God damn it, my family didn't stock up before, and everyone bought them all." Some people complained, some cursed, and some were more proactive and went straight out the door, turned left, and headed to the next supermarket. When Li met up with her parents, each of them had 2 bags filled with all kinds of things. Seeing these, she felt a little relieved, but she felt a little distressed when it came time to pay the bill. 6 large bags of supplies would normally cost a little over 1,000 yuan, but this time they cost 12,000 yuan. Li's parents were so distressed that they regretted buying so much. "I almost put some of it back." He was almost caught by Li. When she got home, she said, "Mom and Dad, let's go buy some more." She also thought about the medicines besides food, such as the blood pressure-lowering drugs, body conditioning drugs, vitamins, etc. that her grandparents take on a daily basis. If possible, she would buy more warm clothes. Unfortunately, there is no coal cellar nearby, otherwise she would have to buy some. Li began to get anxious. Mom and Dad, can you think about which supermarkets and pharmacies are nearby? Lee's parents, exclamation point. What a big deal this is going to be. After half a month of training, Ji Yang's physical strength has soared, and now he can barely hold on for 2 hours. 2 hours later, I lay down with weak legs and feet. She was covered in sweat, but her fair face had a healthy blush. Due to the final stretching, part of her clothes rolled up, and her abs were visible. After recovering from the shock, Ji Yang wiped the sweat off his face and went into the bathroom to take a shower after the heat dissipated. While he was still drying his hair, he saw a familiar family of 3 leaving the house. The Lee family is quite sensitive. Because the fireplace was burning and the air conditioner was on, the room was very dry. Ji Yang simply didn't blow dry her hair. She lay on the sofa and waved her hand. Cece came over happily to warm her feet. Ji Yang fed it a piece of meat and opened his phone to check what was happening on the internet. When I turned it on, I found that the internet speed was much slower. After browsing for a while, I finally opened the social software and saw that the property management group was complaining that there was nothing left in the large supermarket a kilometer away. Everything had been cleared out. I am really impressed. Are they bandits? Wherever they pass, no grass grows. Oh my God, my husband just went out. Quickly tell him not to go over there. It's so scary. I was in the supermarket and I was stunned. Picture. Ji Yang clicked on it, and the picture took several seconds to load before it appeared. What he saw was a group of people frantically buying things, like zombies entering the country. Everywhere was empty, with the few remaining supplies scattered in the corners and no one paying attention to them. The shopping guide explained the situation to the customer over and over again in tears. The supermarket door leading to the warehouse was open, and it was also empty. Hiss. Starting to panic. My legs are weak. Oh my God. I can't sit still anymore. I'm going to stock up too. Together, let me know where there is a supermarket. Great. Come down quickly. We'll gather at the entrance of Building 10. After a while, Ji Yang glanced at the balcony and saw another group of people moving forward in the wind and snow. This time there were more people, about 20 people, so they should be able to get a lot of supplies. People outside were busy stocking up on supplies, especially 3 days later when the electricity, which they had been struggling to maintain, went out. When the water pipe burst at first, everyone was able to stay calm because there was snow outside. At worst, they could go out and dig the snow, heat it up and make it drinkable. But electricity is different. Ever since the Xia Kingdom embarked on the path of becoming a strong country, there have been very few power problems. In recent years, despite disasters both large and small, the power outage lasted for no more than 3 days. But this time, after the power outage, there was no signal at all. The Power Supply Bureau's phone line was flooded with calls, and the response I got was, the blizzard crushed a lot of things, and after these things fell, they crushed a lot of electric wires, high-voltage wires, and the like. The situation is a bit serious, and power may not be restored in a short time unless the snow stops. This is incredible. This reaction stems from the confidence in one's own country. However, this confidence has now been shattered, and more people are horrified to realize how serious this natural disaster is, so serious that even the country cannot handle it. Chapter 11. The power outage seemed like a signal that the disaster would not end easily. Almost on the same day, Ji Yang discovered that more people were going out of the community to collect supplies. Originally, there were nearly 200 people in each building combined. After the power outage, Ji Yang counted the number of people coming and going and found that there were about 800 or 900 people. Most of the time, the whole family goes out. This is probably the largest resident in the community. This is actually a new real estate project, and it happens to be the Chinese New Year period, when most people will go back to their hometowns. A small number of people will not go back, but stay in the city to pay New Year's greetings, and at the same time they will welcome some relatives who come to pay New Year's greetings to stay with them. If we are accidentally trapped by a blizzard in the future, we will have no choice but to continue living here. If there is no hope that the snowstorm will stop in the short term, we can only stockpile more food, at least enough for so many people in the family to eat for half a year. Food is actually not that difficult to deal with, as rice, flour, and the like are edible and can fill the stomach. But as the weather gets colder, once the power goes out, heating becomes a headache. There is also the problem of cooking. Gas stoves are used for cooking, and most people use rice cookers for cooking. Besides, the electricity has been cut off. Who knows when the gas will be cut off? So we have to prepare. The conditions in this community are relatively good, so most of the shops on the street are for food, drink, and entertainment. Those shops that might sell fuel are nowhere to be found nearby, so you can only search further away. The temperature is very cold now, but it's only -20 degrees Celsius, not the coldest yet. Ji Yang didn't go out, but stayed on the balcony. He set up a small stove with a grill on it. Next to it was an old-fashioned enamel teacup filled with homemade milk tea, which he heated on the edge of the stove to ensure that it would not get cold. In the middle are various cuts of meat, mostly pork belly. Next to the stove are various barbecue condiments. The weather outside was getting colder and colder, and Ji Young always wanted to eat something hot. When he was sorting out supplies, he remembered that he had bought a batch of stoves of various models, so he immediately took out the smallest one for afternoon tea. Originally, she wanted to roast chestnuts, walnuts, and the like, but she prefers to eat meat, so she decisively replaced the nuts with roasted meat. The charcoal was good charcoal, which she bought at a high price abroad. She checked it when she received it and found no fraud. Therefore, it soon became very hot. The heat emitted by the small charcoal stove made the temperature of the balcony much higher than before. Ji Young, who was sitting next to it, felt his face getting hot. She stepped back, picked up a piece of sizzling meat with chopsticks, dipped it in the dipping sauce bowl, and took a bite. The outside was slightly crispy, the inside was soft and tender, and it was covered with the salty, spicy sauce. It was so delicious. While eating, she looked through the telescope. Around noon, no one went out anymore, and no one came back. So Ji Young ate the barbecue in a disjointed manner, lowering his chair and lying down for a while from time to time, and ate until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. I was really bored, so I put away the charcoal stove and started observing the people who came back one after another. The first group of people who came back had happy looks on their faces, and they were carrying large and small bags. Ji Young could see that the things that were exposed were gas tanks or something like that. Then the second batch, the third batch, what they carried on their backs were either fuel or food, and the amounts were not small. Of course, there weren't many, unlike the people who went out to purchase at the beginning, with large and small bags. There are gains? Ji Young was quite confused. He took out his mobile phone to check. Although there was a power outage, it was not completely out of options. Many people had power banks, computers, etc. at home, which could be used to charge their mobile phones. As soon as I opened the property group, I saw the message. Brothers, hurry up, the army is out. We just happened to meet the army helping to transport goods. Now many supermarkets have things for sale, including gas cylinders, charcoal basins, and charcoal. The price is a bit expensive, but you can pay with your mobile phone. Bring your charger. There is a place to charge over there. What the hell? Where? We searched for half a day in the Utah supermarket, but didn't see anything. Then we ran into the military's transport supplies. We went over to ask and found out that all the major supermarkets were restocking their stocks. I am crying. This is our country. I love it. Thank you, brother. I was just about to come back empty-handed. I'll go right away. Reminder. Limited quantity. It is best to go with more than one family. Thank you. Bang fist. Then Ji Young saw another group of people pouring out of the building. But these people were not young anymore. The army's assistance with transportation immediately relieved everyone's anxiety. For a time, public opinion on the internet tended to believe that the disaster would be over soon. Various positive videos and posts emerged in an endless stream. It was probably because many signal towers had problems and the internet speed was very slow. Ji Young still managed to see a few of them, read them silently, and opened the comments section, which was filled with crying emoticons. Only she was touched, but not much. She had consumed too much emotion during those 5 years, and now it was good enough that she could live like a normal person. Not to mention she knows the future. This grand occasion lasted for half a month until the official notice was issued that the supermarket would no longer be open and the specific situation would be notified later. The crazy stockpiling period has finally passed, and only a few people with a strong sense of crisis still insist on going out, while everyone else is planning to stay indoors for the winter. Ji Young himself never went out. A person cannot eat too much and can survive for a month on a bag of rice. It won't be strange if he doesn't go out for a long time. The person next door is nice and knows his place. Except for the first time he came to ask her, he never came again. Ji Young enjoyed his leisure time. Of course, she is not idle either. In less than a month, the grass had grown to almost as high as his calves. Ji Young entered the space to try it out. Although the soil was softer than ordinary land, it was much harder overall than before. After confirming, she immediately used her consciousness to control the lawnmower and cut all the grown grass. The lawnmower is electric, and Ji Young has dozens of batteries. He can use the electrical appliances directly in the space using the batteries, which is convenient and fast. After the grass was cut, she moved her mind and all the grass was automatically stored in the static space. Then she moved all the poultry here quickly. The original space was cleared and they were about to sow grass seeds directly, But they found that the soil had been compacted hard by the calves and piglets, so they had to use a hoe to start turning the soil. Fortunately, all of this only requires mental operation, and she doesn't have to go in herself. The efficiency was very high. After an hour, the 50 square meter land was turned over again. The soil was patted to make it soft, and finally grass seeds were sprinkled on it. To be on the safe side, Ji-young also watered it. The water used was the one she used to soak her feet every night. There was no additive in it. She let it cool in the living space and then sprinkled it directly on the soil, where it was quickly absorbed by the soil. The poultry whose nests were moved nearby were also very happy. The new nests smelled of grass, and the soil was much firmer and more comfortable than before. The lambs and calves, in particular, seemed to like this grass very much. Even if there was only a short piece left, they would keep their mouths arched and try to take a nibble on it. Seeing them like this, Ji-young generously divided the grass into 2 portions and put them in the cowshed and sheepfold. Immediately, the group of little guys rushed over, bleating and mooing, while munching on the grass. I didn't even look down on the feed she gave me. Ji-young almost thought, why not just raise it like this and use the other side to produce forage? But seeing that the livestock had grown a lot in just 1 month, I decided to give up. They ate and slept well in the space, but they couldn't move around. If they grew a little bigger, it would be so cramped. So he waited for another half a month, and when the newly planted grass grew to the height of his calves, Ji-young replanned his entire living space. A 100 square meter open space is divided into 2 by a line in the middle. Then, according to their size, they were divided into 6 grids of different sizes, among which the living circles of cows and pigs were the largest, followed by sheep, ducks, and geese. Finally, there are chickens, as well as roosters and quail. Ji-young didn't calculate the exact square footage of each one, but just made sure they were spacious enough for living. By this time, the snowstorm had lasted for more than 2 months. The temperature also dropped to more than 30 degrees below zero. Due to the cold wind and snowstorm, fewer people go out than before. Some of the reasons are that they have stockpiled a lot of supplies, and some are that it is too cold and they can't bear it. They think that the food at home can still be eaten for a while, so they decide not to go out. Therefore, when Ji-young sat on the balcony every day, he could no longer see many people in the community, but if he looked further away, he could still see some people. Until one day when I woke up from a nap, I opened my eyes and found that the sky was dark. It's getting dark so soon? She took out her cell phone and looked at it. It was exactly 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It's not right. Ji-young hurried to the balcony. Cece was already standing there with her tail tucked between her legs, looking at the dark clouded sky with vigilance. It snowed before, but the sky wasn't dark. The consequences of a snowstorm are horrible, but not snow. But now, as time passed, the sky became increasingly darker and the surrounding trees gradually began to sway. Later, the whistling wind blew away countless snowflakes. Many snowflakes stuck to the glass and refused to fall down. Others came in through the gaps that she had opened for ventilation, and in a short time, they condensed into a pool of snow on the ground. Ji-young hurried forward to close the gap. In an instant, the whistling sound outside was reduced to only 1/10 of its original size. A layer of fog quickly spread on the glass and visibility dropped rapidly. Suddenly, there was a crisp, click sound. Ji-young took out a telescope and saw that a tree in the community was cut in half. The huge crown fell to the ground and was soon buried by the snow. When I glanced again, I saw a tree next to me take off and was carried by the wind, hitting the window of a house opposite. Crash! Ah! The screams spread out instantly, frightening countless people. The blizzard is coming. Chapter 12. At this time, telescopes are useless. There was a strong wind blowing outside, and countless snowflakes were floating in the air like sand, forming a thick barrier. The visibility was less than 20 meters. An idea suddenly occurred to her, and she took out the Antarctic thermometer, dressed herself neatly, wrapped herself in thick, windproof gloves, then held the thermometer and stretched her hand out of the window. At such a short distance, Ji-young could feel his hands shaking in the wind, and the thermometer in his hand seemed to be almost unsteady. After waiting for a while, she withdrew her hand, quickly closed the window, and checked the temperature immediately, -45 degrees Celsius. As expected, the snowstorm was accompanied by a sharp drop in temperature. In the next few days, the temperature will definitely continue to drop to more than 50 degrees below zero. However, the snowstorm will not last forever. It will stop after about 5 days. There will be a few days of calm during this time. Although the snow is thick and the temperature is low, it is still more comfortable to go out to find supplies at this time. After the calm period, blizzards will recur again. interspersed with hail, thunderstorms, and tornadoes. They come suddenly and without any warning, and may appear unexpectedly when you go out to collect supplies. There were countless casualties. From that time on, there was widespread grief. Later, when people died, the families of the victims were too lazy to cry because they were too tired to do so. Seeing the snowstorm again after so many years, Ji Yang was a little dazed for a moment, staring out the window. She was standing in a warm room with air conditioning and fireplace on, but she still felt cold all over. Really, if there is no space. She couldn't believe how she had the courage to survive in such a world. Ji Yang was lost in thought when she suddenly felt something warm at her feet. She looked down and saw that it was Cece, who seemed to have noticed her mood and was rubbing against her. She squatted down and the little guy immediately fell to the ground. His soft little belly was exposed, and a pair of big eyes with distinct black and white were staring at her. In the past 2 months, Cece has grown a lot and is now a half-grown puppy that is almost 5 months old. He has lost the fatness of his puppyhood and entered an awkward period where he is a bit ugly. Ji Yang rubbed it unceremoniously, and it felt great. As she rubbed it, the corners of her lips curled up, and her cold face warmed up a lot. She whispered, "Don't worry, I haven't used so many supplies yet. I can't bear to die." After kneading enough, she got up and decided to eat hot pot today. Ji Yang directly took out the bottled water she had stored, poured some into the basin, and then put it back into the living room. Although the living room was warm, she was still afraid that the water would freeze, which would make it very inconvenient to use water. First, take out the vegetables to be eaten, such as lettuce, Chinese cabbage, spinach, and romaine lettuce, half a plate each. Then come the meat dishes. Ji Yang doesn't need to prepare these. She buys semi-finished products directly, which are marinated by the merchant, such as spicy beef slices, tender beef slices, cumin lamb, lamb rolls, beef rolls, and various sausages. Ji Yang didn't take too much. There were many varieties, and a little bit of each was enough to fill her up. As for Cece, she can't eat spicy food, so she uses her special pot to cook the meat. Finally, put a tablet and play the hot variety show. While watching the variety show, prepare the dipping sauce that is exactly to her taste. She has 1 bite of meat, 1 bite of vegetable, and then 1 bite of meat for the puppy. It is perfect. Blizzards may be more familiar to northern cities, but they are rare in southern cities. Almost everyone was looking at the horrific sky in shock and had no appetite. It was late at night before they realized it, and when their stomachs growled with hunger, they remembered that it was time to eat. The same is true for the Lee family. Lee was already very scared and hid in her mother's arms. Lee's parents were also very scared. One of them comforted their daughter while the other comforted her parents. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in from the ventilated window and directly extinguished the candle. Ah! A scream rang out. The Lee family was in a state of confusion for a while, but soon Mother Lee reacted. "Light the oil lamp. Don't blow it out tonight. Keep it lit." Yes, the oil lamp. Father Lee also remembered. This was his daughter's idea, and she specially went out to buy incense oil lamps. They were expensive, but the supply was abundant. Cooking oil had long been difficult to buy, and one could only snatch a pot on the day the military delivered the goods. Dad Lee was frantically looking for it, but the more anxious he got, the harder it was to find. Finally, Mom Lee couldn't stand it anymore and pushed her husband aside. "I'll do it." Then I found it by just touching it. Father Lee, Grandpa and Grandma Lee looked at their son weakly, and they couldn't even muster the heart to scold him. Then they looked at their daughter-in-law and granddaughter, and felt comforted that at least there were 2 capable people in the family. The granddaughter had a strong sense of crisis and took them to stock up a lot of things. Fortunately, the daughter-in-law remained calm and controlled the situation. The oil lamp was lit, and the dim light revealed the pale faces of the family of 5. Grandpa and Grandma Lee were still terrified and patted their chests. "Oh, this thief god wants our lives. It's terrible." Lee nodded with lingering fear and thankfully said, "Fortunately, we bought enough things before." After seeing something wrong in the supermarket that time, Lee decisively took his parents out and went out for 3 consecutive days, visiting all the surrounding supermarkets, convenience stores, and pharmacies. "I bought everything I could." Later, when the military escorted supplies, their family also went out to buy supplies almost every day. Prices have skyrocketed, and I have spent more than 100,000 yuan during this period. Fortunately, my family is not poor. Otherwise, I would be so heartbroken that I couldn't sleep. But now that this situation has occurred, Lee no longer feels heartbroken. He is just filled with gratitude that he has obtained enough supplies and medicines so he can at least survive for a long time. Wrong. Lee looked at the only bright room in the house that was lit by the oil lamp, and felt that the temperature seemed to have dropped a lot. He bit his fingers and wondered what would happen next. Because of the power and water outage, their family of 5 had to sleep in one room. All flammable items in the room were moved out, and 2 beds, one large and one small, were moved in. They only needed to light a charcoal brazier to sleep at night. All things considered, it is perfectly adequate for now. But how long can the charcoal they bought be used at this temperature? But the snowstorm was raging, and we couldn't go out. We could only worry and pray that the temperature wouldn't drop any further. But prayer doesn't work. Many people were woken up by the cold that night. Some people don't pay attention to keeping warm and end up falling into a long cold sleep. The first case of a person freezing to death due to extreme cold temperatures occurred in the community. He is a very old man. When his family found him, he was already stiff. She cried and screamed for a while, and even went to the property management group to complain. But the property management was helpless. They tried to comfort her through the internet, but when they saw that it didn't work, they backed off. At this time, most of the property management staff simply don't come to work, and you probably won't be able to find anyone if you go to the property management now. Other owners also expressed their condolences, and some were willing to send some supplies, which was a rare warmth in such cold temperatures. Ji Yang just glanced over these and ignored them, because then, this situation will continue. On the 3rd day of the snowstorm, the temperature had already reached minus 50 degrees Celsius, but the property management group became quiet because the internet was down and the mobile phones had no signal at all. In addition, they were out of battery, so there was no way to send any messages. But Ji Yang could still vaguely hear some crying sounds, which reached her ears through the howling wind. There are several cases every day. This is just the Jiafu community, what she knows. Not knowing is even more serious. Before the internet was disconnected, Ji Yang would check relevant news on various platforms every day. Ever since the blizzard appeared, hot topics on various apps have revolved around these things. At the beginning, there were hot searches related to celebrities asking for help, but later on, only the disasters that occurred in various places were left. After the snowstorm, the situation was like a landslide. The temperature in Heilongjiang province is approaching minus 70 degrees, setting a new low. The temperature in the southern province reached minus 42 degrees Celsius, and tens of thousands of people froze to death overnight. A canal froze 3 large ships, and the crew members' limbs were frozen when they asked for help. In his previous life, Ji Yang's phone ran out of battery early, and he couldn't see any of these messages. Even now when he sees them, he still feels upset. It is much milder than the stories in some novels where the temperature suddenly drops by 30 or 40 degrees overnight, causing the human body to suffer hypothermia and die without knowing it, but it is still beyond the range that humans can endure. If you don't keep warm enough, something bad can happen if you're not careful. It is very common to freeze limbs off, and many people freeze to death. Those who survive are the lucky ones. If it were normal, these comments would have at least tens of thousands of replies. However, when Ji Yang looked at it, there were only a little over 1,000 comments. The number of people who have mobile phones and can access the internet is also decreasing. Until the internet was disconnected, Ji Yang was unable to get any news from the outside world. Fortunately, the snowstorm began to subside on the 5th day. On the 8th day, there was only a light wind and the snow seemed to be stopping. It was the calmest day in recent times, but the temperature reached a terrifying minus 59 degrees Celsius, catching up with the lowest temperature in Heiha's history. At this time, almost no one goes out. It's too cold. At this temperature, if you stay outside for a while, you have to go back to the house to warm up, otherwise your body won't be able to bear it. If you go out at this time, the chance of dying outside is very high. Ji Yang went to the balcony from time to time throughout the morning, but sure enough, he didn't see anyone. It was white outside and so quiet that it seemed as if she was the only one left. No, there's also a dog. Ji Yang stroked the dog's head and said, "Cece, you have grown up. It's time for you to go out and see the world." The puppy Cece tilted its head, not knowing what was going on. Ji Yang chuckled, stood up and started to put on his clothes, thermal underwear, cashmere sweater, winter clothes, hat, scarf, polar boots, goggles. With the full set of equipment, she looked at the dog hesitantly. I wonder if this puppy needs equipment? But she didn't seem to have prepared anything for the dog to wear. Ji Yang decided to give it a try. If it doesn't work, he would put it in a space where the temperature is suitable and it will not be affected by anything from the outside world. However, every time she went out before, she didn't bring Cece with her. This time when she went out, Cece squatted obediently at the door, wagging its tail and looking at her eagerly. "Come here," Ji Yang shouted. Cece's eyes immediately lit up and she ran out. The next second, he let out an ah woo and jumped up. The tile floor in the corridor was no different from ice and snow, and the puppy's feet couldn't take it. Poochie. Jiyoung laughed and wanted to go over and pick it up, but she didn't expect the puppy to be so stubborn. It dodged and ran 2 steps. It seemed to have adapted to it and ran to Jiyoung again, wagging its tail and looking at her. Fine. Jiyoung nodded with satisfaction, closed the door, and went downstairs. The snowstorm had just passed at this time, and even the official personnel did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, the previous crazy stockpiling made most people not go out at this time. This is her best chance to strike. All major jewelry stores, here she comes. Chapter 13. The first step on the way out was to be stopped at the mezzanine floor. The blizzard had already blocked the first floor. If you want to get out, you have to break through the snow yourself. Jiyoung carried a mountaineering bag to hide herself from others. Even though she knew that there was a power outage across the country and cameras were useless, she still carefully took out a folding ordnance shovel from the bag and shoveled the snow away bit by bit. Cece looked at her movements, let out a roar, and threw herself into the snow. Seeing that it was having fun, Jiyoung ignored it and waited until she dug a hole that she could pass through. She went in, left the snow behind her, and quickly blocked the hole again. Afterwards, she took the oxygen cylinder and dug out a small hole for breathing. She used the ordnance shovel in her hand as a medium to throw a lump of ice and snow into the space with each blow, and her efficiency increased immediately. Cece was running around in the snow, appearing in front of Jiyoung from time to time. They have adapted well to this extremely cold climate. But after half an hour, Cece couldn't bear it anymore and had no mood to jump around anymore. She just leaned against Jiyoung closely, her calves trembling. Jiyoung understood. The puppy hadn't come out yet, and its fur had not grown enough in the warm room. She stretched out her hand and sent the puppy into the space. This was not Cece's first time to come to the space, and the place he went to was still the sheepfold. He was very familiar with these things, almost engraved in his bones. After recovering from the chill, he immediately circled around the 4 sheep proudly, as if checking their condition. After confirming that she was of no use for the time being, Cece found a corner to lie down. Jiyoung, relying on the blessing of space, moved away from Jiafu community and came to the first stop, a supermarket 1 kilometer away from Jiafu community. The supermarket is on the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor is home to various jewelry stores selling gold, silver, and jade. After breaking through the snow layer and going in, we found that the door of the supermarket had been broken long ago, and the snow had spread inside. Because people who were stocking up on goods were coming and going, the place was trampled all over, and it looked very dirty. However, due to heavy snow, the jewelry store staff had not come to work for a long time and all the shops were closed. For safety reasons, Jiyoung did not act immediately, but walked around the entire mall first. She didn't find anyone until she reached the top layer, so she went back to the snow layer and released Cece. The scene suddenly changed. Cece immediately stood up and looked around vigilantly. After seeing Jiyoung, she came over with her tail wagging. Jiyoung rubbed its head and said, "Stay here and call out if anyone comes." "Got it." "Woof." Cece responded softly. Jiyoung felt relieved and took out the pry tools to pry the door open. The alarm had long been out of power, but it only took her 1 or 2 minutes to pry open the first door. This was all thanks to the experience she had accumulated in her previous life in order to survive. But in the next second, Jiyoung's heart sank. It was her first time doing such a thing, and what greeted her was an empty display case. Jiyoung almost went berserk. Is it possible that her space cannot be upgraded in the early stage? But the next second, she suddenly remembered something and looked around without giving up. Finally, she locked the cabinet behind the cash register. She didn't have the key, so she just used an axe to chop it open. The cabinet opened and there were safes inside. The safe is built in. She tried to pull it, but couldn't. Fortunately, she had considered a similar situation before, so she took out the cutting machine she had prepared, put on the tools, and started working. Buzz, a harsh sound rang out. Jiyoung was shocked, but fortunately the safe was not so indestructible and a hole was quickly cut in it, revealing the things inside. There were boxes of collected jewelry. In order to save time, Jiyoung chose a store that specialized in selling jade jewelry. He didn't even need to look at it at the moment. He just received it directly into the space, and immediately the space didn't respond. Jiyoung was silent. It seems that the batch she got is not of very good quality. Never mind, there are still a bunch. Next, Jiyoung worked without stopping for a moment. He finished one safe in almost 3 to 5 minutes and opened all the safes. Finally, the last safe was opened and the things were stored in the space. The space was expanded again, 50 square meters. Right next to the breeding area, it was still the same as before, all dark brown land and nothing else. Fortunately, she had previously surrounded the breeding area with fences, so now that the space was expanded, they couldn't escape. There is only one store that specializes in selling jade in this mall, and the other shops sell a mix of gold, silver, and jewelry. Ji Yang did not choose to pry open the doors of other stores, as that would be too troublesome and the amount of jade he would get would be very small. Just go straight to the next destination. It was just too cold now. Ji Yang's hands and feet were already cold after all the hard work, so he took out a gas stove and a small milk pot from his backpack and cooked himself a bowl of instant noodles. It is the most convenient, quickest, and also warms your stomach. The instant noodles were from Lord Tang's family. They were light in taste but fragrant. Ji Yang finished the noodles and soup one mouthful at a time. Beads of sweat appeared on the tip of his nose. He quickly wiped them clean and put the things into his bag, actually into the space. He put Cece back into the space, put on a white cloak to cover his body, and took out a snowmobile. Having not used these things for a long time, Ji Yang was unfamiliar with them and studied them for a while before he could open them successfully. With a loud bang, the snowmobile flew out, splashing countless snowflakes. When it comes to buying for free, you'll get used to it the second time. With the snowmobile again, the efficiency was even higher this time. In just 10 minutes, Ji Yang reached the second destination. The cutting machine was taken out and Cece stood guard. Ji Yang acted quickly and cleared out the store in just an hour. This time the space was expanded by another 50 square meters. Ji Yang frowned in dissatisfaction. These pieces were still not good enough. She guessed that the better ones were in the deeper warehouses. After all, she bought jewelry herself, which cost tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. The jewelry left by her grandparents were no more expensive than that. But generally speaking, most of the jewelry in these stores is worth thousands or tens of thousands. Hundreds of thousands are already very expensive, and those worth millions or tens of millions are not necessarily available in stock. There is even a brand premium and a craftsmanship premium. Therefore, the inventory in a store only increases by 50 square meters. Given the circumstances, I can only work harder. Ji Yang comforted himself and continued to move on to the next destination. These places were all noted down when she was stockpiling cooked food in the last few days. She was familiar with the routes. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when it was dark and she was too cold to bear it, she quickly drove her snowmobile back. There was no one in sight along the way. When they arrived near Jiafu community, Ji Yang found a corner, put away the motorcycle, and went in again along the passage he had taken when he went out. I went all the way to the 15th floor, but still didn't see anyone. It was too cold, and even if someone heard the noise, they were reluctant to come out to check. When she got home and opened the door, the warm air that hit her face made her feel alive. Quickly adding more firewood to the two fireplaces, Ji Yang let Cece out as well. It had worked really hard today, so he gave it a big bowl of meat for dinner so that it could eat its fill. Ji Yang went into the space to take a shower. Originally, she took a shower in her room, but now her space has expanded to 350 square meters, 100 square meters of which is used to raise poultry, leaving 250 square meters, which is enough to accommodate the mobile house she bought before. Her house only occupies 120 square meters. The house has been installed with water and electricity, and there is a water tower on the roof for storing water. She deliberately chose a very large water tower that can store 1,000 liters of water at a time. In fact, there are even larger ones, but she was afraid that the house could not bear the weight, so she compromised. There are no underground pipes for drainage. Ji Yang was still a little hesitant, so instead of using the water tower directly, he took a bath in a bathtub. The temperature in the space is just right. The only downside is that it's too quiet. Although there are some sounds of poultry moving around, that's all. There's no sound of wind, birds, or any other sounds. Ji Yang actually didn't like staying here for a long time. She always felt terrified that she was the only one left in the world. It just so happened that she was living in a disaster era, and this situation might come true, so she disliked it even more. Therefore, Ji Yang only planned to take a shower here. The water pipes at home were frozen, so he couldn't use the shower head. The temperature was too low, and taking a shower was also cold. This space was the most suitable. She doesn't go to the space for other things, such as eating and sleeping. Even though this world is very dangerous, she still likes it. After taking a hot shower, Ji Yang did not fold up the house this time. He would take a shower here from now on. As for going to the toilet, the water in the toilet had frozen long before the water outage and could not be flushed, so Ji Yang simply switched to cat litter. I guess other people in the community just dumped the garbage outside, but most of them had a sense of public morality and didn't dump it right in front of them. Even if there was heavy snow from time to time, it would quickly cover the garbage and not attract attention. Just wait for the snow to melt. Only those living on the bottom floor can understand how disgusting it is. There was still some meat left in Cece's food bowl. Looking at its belly, it was round and bulging, so it probably couldn't eat anymore. The little guy has never been hungry, so he won't eat desperately. Ji-young didn't care. She would eat it after it was digested. She was so tired that she was too lazy to blow-dry her hair. The air was dry anyway, so it would dry in a while. She curled up on the sofa, scanned the space with her consciousness, and then brought out a hot bowl of tomato and beef brisket rice and started eating. She poured the salty and sour soup on the rice, stirred it, and put it into her mouth. As soon as the tip of her tongue touched it, her mouth began to water and her appetite increased wildly. After taking another bite of the tender stewed beef and feeling the warm food slowly entering her stomach, she finally felt relaxed. The world is big, but eating is the most important thing. Food means survival. While eating, Ji-young was thinking about how to plan for the vacant space next. The breeding area must be expanded again. Otherwise, there will not be enough when these guys grow up. Moreover, she has recently read some knowledge about breeding and learned that pigs can reproduce at 6 months old. However, for health reasons, farmers usually wait until they are 8 months or 1 year old before starting breeding. That is to say, for this group of little guys, the males and females need to be raised separately for a while. Ji-young thought about it, then sprinkled grass seeds on 100 square meters of the area, and then surrounded it with a fence, leaving 30 square meters of open space that could be used for planting. Picking out Chinese cabbage from a pile of seeds, she consciously controlled the seeds and sowed them. Following the instructions in the tutorial, she covered them with a thin layer of soil and then left them alone. She actually wanted to build a pond. This way she could raise some fish and shrimp, especially hairy crabs and crayfish, as well as various freshwater fish, all of which she liked. But unfortunately, she had just tried to pour the bath water into the soil, and it was instantly absorbed, leaving nothing behind. The soil that has absorbed water is a little moister than before, but that's all. Under normal circumstances, such a large basin of water will leave at least a small puddle, and it will take a while for the soil to absorb all the water. Therefore, Ji-young speculated that it might be impossible to build a pond in this space, or it might have freshwater or even seawater areas. I can only feed it as much jade as possible. Ji-young is quite looking forward to it. He wonders what this space will evolve into. Chapter 14. With a goal in mind, Ji-young went out early the next morning. This time she left too early and still didn't see anyone. It was not until she had emptied 2 shops that she met the first group of people. However, this time the other party did not come out simply to look for supplies. But with the same purpose as Ji-young, he took advantage of the power outage and the lack of internet to buy for free. Of course, their target is not gold, silver, or jewelry, but the mobile phone stores on the roadside. Ji-young. I hope they won't regret it so much in the future that they slap themselves in the face. At least gold is still of some use. Although it has depreciated a lot, it can still be used to buy things in stores. But mobile phones really have no value. The two sides met each other, but Ji-young was driving the snowmobile at a very fast speed and was wrapped tightly, so this group of people just looked at him with envy and continued to do their own things. Similarly, their faces were covered tightly and could not be easily seen. At noon, Ji-young still used the gas stove to cook some soup to eat something hot. She had been out for a long time today, and Cece also had to eat. Fortunately, she had cooked a lot of meat in the space in advance. She took it out directly, took a bite, and fed Cece a piece of meat with her left hand. The man and the dog are very harmonious. But while eating, Cece's ears suddenly perked up, and she didn't move her mouth even when the piece of meat was delivered to her. Her round eyes stared towards the door, very alert. After being together for such a long time, Ji-young also knew that its reaction meant that a stranger was approaching. When at home, even with good sound insulation, Cece can still keenly perceive the movements in the corridor. Occasionally, if someone in the corridor goes to the rooftop to get snow, it will notice it. However, it doesn't care too much if the opponent goes straight up and down. It is a super smart puppy. It had been several seconds at this time, and it was still alert, moving its claws as if trying to get closer. Ji-young knew that the person was probably heading towards her. Just in time, she had almost finished eating, so she quickly put away everything. Every time she took something from the space, she would find cover, even if the camera was out of battery. Therefore, the dining area was blocked by a cabinet at this moment, and there was no possibility of seeing. Therefore, Ji-young directly collected all the space. Then he crawled into the snow, quickly dug a hole, and waited inside with Cece. It's okay for ordinary people, but if it's an official, it's a bit tricky. Now is not the time to buy it for free, especially these jewelry. So hide if you can. After waiting for a while, after a rustling sound, A group of people appeared along the snow cave she had dug when she came. There were 6 of them, all strong men. A man came here, sniffed it, and smacked his lips. Who the hell is eating instant noodles here? It smells so good. Hey, it smells pretty good, but why don't I see anyone? Several people checked around and confirmed that there was no trace of anyone. Instead, they became even more worried. Brother, someone has been here before. What do you think we should do? Even without the cameras, they were still afraid. The leader, Kong Zifu, slapped his younger brother on the forehead, pulled his face, and said fiercely, "Do it. Why not? If you don't say it, I won't say it, and they won't say it. Who would know it was us?" At this time, an inspector said, "Brother, look, the door of this store has been pried open." Several people immediately ran over to check, and then they were shocked. Fuck, the safe was pried open. Who did this? How could they be so well equipped? Awesome. It's over. Are these things in a safe? Then can we chop them with our axe? Boss Kong Zifu. Other people. The 6 people looked at each other, and one of them raised his hand and whispered, "How about we do something else? We don't have any tools, so we can't pry open the safe." After a moment of silence, Kong Zifu was still unwilling to give up. "No, let's try it. There must be someone who didn't put the jewelry in the safe." They acted right away, and the group started prying the door open. Ji Yang's mouth twitched when he heard this in the snow cave. It's been a long time since I've seen such a stupid robbery gang. As expected, when the natural disaster just started, they were protected by the country and became naive. Seeing that this group of people were already focused on prying the door open, she did not delay and quietly left from the other side. Cece also kept her mouth shut and followed silently, until the sound of a motorcycle woke up a few people, and they were scared. One of the younger brothers pried the door open and pointed at the counter in surprise. "Fuck, there are still some gold chains that haven't been collected. Big brother, we are rich." After that, Ji Yang didn't meet anyone again. I rode the snowmobile smoothly, visited half of the city, broke into 4 jewelry stores again, and returned home exhausted, mainly because it was too cold. As long as it's not cold, she can continue to work hard. Although the quality of these jades is average, a little bit can add up to a lot. Today, she emptied 9 stores and successfully acquired 500 square meters of black soil. The seeds planted yesterday have not sprouted yet, but today, Ji Yang already has new plants. 500 square meters of black soil sounds like a lot, but it is actually not that big. 1 acre of land is 666 square meters. But for her, it is completely enough. While taking a bath, she planned the land in her mind, and the first step was to divide it into blocks. The breeding area does not need to be expanded for the time being, so each plot of land is approximately 50 square meters in size, a total of 10 plots of land, on which 10 different crops can be grown. Originally, she had not decided what to plant, and while picking and choosing among a pile of seeds, she saw the medicinal seeds on top, and suddenly her eyes lit up. After the extreme cold, there are heavy rains and floods, the temperature rises, and all kinds of dirty and messy things seem to be mixed together. This period is the easiest time to get sick. Due to limited conditions, Western medicine is difficult to produce, and Chinese medicine has become a life-saving thing. Medicinal materials are in short supply at this time. Ji Yang didn't want to save the world, but since he knew something in advance, he could prepare some medicinal herbs first, and then find an excuse to take them out and exchange them for some jade, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It just so happened that in her previous life, in order to survive, she became a barefoot doctor, and she remembered several of the most commonly needed medicinal herbs. Ji Yang carefully picked out 10 seeds from the Chinese medicinal seed box, but he didn't dare to plant them directly. He took a shower, wiped his body clean, came out of the space, sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, ate barbecue, and carefully took out his computer to find out some knowledge about Chinese herbal medicine and check how to plant them one by one. When she bought these mobile hard drives, she paid extra money to the store to let it collect all kinds of information. She also paid to download all the information that required copyright fees. There were all kinds of amazing papers and valuable video tutorials. Fortunately, these are all common medicines, and the planting methods are relatively simple. There are also videos to illustrate the process. After Ji Yang finished eating, she remembered the methods and couldn't wait to start planting them in her space. When everything was done, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Ji Yang hadn't slept so late for a long time. The fatigue from the busy day and the energy from farming at night drained her, so she fell asleep as soon as she relaxed. The next day I just couldn't get up. I woke up, but I felt like I didn't get enough sleep. Ji Yang didn't want to force himself. Since he was so tired, he just lay down. After taking a nap for a while, It was almost 11 o'clock. She was so hungry that she got up to have brunch. She had a good appetite today. Ji Young picked and chose in the space and found a plate of spicy crayfish. At this point, we have to say that the timing of her rebirth was not very good. Crayfish are out of season long ago. Although they are still for sale, they are not as plump as those in season. But even so, she still bought a lot to store. One of the crayfish needed to be shelled, and for the other she chose a steamed sea bass. Take another bowl of rice and start eating happily. Ji Young has habitually chosen the balcony as the place to eat. In addition to being explosion-proof and bulletproof, the windows of the house are also one-way, so people from the outside cannot see inside. However, since the power outage, Ji Young has been careful to draw the heavy curtains to block out the light in the house at night. Open it during the day so you can eat and observe what's happening outside. Before the snowstorm, people in the community had basically stockpiled a lot of food. Ji Young thought that no one would go out in the short term, and everyone was looking further away. There are indeed more people than the previous 2 days. When there are too many people, it is not very convenient to buy for free, so Ji Young decided to give up the free one purchase for the time being. Just as he was about to put down the telescope, he saw a group of people going out at the gate of his community. Did he run out to look for supplies because he didn't stock up enough? Ji Young instinctively felt that it was not the case. In the afternoon, after she finished her exercise, she heard the sound of a motor vehicle. She hurried to the balcony and saw a snow truck appear at the gate of the community, followed by several groups of people, each carrying a stretcher and being sent to the car. Most of the people following behind were crying heart-wrenchingly. It is used to take the dead to be cremated. Even though it is extremely cold now, we cannot just leave the dead lying there. So even though other industries have almost come to a standstill, crematoriums are still operating. I just don't know if the country has seen the email she sent, and whether it knows about the epidemics that will occur in the future. A few days of calm can be relaxing. There was even half an hour of sunshine on the 4th day. Even though we know that the sun is always there, just blocked by thick clouds, feeling the sun in person still makes people feel happy. Ji Young also ran to the balcony as soon as he noticed the sun rising. Cece was already sleeping there, with her belly facing the sky and her limbs positioned in strange positions, looking extremely comfortable. But in just half an hour, the sun disappeared mercilessly. The temperature, which had just warmed up by about 5 degrees, slowly dropped again, approaching -60 degrees. On the 6th day, it snowed again. On the 7th day, the wind and snow intensified, feeling like the previous snowstorm. People who had experienced it once were not so scared. They closed the doors and windows and continued their life as usual. The abundant supplies at home are the source of their calm courage. Ji Young didn't go out again. He collected jade in order to expand his space and make his life better, but he had to wait before going out in the wind and snow. However, in order to exercise Cece and collect snow, she would still go out for a walk, most of the time going to the rooftop. People in the building kept going to the rooftop to get snow, so that the snow on the rooftop was not as thick as that on the ground. Ji Young also collects free resources by collecting snow. Every time he does so, he will directly take the top layer, cut it with a military shovel first, and then wave his hand and a piece of snow will disappear. Wherever I go, it's tidy and neat, which really satisfies my obsessive-compulsive disorder. This went on for more than half a month, and finally the government distributed relief food. In the wind and snow, a green convoy transported goods to one community after another with great difficulty, and finally entered the Jiafu community amid the eager anticipation of the crowd. Almost as soon as the car came in, many people came out of every building in the community and swarmed over. Even from a distance, Ji Young could hear those people excitedly asking, "When will this snowstorm be over? When will the electricity network be restored? My son went out to look for supplies and hasn't come back yet. Please help find him. Will?" Chapter 15. Jiafu community was not the first community that the soldiers had delivered supplies to. They had experienced similar scenes too many times. But every time, they could only remain silent. After being on the road carrying out missions for so long, they all know something about the situation. This natural disaster may be just the beginning. Now the country is making every effort to integrate resources, build bases, and prepare for the more difficult challenges to come. But these things cannot be told directly to ordinary people because they cannot bear it, and the situation will only become more chaotic. Lying may appease them temporarily, but when they face a bigger disaster later, the authorities will lose their prestige and suffer a greater loss, so everyone keeps silent. Therefore, a mature soldier finally held a megaphone to maintain the overall situation. "Everyone calm down. We will do our best to lead you through this disaster. Now is the time to distribute supplies. Please go back to your building and send a building manager as a representative to count the population and distribute supplies in batches. The crowd didn't get the answers they wanted, and they became anxious. They pulled the sleeves of a group of soldiers and asked questions, but still no one answered. Another group of soldiers has begun to organize supplies. The loudspeaker was still persuading them to go back and elect a building leader to count the number of people. In the end, the crowd persuaded each other and went back dejectedly. Jiang didn't intend to get involved in these things, so he didn't go downstairs immediately. He thought that with a few fewer people, no one would care. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, someone came and knocked on the door. When she opened the door, she saw a middle-aged man who greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello, I'm the building manager you elected, Xiao Huijun, and this is the deputy building manager Liang Zhan." As he spoke, he pointed at the slightly reserved man standing next to him. Jiang glanced at the two of them and nodded. "Hello?" Xiao Huijun said cheerfully, "We are here to do a population census. What is your name? Who else lives with you? You need to call them out to register their identity information." He was already familiar with the process along the way and handed over the form in his hand. The soldier over there said, "You have to write your own identity information to prevent over-reporting." Liang Zhenzi reminded, "Children can also be registered. As long as they have their ID information, they can all receive supplies, but children under 10 years old can only receive half of the supplies." Jiang understood, took the form, and quickly wrote down his information. Xiao Huijun was stunned. "Are you alone?" "Yes," Jiang replied. Xiao Huijun took a closer look, a little surprised, and a little more scrutiny in his eyes, and then he found that this little girl was really pretty. The little girl loved beauty. The house was warm, and she didn't wear many clothes. That face, that figure. His throat moved, and he stared at her for a moment. "Ahem." Liang Zhen frowned and said in a deep voice, "Then you must be careful. The world is a little uneasy now." Jiang silently took out the tang sword that was placed behind the door, with the tip of the sword facing downwards, and stabbed into the tile floor with a crisp sound. She curled her lips. Her pretty face looked extremely harmless, but her words were chilling. "It's okay. I'm a lawyer, and I've studied self-defense thoroughly. I guarantee that if anyone dares to come over, they will never come back, and I will be fine." Xiao Huijun. The little bit of heat that had just arisen cooled down in an instant. He said dryly, "Very, very good." Liang Zhan was a little surprised, but didn't say much. "Okay, let's go. Remember to come to the first floor to distribute supplies in about an hour." "Okay," Jiang said with a smile. When he put away the tang sword, he also made a sword flower with his hand. His movements were neat and graceful. Before Xiao Huijun had time to look away, he left at a much faster pace. After counting for an hour, Jiang didn't go down immediately. The main thing was that she could see the distribution of supplies from the balcony. There were nearly 1,000 people in the entire community, and it was not easy to distribute supplies to so many people. The military always uses convoy escort. Therefore, by the time the supplies actually arrived at their building, it had been almost 2 hours. There were more than just 2 building managers taking the supplies. Everyone in the building who had a little strength went to help. There were bags of coal, boxes of food, pieces of clothes, etc. The quantity was really huge. Seeing that all the things had been moved in, Jiang told Cece to keep an eye on the door and went downstairs. She wrapped herself up tightly, so that nothing could be seen except her eyes. The same went for other people, so no one noticed that she was clean and her hair was fresh and not greasy. In such a cold day, most people don't dare to wash their hair, otherwise the hot water will freeze into ice halfway through washing, and the wet hair will become lumps of ice before it has time to dry. If you use too much force, it will break into pieces. Therefore, most people's hair is oily. Some people have to shave their heads to feel more comfortable. However, when going out, you have to cover your head well, otherwise the temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero can freeze your brain. At this moment, Jiang didn't see many greasy-haired people. At this time, Xiao Huijun and Liang Zhan were preparing to distribute supplies. The former was responsible for arranging everyone to line up according to the floors, while the latter was busy sorting the supplies. Everyone had been looking forward to the supplies for a long time, and even if they still had a lot of food at home, they would not waste the relief food. Therefore, everyone was very honest, fearing to waste time. Soon the crowd formed a U-shape with supplies piled in the middle. Jiang was standing right behind the Li family. Seeing her, Li Yi greeted her warmly. "You're here. I just said I didn't see you." Jiang just arrived. The two of them could only be considered acquaintances, but not familiar with each other. Jiang's attitude was also rather cold. Li was disappointed for a moment and stopped trying to find a topic to talk about. She didn't know many people here and the internet was down, so she thought she could find a friend of similar age, but unfortunately the other person didn't think so. Ji Young pretended not to see the disappointment in her eyes. At this time, why bother making friends? Who knows, her friend might die one day, and she would be sad. And when her friends are in trouble, will she help them or not? If she helps too much, the other party will become dependent on her. If she stops helping, it is easy to imagine what will happen next. However, it was also at this time that Ji Young found out that there were two families living upstairs from her. One on the 17th floor was occupied by a single man in his 50s or 60s. The other on the 16th floor was a middle-aged couple in their 40s with sad looks on their faces. The speed of receiving supplies was quite fast because the amount of supplies distributed this time was not small. Of course, this is half a month. Therefore, some people still raised objections, thinking that this was not enough, but they just complained a little and did not continue to find fault. After all, they didn't want money, and they each still had some inventory. The main thing lacking is coal and other heating supplies. After about half an hour, it was Ji Yang's turn. She gave her room number and quickly got her supplies, including a bag of coal, 5 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of potatoes, 10 kilograms of vegetables, a bag of 5 packets of instant noodles, half a kilogram of meat, a bag of salt, a set of down jackets for each person. All sorts of things, but enough to keep everyone from starving to death for half a month to a month. In addition, there is also a survival guide for snowstorms and extreme cold. A thin piece of paper was filled with words, telling everyone how to save themselves if they got frostbitten, how to look at the weather to see if there was a snowstorm or hail, how to burn charcoal scientifically, how to find what they wanted when they went out to look for supplies, and how to better protect themselves. A quick glance reveals a lot of useful information, and just looking at it gives one the impression of a teacher teaching with earnest patience. Ji Young smiled. She had also received this in her previous life and had written it down carefully, which saved her many times when she was searching for supplies later. However, not everyone appreciated it. Some people who received it asked angrily, "Is this snowstorm going to end? Oh my God, I don't believe the situation can stay this bad. What? The words are too small. I can't see clearly. Forget it." He said something about it and threw it away. Everyone had received supplies, and there was still enough food and drink at this time, so no one had any bad ideas. Ji Young simply took out a sack, put the supplies in it, then carried one in each hand and went upstairs easily. She walked past those people who had families and supplies several times more than her and hurried home. Someone behind him was surprised and asked, "Was that a little girl just now? How could she be so strong?" Children nowadays are amazing. They eat much better than we did back then, so it's normal for them to be strong. Not necessarily. Look at my daughter. The girl who was being talked about smiled helplessly, took a deep breath, and wanted to climb up quickly to shock her mother. However, she ran out of strength halfway up. With her rapid breathing, the biting cold wind was sucked in, and her respiratory tract was so painful that it made her shiver. She decisively sat down and took a rest. No, that young lady is really amazing. Asterisk. After the relief food was distributed, the building seemed to become much more lively. This is reflected in the fact that the number of times people go to the rooftop to get snow has increased. There must be enough fuel and coal for heating, and they want to boil more water. It is also good for soaking your feet and warming your body. Anyway, there's no need to waste the heat. It can also add some humidity to your home. However, this amount of fuel is not enough to last for too long, and many people do not rely entirely on official relief food. When the snow is less, they will form teams to go out and chop firewood. Fortunately, they have done a good job of greening here. Although the snow has buried many trees, they can dig down to the exposed spots. Each time they cut, they hit the target accurately. There is usually a cluster of trees around one tree. After we take these trees back, each tree can be used for 1 or 2 days. In this way, together with the supplies issued by the government, they could live a comfortable life. However, soon, when it was almost time to distribute relief food again, Ji Young clearly felt that the sky above his head was a little darker than the previous few days. It had been snowing before, and although there was no sun, it felt a bit cloudy, but now the sky was covered with dark clouds. Dangerous. The sky began to change when it was relatively warm at noon. Ji Young happened to be eating on the balcony. He noticed it at the first moment and immediately looked up. However, within a few minutes, people who went out did not even have time to find shelter. Pa! Lumps of ice fell down one after another. Along with the snowflakes, fist-sized hailstones made holes in the snow. Ice hail. It's hailing. Dad, come back soon. A few people who had just arrived at the gate of the community after going out to chop firewood noticed something was wrong at the first moment. They didn't care about the firewood on their backs and rushed to the nearest building for all their might. Some people ran fast and luckily found shelter just before the hail fell. But some people were very unlucky. They were just one step away from getting hit by hailstones on their bodies and heads. The force of the hailstones directly knocked them to the ground, and they were unable to move. Then, dense hailstones fell and blood gradually spread. Chapter 16. When the heaviest hail fell, 3 of the 11 people who had returned from chopping wood had died and 1 was injured, but they had all managed to survive. This time is probably only half an hour. 3 lives disappeared right before everyone's eyes. Not to mention those invisible places. Wow, wow, wow. Husband. The wailing sound resounded throughout the entire community, from every building. Ji-young felt suffocated listening to it, so she closed the doors and windows, lay back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and used her consciousness to water and fertilize the 30 square meters of cabbage she had planted. She made the fertilizer using kitchen waste following a video tutorial. The smell is hard to describe. Fortunately, she can use her consciousness so she can't smell it. Not to mention, even with her half-hearted operation according to the book, the cabbage has grown very well. As for the medicinal herbs, they have just begun to emerge and look good. When the hail outside stopped for a while, some people thought about taking this opportunity to run back. Otherwise, they would freeze to death on the mezzanine floor. 50 or 60 degrees below zero is no joke. Some of the remaining people agreed and some disagreed. After discussion, the 3 who wanted to leave took a deep breath and rushed towards their own building. Unfortunately, the distance between the buildings is large, and there are many holes in the snow, making it difficult to walk. If you walk fast, you will stumble and fall easily. But as time goes by, half the journey is completed. When the remaining people who had not dared to leave began to feel some regret, one of them suddenly cried out, "Oh no, there is hail again." The others quickly used their hands as megaphones and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Run faster! Run faster! The hail is coming again, run!" The people who were walking halfway also noticed it at the first time. Their faces changed drastically and they kicked their legs as fast as they could, wishing they could go back. The next second, I felt a pain in my back. The man groaned, got up, and continued forward. There were 2 others who were lucky enough to avoid the early hail and overtook him. Seeing that they were only 20 meters away from their own building, and with their family members watching them, they suddenly gained unlimited strength and continued to move forward. Ah! A scream rang out unexpectedly. One of them turned his head and saw that the person who was just walking side by side with him had a hole in his head. He fell down and was still twitching. At that moment, the hairs all over his body stood up. Soon he stepped into a hole and fell to the ground. He was hit on the back several times and his face turned purple in pain. However, he still managed to get up with difficulty. The last 10 meters. The family members who were waiting on the first floor finally couldn't help but run out and said, "Come back soon." Finally, the family hugged each other and hid in the safe house. They looked at each other and smiled as if they had survived a disaster. And next to him, there was a burst of crying. "Hey, don't be impulsive," someone shouted, and a woman with tears on her face ran out frantically, stumbling all the way to the man who was lying more than 30 meters away. "Husband! Whoa, I was wrong. I shouldn't have let you go to chop wood, old." Soon, hailstones fell on her head. The sound stopped abruptly. The Pingan family could no longer smile. Looking at the tragic scene outside, they felt horrified. It was not until late at night that the hail completely stopped and no longer fell. But in the end, only 4 people were able to return to the community smoothly, because among the remaining 5 people who hid in the mezzanine floor of the opposite building, 2 people still froze to death silently, even with some charcoal sent by kind neighbors. By the time their family came looking for them in the middle of the night, they were already dead. The remaining 3 people were only breathing their last breath, their faces were pale, and they looked like they would die at any time. As for the other people who went out during the day, only a small number of them came back one after another. Needless to say, the rest is gone. For a while, there was constant crying in the building. In one family, only a pregnant woman was left. Her husband and the younger brother who came to pay New Year's greetings were gone. Due to these circumstances, no one in the community dared to go out for the next few days. They would rather hide in their beds shivering, using the remaining coal to exchange for a faint warmth, than go out, hoping that officials would come to distribute relief food. But they didn't come yet. Jiang remembered that in his previous life, the authorities had divided several groups of people into groups to collect supplies, build bases, distribute supplies, carry out emergency rescue, dig coal and burn charcoal, and bring back compatriots who were stranded abroad. There were simply not enough people, and they encountered frequent bad weather, which led to various progress being interrupted and destroyed, and even the selective abandonment of some tasks. The government suffered the most losses in the natural disaster, because 80 to 90% of the people still outside were from the government. Many task forces lost contact, and when the extreme cold passed, there was no news of them either. Under such circumstances, it is normal that relief food cannot be distributed in time. But for other property owners in the community, it was not normal. The failure of the authorities to show up in time increased their panic, and there were many more quarrels in the building. Only Ji Young avoided this group of people and went out twice. The main point is that she dares to go out when others don't dare to. With space, she could hide for a while even in extreme situations. As a result, her space increased by another 350 square meters after these two efforts. So far, her space has reached 1,200 square meters. The 200 square meter breeding area is completely sufficient for the moment, so Ji Young allocated the extra space to the Chinese medicinal materials area. There is no such thing as too much of these things. But up to now, she has already visited most of the jade shops she had noted down. For the rest, she will have to go to other jewelry stores to look among the pile of gold and silver. It's a bit troublesome, and relatively speaking, the average quality of jade in these stores is definitely worse. Ji Young gave up decisively and didn't go out. At the same time, the cabbage she planted was ready to be harvested. It has only been 2 months since it was planted, but it is growing well. We have harvested all the 30 square meters of land and obtained more than 600 kilograms of cabbage. It is a huge harvest. However, after this harvest, she did not plant cabbage on the next 30 square meters of land. Instead, she chose fruit trees, including cherry trees, durian trees, orange trees, persimmon trees. She planted one of each. The land was fully planted. Time flies by while she is busy. Finally, after about 20 days, even though going out was dangerous, but staying out would mean death, some people still mustered up the courage to go out. At this time, the outdoor temperature has dropped by 5 degrees again without anyone noticing. The lowest temperature at night has reached minus 65 degrees Celsius. It will be slightly better during the day and will rise to around 6 or 7 degrees. This time, we basically went out in a group and brought enough equipment to ensure that even if we encountered a disaster and were trapped outside, we would not freeze to death. Before going out, the 2 building managers knocked on every door and asked if they wanted to go out together. Maybe the stock was really running out, and many people were willing to sell it, including the one at 1501, but Ji Young still refused. Although this was quite sociable, it was too useless for her. With her current weapons and equipment, she could escape unscathed as long as she wasn't surrounded by a large gang. So it wouldn't be a big deal if her neighbors knew she had some supplies. Although it snowed heavily this time, everyone in the building returned safely, bringing back a small amount of supplies and a lot of firewood, which finally brought some laughter to the building. Ji Young also had good news. All the chickens, ducks, geese, quails, and fowl she raised in the life space, except for the chickens, had started laying eggs. From this, it can be inferred that the speed of time inside is actually only 1/5 to 1/4 faster than outside. Because normally, free-range chickens start laying eggs at 6 months old. It's less than 4 months old and not yet old enough to lay eggs. I estimate that it should be ready in another month. The originally planned 100 square meters of pasture grass has already grown, and Ji Young found time to expand the entire breeding area. Currently, the breeding area is a total of 200 square meters, in which male and female pigs, cattle, and sheep are raised separately. Getting pregnant too early is bad for the body, and she is not a veterinarian. If there is a difficult delivery, there is nothing she can do. Therefore, we can only intervene artificially to strive for late and good quality births. But you don't have to think so much about poultry. Ji Young was happy to pick up eggs every day, but she didn't like to eat them. So she put some of them in a static space, left some for them to hatch on their own, and pickled some of them. She pickled the salted duck eggs meticulously, strictly following the tutorial. If the weather was too cold, she would put them in a spacious room, where time is flowing, which was just the right time for pickling these things. There were a total of 40 eggs in the first batch of pickled eggs, which was not a large number, and each egg was of a different size. However, Ji Young believed that since they were all eggs, there was nothing wrong with pickling them together, so he put them all together. Just as I finished pickling this batch of eggs, another batch came out. These are the freshest eggs, which were laid just a while ago. Ji Young had nothing to do, so he chose to make various fried eggs or bombs. It will definitely taste good if you put it in your spicy hot pot, or snail noodles. Ji Young immediately set up the stove and started frying eggs. She is not very good at cooking, but she can still make something like this that does not require too many steps. She starts by making fried eggs with quail and roe deer. It only takes a small egg to make a fried egg, but she needs many of them. She doesn't throw away the eggshells, but puts them in a garbage bag. When there are a certain number, she roasts them in the fireplace, breaks them up and feeds them to poultry and pigs to supplement calcium. The main focus is recycling and no waste. Jiang, who had experienced hard times, was thinking very carefully. After stirring the eggs, she turned on the fire to heat the oil. She didn't use a large iron pot, but a small electric cooker for fear that the egg liquid would splash onto herself. When she saw that the temperature was about right, she immediately poured the egg liquid in little by little. The tender yellow egg liquid was immediately spread into a pancake on the oil and stopped when it filled the entire small rice cooker. Soon the aroma filled the air, and she calculated the time and carefully used chopsticks and a spatula to help flip the egg over. In just a few minutes, a fried egg is ready. Back then, she didn't dare to eat these calorie bombs just to maintain her slim figure. Looking back now, I just feel extremely regretful for missing out on so many delicious foods. Suddenly, Cece, who had been squatting beside her watching her busy, moved her ears and then immediately rushed to the door, alert as if she was ready to fight at any time. Jiang was not surprised by this. At the beginning, it was fine. Every family had surplus food and had food and drink. But as time went by, many things could not be replenished after being consumed, such as all kinds of delicious seasonings for cooking. Even if there was no shortage of food, the taste was bland. She eats delicious food every day. Even if the house is sealed as much as possible, it cannot be completely sealed. So if a scent drifts out, it won't spread far under normal circumstances. Even the house next door may not be able to smell it. But those people downstairs who have been living alone for a long time have noses as good as dogs and can smell the slightest hint. Therefore, people often passed by her house during this period. But Jiang was not afraid. This situation would happen sooner or later. After all, everyone else only ate half full or went hungry, but she could eat every meal and had a rosy complexion. As long as people saw her, they would basically know that her family was not short of supplies. This was bound to happen sooner or later. If she really reaches the point of being penniless, even if her house has no food, she will still be targeted unless she opens the door wide and lets them come in to raid the place. In my previous life, because I was alone, I was watched as soon as I arrived at the base. I had to do everything in secret, for fear that someone would smell something, so I couldn't eat or sleep well. Since she has the ability in this life, she will definitely not let herself be wronged. Jiang continued to do his own thing without being disturbed, but Cece was not the same. When it noticed something, it would go to guard the door, fearing that someone would break in. The silly dog didn't know that the door was very strong. Perhaps because they still had some fear of the law, even though they had many ideas in their minds, they did not really implement them. They just came to take a look. But don't people usually come at mealtime? Jiang was wondering, could it be that he was attracted by the smell of her fried eggs? But she didn't add any seasoning. Who has such a keen nose? At this time, there was a knock on the door. Cece was immediately furious and roared fiercely, "Woof, woof, woof." Chapter 17. The warning growl of the half-grown puppy already had a lot of momentum from its mother, except that the sound was a little childish and lacked some deterrent power. Jiang went over immediately. Cece then calmed down a little. At this time, the person outside knocked on the door again. Jiang frowned. "What's the matter?" Zhang Jing outside the door immediately shouted, "Hello, I'm your neighbor on the 11th floor. My child's milk powder is all gone. I want to ask if you have any milk powder at home, just children's milk powder. My child is only 5 months old and I have no milk. My husband went out to look for him but couldn't find him and his legs were frostbitten. Please help me." Jiang didn't answer immediately. Zhang Jing seemed to have seen a savior and said excitedly, "I gave you the money. There are only a few thousand yuan in cash left at home. I'll take it all and give it to you. I can also write an IOU. Please." She walked almost all over the building, and only this one did not directly refuse, so there is hope. It has been almost 4 months since the heavy snow. When Zhang Jing and her husband realized that something was wrong, they had already tried every possible way to stock up, but it's still not enough. There is a reason why people say that children are money-eating beasts. Her child can finish a can of milk powder in less than 7 days, which means he needs 4 to 5 cans a month. They didn't stockpile enough. Later on, she had to mix rice porridge with the milk powder, but the milk powder was still running out. There was no other way, so her husband went out to look for it in the wind and snow, but no one wanted to team up with him because everyone else was collecting firewood, and the few people who were collecting supplies would not go to places with maternity and baby stores. He went out alone, and Jiang Jing was worried every day at home. Finally, her husband came back yesterday with a broken leg. The reason was that he had finally found milk powder, but it was snatched away by someone. In order to snatch the milk powder, the other party beat him up. During the fight, a cabinet fell and hit his leg. There was still food for the adults at home, but there was no food for the children. Now there were 3 people in the family, a child, and an injured person. Jiang Jing herself was not a strong person, and she dared not go out. She could only try to ask people upstairs and downstairs. If that doesn't work, then my daughter will have to eat rice porridge. Ji Yang's eyes moved slightly. I don't want money. Do you have jade? Ah. Jiang Jing paused, dumbfounded. Is gold okay? She didn't like to wear jade, but instead bought a lot of gold. Ji Yang refused. No. Jiang Jing thought quickly about where she could find jade at home, and suddenly she remembered that her mother-in-law had a jade bracelet, which was given to her by her sister on her 60th birthday. The bracelet was in excellent condition. She was a little reluctant for a moment, but thinking of the child, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll change it. My mother-in-law has a jade bracelet. It's in great condition. Fortunately, my mother-in-law was not here, so she took it secretly. I can buy her a new one after the natural disaster. Ji Yang didn't open the door either. Go get it first. You can only come here alone, and I only have 3 cans of milk powder here. Okay. Jiang Jing was delighted. She had thought it was just 1 can, and was wondering if it would last half a month if she saved some. Now, 3 cans of milk powder mixed with rice porridge would at least last her a month. After a month, the snowstorm should be over, right? If unfortunately, it continues, the child should get used to eating porridge. She glanced out the corridor window, where snowflakes were still falling. The cold wind kept pouring in from various gaps, making her shiver. Her down jacket was no longer enough at this time. She could only layer herself up like a bear, and wrap herself up like a bear to barely go out. Jiang Jing wiped her eyes and hurried downstairs. About 10 minutes later, there was another knock on the door. After confirming that it was the same person from before, Ji Yang opened the door. Jiang Jing originally thought that there was a child in this family, but the child was not around. Unexpectedly, what she saw was a little girl who looked very young and even a little immature. Although this girl is pretty, her face reveals a somewhat cold and unapproachable look that makes people afraid to approach her easily. Her long hair is casually scattered, her clothes are rather thin, and her cheeks are flushed. What was even worse was that the moment she opened the door, the hot air that hit her face made her want to rush in. Isn't this too comfortable? Jiang Jing was envious, but she kept expressing her gratitude. Thank you very much. This is a jade bracelet. Can you take a look? She offered it with both hands. Ji Yang only took a glance and knew it was a good jade bracelet. At least compared to the jade bracelets she had found in jewelry stores, it was a top-quality product. She took it readily. Okay. Pass the bag over with your other hand. Jiang Jing was delighted, took it and saw that there were 2 packs of sanitary napkins inside. Now I am really happy. It has been more than 3 months since the snowstorm, and her sanitary napkins have long been used up. If she didn't like to stock up on toilet paper, it would really be horrible. Suddenly, the heartache from losing money on trades was much less. Ji Yang said without any shame, this is a gift. According to the current situation, she is the one who got the advantage, but according to the future situation, it is Jiang Jing who got the advantage. Now she can use the jade bracelet to exchange for some life-saving supplies, but it will not be possible in the future. So she gave a little extra, but that was it. Anyway, the transaction is confirmed by both parties. After she finished speaking, she didn't even look at Jiang Jing's reaction and slammed the door shut. Jiang Jing held back the thanks that was about to come out of her mouth, gave a bitter smile, and hurried home. Seeing her child crying with hunger, she frantically prepared milk powder. In the house, Ji Yang had already closed the door and quickly threw the bracelet into the space. As expected, there was no response. It seems that there is still a long way to go before the next upgrade. Ji Yang sighed and sat back to make fried eggs. He used up all the eggs he had collected in the past few days before putting the small rice cooker away and happily ate a bowl of fatty rice noodles for lunch. She added freshly fried eggs to the rice noodles, soaked them in the soup, and then took a bite of the fried egg. The taste of the rice noodle soup rolled directly between the lips and teeth. It's delicious indeed. It's easy to get tired of it. Ji Yang quickly took out some fruit and put it aside. Feeling a little sick, he took a bite of the fruit. After lunch, she rested for a while, and after digesting a little, she started today's exercise. She has been in good shape recently. After her unremitting efforts, her soft limbs have become strong and powerful, and her waist and abdomen have beautiful vest lines. Ji-young spent the whole afternoon exercising hard. She should not be lazy, as she exercised so hard every day, but there seemed to be no movement downstairs. It was around 4 in the afternoon when the last stretch was done, and I lay down to rest for a while. It was around 5 in the afternoon when it was time to prepare dinner. Ji-young waved her hand, and a half-sized electric cooker appeared on the dining table. She plugged it in, and a large bottle of mineral water instantly appeared in her palm. She poured the water into it, put half a block of hot pot base, and let the cooker cook by itself. She disappeared. When I came out of the hot shower, the water had boiled, the hot pot base had melted and was bubbling in the pot, and the whole house was filled with that spicy aroma. Ji-young took a deep breath and quickly took out various vegetables and meats with both hands. She had marinated a large bowl of tender beef, plus mutton rolls, beef rolls, pork belly rolls, bell rolls, shrimp rolls, baby cabbage, lettuce, spinach. Let's eat happily. Asterisk. At this time, 0702 downstairs was also having dinner, but the atmosphere was not so pleasant. The chubby little boy heard his mother calling him to eat and ran out happily. When he saw the food on the table, his face immediately fell and he said angrily, "Why is it steamed eggs again? I don't want to eat. I want to eat fried chicken, barbecue, and the turkey noodles at the school gate." The woman, who had lost a lot of weight, hurriedly coaxed him. "It's delicious. I added some chili powder. Don't you love hot pot the most? This tastes the same as hot pot." "Really?" The boy picked up the spoon doubtfully. "Really? Look, isn't it different from the usual egg custard?" The woman continued to coax him, her eyes fixed on her son's movements. "There is still some food stored at home, but there is really no delicious food left. It's not that we didn't stockpile any, but even if we did, our son would have eaten them all. The child has been spoiled by them and likes to eat the things that adults love, such as fried chicken, cola, hot pot, barbecue, turkey noodles, grilled sausages, and the like. Under normal circumstances, she would definitely eat whatever she wanted, but at this time, the temperature is comparable to that of the polar regions. There are heavy snowstorms from time to time, and strong winds can blow at any time. A few days ago, she and her husband tried to go out, but they couldn't bear it after walking a few hundred meters and ran back. The others who went out to look for supplies all looked pale and as if they were dying from the cold. Some even had their ears frozen off, which was very scary. Therefore, I have to let my son eat it. In fact, the ones who felt the most wronged were the adults. There were not many meat dishes left at home, and only the son could eat the eggs, while others could only taste them. The chili noodles she made today were from a small package of chili powder that she had ordered from takeout a while ago. She added them in to make them look presentable, hoping that her son would eat one more bite. But the next second, the boy tasted it and smashed the soup spoon into the bowl. With a crisp bang, the egg custard with chili pepper splashed, and the boy cried, "Liar, lie. It's not delicious at all." The woman's face turned dark, and a feeling of powerlessness and anger surged into her heart. She finally couldn't help herself and planned to beat the child. But the next second, the child's grandfather blocked her and coaxed her in a flattering manner. Okay, if you don't like it, don't eat it. Grandpa will make you something to eat." The little boy's eyes lit up and he threw himself into his grandfather's arms. "Grandpa, where is the delicious food?" The old man chuckled, pointed upstairs and whispered, "Come on, Grandpa will take you there." "Dad," the woman called out anxiously. Of course she guessed what was going on. They would pass by upstairs when they went to get snow before. Other families would occasionally smell the fragrance of food, but that was nothing. The most fragrant one is on the 15th floor. Even though they could only smell a tiny bit, they had been vegetarian for a month or two and were craving for these things very much, so that tiny bit was something they could not ignore. A long time ago, my father-in-law wanted to ask for some, but she was too embarrassed to do it, so she stopped him. I didn't expect that after so long, my father-in-law still cares about me. The old man was not happy when she called him that, and said in a deep voice, "Why are you yelling? If you have the ability to feed my grandson, would I go up to him and embarrass myself?" But the woman wanted to say something. Her husband grabbed her and said, "Forget it. Let them go. If they can get some food, it will be our son's advantage." The woman was a little relieved by what was said, and when she looked up again, she heard the door closing. The grandfather and grandson were so impatient to go out that they didn't even put on their scarves. The old man looked to be in his 50s or 60s and was dressed in bulky clothes, but he was not slow at all. He took his grandson to the 15th floor in 2 steps, quickly locked onto room 1502, and knocked on the door. 1-2. No one. The old man increased his strength and dissatisfaction. "Is there anyone there?" Still no one answered. "Wrong. Woof, woof, woof. A burst of dog barking suddenly sounded, scaring both the grandfather and grandson. The 10-year-old boy quickly hid behind his grandfather. The old man came back to his senses and patted him on the shoulder. It's okay. It's okay. It's just a half-sized dog. It's useless. As he spoke, he suddenly sniffed his nose. At this time, the boy also said excitedly, Grandpa, I smell it. It's the smell of hot pot. The old man swallowed his saliva. Even though they were separated by a heavy door, the slight smell still let them know exactly what food it was. Hot pot. Hot pot must have meat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so fragrant. This store really had a lot of stock. So he knocked on the door even harder. Hey, where's that person? Answer me. Ji Young in the room. She blew on the hot beef slices, dipped the meat in the dipping water, quickly coated it with dry ingredients, wrapped it with a piece of tender lettuce, and put it into her mouth. The first thing you eat is the cool and crisp taste of the lettuce, and the next second you can taste the spicy flavor. After 2 more bites, the tender meat is swallowed up bit by bit. After eating the meat, she took another sip of Fatty's happy water. As for the noise outside, she was in a good mood and didn't bother to pay attention. Ji Young waved to Cece. Cece, come here. The little guy tilted his head, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to listen to his owner and ran over. However, after only 2 steps, he stopped, then quickly rushed over and barked at the gate. Woof, woof, woof. Just after resting for a while, there was another knock on the door. Then a familiar female voice came out. Ji Young? Not at home. Ji Young was puzzled. It seemed to be Li Yi from next door. Why did she come to join in the fun? At this moment, the old man outside suddenly had an idea. Girl, there is only one little girl living in this house? Li suddenly felt a chill on his back and shook his head subconsciously. No, she has a brother, but her brother is quite fierce. I dare not call him. Asterisk. The old man was a little disappointed when he heard this, and even wanted to give up. Forget it. I guess they are busy. Li also nodded quickly, and began to feel a little annoyed that he seemed to be meddling in other people's business. Although she thought this was a sign of the end of the world, her thoughts were still in the past. So when she heard an old man knocking on the door, she came out to see what was going on and wanted to help. The dog at Ji Yang's house was barking so loudly, he must have heard it, but didn't want to pay any attention to it. Yes, she is a girl living alone, so this shouldn't happen. But the old man wanted to leave, but the child didn't want to. So he sat down on the ground and said, No, I want to eat hot pot. Woohoo, Grandpa, I haven't had hot pot for a long time. The old man was immediately distressed. Okay, knock on the door again and Grandpa will give it to you. He didn't care about anything else and knocked on the door again. Li Yi. Her scalp went numb. It turned out to be because of this. She is meddling in other people's business. At this moment, some noise other than the barking of dogs was finally heard from inside the gate. The old man and the little boy looked towards the door expectantly at the same time. As the door slowly opened, a young girl in her early 20s appeared in the sight of the 3 people. The old man said to himself, It's stable. The little boy's eyes lit up, and he called out sweetly, Sister, your hot pot smells so good. Especially as the door opened, the heat was accompanied by fragrance. Li Yi's family had no shortage of food. At that time, she ordered to buy whatever they saw. Later, when the army helped transport supplies, she also bought them frantically. She was not afraid that the food would go bad in winter. Her grandparents didn't like to eat it, and her parents didn't eat it much. She was the only one eating, so she didn't be too harsh on herself. But at this moment, the fragrance still made her confused. However, when he saw that Ji Yang's already cold and pretty face was now covered with a thin layer of frost, he quickly came back to his senses. The beauties are pretty and the hot pot is delicious, but I always feel scared. She took a step back, but the grandfather and grandson didn't notice it. After confirming that it was a young girl, they thought it would be easy to control and wanted to get close to her face. Oh, it smells good? Want to eat it? Ji Young raised his eyebrows. Yes. The little boy nodded vigorously. Thank you, sister. Ji Young, you're welcome. Just think about it. After she finished speaking, the enthusiastic smiles that the grandfather and grandson had just raised froze. What? What did this girl say? After a few seconds, the old man reacted and scolded her with a stern face. Why do you talk like that, girl? Is that what your parents taught you? Ji Young sneered and said coldly, Who do you think you are? Do you want to educate me on their behalf? Get out of here. You! The old man's face flushed red, and his hand was shaking as he pointed at Ji Yang's nose. He said angrily, You have no manners, you. But the next moment, A stick appeared in Ji Yang's left hand and hit his hand hard. Click. The old man came out in a hurry and didn't wear gloves. His hands were already painful from the cold in the winter, and he was hit so hard that his face turned pale in pain, as if his hand had been knocked off. Ah! He covered his hand and screamed. Bad sister, you hit me. The boy was also scared and hid behind his grandfather and yelled at the top of his voice. Ji Yang smiled slightly. His cold face did not soften at all, and even looked a little more stern. His right hand appeared from behind his back, holding a tang sword in the biting cold wind, with the tip of the sword pointing directly at the grandfather and grandson. His voice was as cold as the cold wind outside. Not only can I beat people, I can also chop people. Do you want to try? Wow! A burst of crying sound appeared in the corridor. The little boy opened his mouth so wide and cried that his tongue was visible in his throat. Cece, who had been standing fiercely at Ji Yang's feet, was frightened for a moment. She took a half step back, then took a step forward, baring her teeth, waiting for her master's order to pounce on him. The old man panicked, his face trembling, and he took 2 steps back to protect his grandson. Calm down. Murder is against the law. Ji Yang snorted, and his eyes swept meaningfully over the grandfather and grandson, and finally looked at the stunned Li Yi and said in a deep voice, Go out and find what you want to eat. Don't come to me. I have mania, and it is not illegal to kill people with mental illness. After saying that, she closed the door. With a bang, Li came back to his senses, his heart beating wildly. I have never seen anyone having surgery in my life. It was so real. She really felt that Ji Yang would chop her down. She even seemed to smell blood on the tip of her nose. As for the aroma of the hot pot just now, it was all gone. The old man also breathed a sigh of relief, as if he had come back to life. But when he realized what had just happened, he was immediately furious. This damn girl looks so young. Why is she so scary? Could she have been a gangster before? What kind of mania? He doesn't believe it. After the snowstorm is over, we must report it. The old man thought angrily, holding his grandson with one hand and touching his face with the other. After such a short while, he was almost frozen to death. It was a waste of time to come here, etc. He suddenly thought of something and looked at Li Yi, who was about to leave. What's the girl's name? Thank you for your help just now. Li froze and said dryly, It's okay. It's okay. That. My name is Li Yi, a 30-pound E. Oh, what a nice name. It seems to be homophonic with an emperor, right? The old man said enthusiastically, No wonder it's so iconic. By the way, my grandson has been unable to eat recently. He dreams of eating something tasty. Little girl. Li Yi. After a round of praise, she was so stunned that her toes touched the ground and her thinking slowed down. When she came to her senses, she had already painfully given away a row of Waha milk and a whole bag of hot pot base in exchange for a few enthusiastic compliments. She looked at her grandparents awkwardly. The 4 elders looked at her and finally sighed. Grandma Li, forget it. It's good for the child to learn a lesson. It's okay. It's okay. We have plenty at home. Mother Li comforted. Father Li silently took out new hot pot ingredients. Why don't we have hot pot tonight? We also have some frozen vegetables. Let's each try some. Okay. Grandpa Li said with a smile, Good boy, come and eat hot pot. Ji Yang defeated the enemy with one move, and everything was quiet afterwards. The grandfather and grandson never dared to knock on her door again. Ji Yang thought that the matter was over. However, when she came down from the rooftop to collect snow one day, she heard the grandfather and grandson say one to the other, Young girl, you are such a good person. Whoever marries you will have great fortune in the future. And beautiful sister, you are so nice. This is for you. I like it very much. Then they coaxed the Li family members so much that they couldn't make a sound to chase them away. They kept talking like this, and by the time they came to their senses, the grandfather and grandson had already taken away a lot of good things. It was a rare occasion for Ji Yang to encounter something interesting, so he did not show up to spoil the atmosphere. Instead, he waited in the corridor while the grandfather and grandson went downstairs happily. The Li family was a little unhappy. The 5 people looked at each other, and finally Li said helplessly, We are a family, and we will never refuse anyone. What they said sounded so nice. How could I refute it? Hey, that kid is really sweet-mouthed, but his hands are really wicked. He took away half of the meatballs that I worked so hard to get. Are we not going to open the store tomorrow? Good. Ji Yang. She felt that it was impossible for this family to really not open the door. That grandfather and grandson were really annoying. She opened the door because she got so angry. If the Li family was a little thin-skinned, and the other party kept pestering her, they would probably have to open the door in 3 minutes at most. Thinking of this, Ji-young didn't dare to listen anymore, as it was not good for her breasts. The medical conditions in a natural disaster apocalypse would not be good, but if it were a zombie apocalypse, there might be superpowers, and the healing power could be used to treat diseases directly. It's hard to say which one is worse. Anyway, Ji-young felt that he was even more miserable in the apocalypse of natural disasters. After opening the door and going home, they played in the snow for a long time, and their fur was all wet. They ran to the fireplace to warm themselves, and Ji-young also sat over and slowly took off his clothes. Thank goodness she thought of the fireplace. It's such a lifesaver. 2 fireplaces and 2 radiators. The air conditioner is no longer usable in a temperature of minus 60 degrees Celsius. However, even with these, the room temperature in her house is still steadily above 10 degrees Celsius, even when the temperature outside is minus 60 degrees Celsius. 10 degrees may seem quite cold, but after enduring extreme cold for so long, the human body has already developed a certain resistance to the cold. The temperature difference between indoors and outdoors is also very large, so 10 degrees is already very warm. According to her current physical condition, she can basically wear single clothes. After all, Ji-young took Cece out to adapt to the weather, and he was also adapting at the same time. He was too cold to bear it for more than an hour before and needed to replenish some calories. Now he can relax for 2 or 3 hours. In such a happy and busy life, before we knew it, the snowstorm had been going on for almost 5 months, and the hens began to lay eggs one after another. The most we laid at one time was 6 in one day. During this period, there were 2 more snowstorms and a tornado, but because the snow was too thick, the tornado failed to pick up much. However, a group of people were swept away by the tornado because they did not leave home in time. When Ji-young was observing the tornado, he saw some people being swept away through the telescope. Since then, people in the community have become less willing to go out, except for those who have no food or firewood at home. Mainly during this period, official people showed up once. When everyone thought they could relax for a while, they found that the official no longer showed up with an entire convoy like last time. There were only 2 trucks, and the supplies were divided equally among the 12 buildings, so that each person in the building could only get 2 to 3 days of food. If you eat sparingly, it's barely enough for a week. Therefore, the supplies were distributed much faster this time. When Ji-young went down to get the supplies, many eyes were focused on her. Of course, she didn't do anything in public. This amount of stuff is not enough to last long, so we still have to go out in a team, and more people get together, from a dozen people at the beginning to a large group later. Ji-young could roughly understand the situation outside through the way they formed a team. For 5 months, there has been no legal constraints, no surveillance, no internet, and a lack of police and other law enforcement personnel. The world has begun to fall into chaos. Once you are alone, you may lose both your money and your life, so forming a team is the general trend. In his previous life, Ji-young always went out in a team, but even so, because there were many girls in their team, they often encountered robberies. But it's still pretty fun to rob other thieves. You don't need to collect supplies yourself. You can become rich instantly by killing a wave of enemies. Back in this life, under such circumstances, the entire Jiafu community seemed very quiet. It lets people know that the people here must have stockpiled a lot of food. For example, at this moment, Ji-young had just finished lunch on the balcony and was about to clean up the mess when he saw a large group of people coming towards the community and quickly entering a building. In his previous life, Ji-young later went to the base and learned a lot of things. Densely populated areas were the first to become chaotic. Not everyone was as lucky as the Jiafu community. There happened to be a large supermarket not far away, and military supplies happened to be delivered here for easy purchase. It just so happens that the population here is not that large, so you can grab a lot if you try hard. But the situation in the city center is completely different. A community can have as few as a few thousand people or as many as tens of thousands. Large supermarkets are located according to business districts, so it is impossible to snatch them all. Being able to endure 2 or 3 months is already the limit for most people. Even if the authorities show up next, they will no longer be able to control the situation. Once the area is beyond their jurisdiction, chaos is certain. Ji-young put down her hands that were used to clean the dishes and stared at the situation outside. In fact, from her angle, she could not see what was happening on the other side of the building. But the neighborhood was quiet, and soon she heard panic screams and calls for help through the open balcony window. It was confirmed that they were a group of thugs who came to rob. Ji-young's expression turned cold. She had seen too many scenes like this in her previous life, but she was powerless at the time and just pretended not to see them. Later, she gradually became numb to them. A society ruled by law has turned into the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. If you can't rob others, you will be robbed. But Ji Young had never done this before. She had her bottom line and was lucky, so she had never reached the end of her rope. But now seeing this scene again, she suddenly felt like she had completely returned to the end of the world. The previous piece always made her feel a little dazed and unreal. Maybe he was used to living on the edge of a knife in his previous life, so the rare harmony he experienced was not right. Ji Young took a deep breath and sat on the balcony for a while. Feeling that it was almost time, she stood up and put on the clothes scattered on the sofa one by one. She quickly put on her hat and waved to Cece, "Let's go out and play." "Woof woof." Cece responded positively as soon as she heard the word play. Ji Young smiled, but her smile was hidden by the scarf, and only a pair of beautiful curved eyes could be seen. She opened the door and went out, but did not go downstairs. Instead, she went up all the way to the rooftop. She was in Unit 1 of Building 9, but she was at 1502, and her view was mostly blocked by the 5 buildings in front of her. If she wanted to see the situation on the other side of Building 1 clearly, she could only go to the very edge of the rooftop. The wind was cold and the snowflakes were hitting her face the moment she appeared. Ji Young, however, felt her body burning with heat, and her heartbeat, which was much stronger than usual, made her completely excited. Let Cece play by herself. She sat directly on the snow pile, turned her palm over, and an extremely exquisitely made pistol appeared in her hand. She slowly put on the silencer. 5 minutes later, a group of people came out triumphantly, carrying several large bags of supplies. I didn't know what they were, but it was certain that they had robbed other people's life-saving food. Not only did they not leave, they also headed towards Building 2. Ji Young didn't expect them to be so greedy, so she changed positions as well. The first few people had already walked to the obstructed area, but fortunately, a group of people carrying supplies followed behind 2 people who seemed to be the boss, and they were just exposed to her field of vision. It's now. Ji Yang's heart was beating faster and faster, but his mind was very calm at this moment. He aimed at the target, loaded the gun, and fired, all in a row. Ji Young spent a lot of money to buy the silencer, and it works very well. At the moment the gun was fired, there was only a dull bang 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 sound in the ear. The noise, in front of the large amount of sound-absorbing snow, did not attract anyone's attention at all. Only the target who was shot would hear the subtle sound of the bullet entering his brain, and he would fall down the next second. "You guys are not fucking full." A man walking in front noticed the movement behind him. When he turned around, he saw people falling down one after another and subconsciously cursed. When the words came to his lips, he caught a glimpse of the deep red slowly appearing on the snow white, and his voice froze. Just as he was about to panic, he felt a pain in his head. The few thugs who were walking in the front and leading the way noticed something was wrong, and when they looked closely, they saw that they had all fallen down. The gangsters were stunned and ran over subconsciously. "Big brother. Brother Chin, how come you?" Soon, accompanied by pain in their heads, these people followed in the footsteps of their boss. Ji Young breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared at the corner of her eyes. Very good. After more than half a year of rest, her accuracy was still pretty good. She also played with guns in her previous life. However, the guns she had at that time were all stolen from other people, and she had very few bullets, so she had to use each one sparingly. As a result, guns were completely useless to her at first. It was not until she got a crossbow and began to practice her aim that she gradually got better and better with more bullets. Ji Young glanced at the smoking muzzle, blew on it carefully, put it into the space, stroked the dog's head happily, and said personally, "Today's training is completed. Let's go. Let's go back." Cece immediately wagged her tail happily. Ji Young took it away. Before leaving, he glanced at the dozen or so corpses between buildings 1 and 2. The number was not right. There were several less than when they came, but it didn't matter. It's a good opportunity to spread the word about this matter so that she won't come to Jiafu community and disturb her peace in the future. Asterisk. The first floor of the 5th building. The 4 of them hugged each other tightly and hid behind a pillar. A few of them were lazy and walked a little slowly. When a large group of people in front of them walked to the shooting area, they had just shown their heads and then saw their brothers being shot in the head and falling down one by one. At first, they thought something had happened and subconsciously wanted to rush out. As a result, when they realized that they were shot in the head, they were dumbfounded and just stood there, not daring to move. Until the few people who led the charge came back and were also shot, the 4 of them did not dare to say a word and hid in the open space next to them, and then they dived into the snow and shivered. Terrible. There is a gun. In Xia country, There are guns in such a strictly controlled place. They were almost completely wiped out. They were screwed. The four men shivered and resisted for more than 20 minutes. They couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but show their heads. They couldn't stay here forever, right? Otherwise, just freezing to death is the same as death. They decided to give it a try. After mustering up their strength and stretching their frozen limbs, the four of them looked at each other and all ran forward suddenly. They didn't dare to stop even though their lungs were stung by the icy air and felt a burning pain. They kept running and running until they ran far outside the community. Then they knelt on the ground, gasping for breath like dead dogs. "It's so scary," someone stammered. The remaining three were speechless and could only nod frantically in agreement. Since they followed the big brother 3 months ago, they started to bully others in their own neighborhood, and in the past 2 months they have spread to other neighborhoods to collect protection fees. They don't ask much from each family, just 5 kilograms of food a month. Not giving? They relied on their numbers to beat people up and then rob them. They didn't just rob everything, but would just grab 10 kilograms. Others would still say that they were morally upright. I haven't encountered any tough guys so far. The toughest one only lost 2 brothers, but they also raided that family's house and threw their wives, children, and parents out to freeze to death. They were used to having smooth sailing, so when they suddenly encountered an unexpected situation, they were all dumbfounded. It was estimated that the second batch of people who were sent to die did not expect that it was a gun. All we can say is that they are lucky to have survived. What to do next? This time when we go back, Brother Chin and the others are all dead, and there are only 4 of us. It will be very miserable. A man sat in the snow pile with a sad face. The other one shook his head. No, with a gun. Even our gang leader wouldn't dare to confront him head-on. Can they believe it? If you don't believe it, let them come and see for themselves. Besides, the gang leader has a gun in his hand, and he might be able to bring people here to get back the place. This matter can't be blamed on us. That's right. I feel much more at ease now. Fortunately, we got away quickly. The 4 of them talked to each other and suddenly felt much more at ease. After resting for a while, they felt it was getting colder and colder. They didn't dare to delay and got up and walked back. As for the food that they had robbed from the previous building, they didn't dare to think about it at all. They were just looking forward to it. If the gang leader really wanted to fight hard, he must not let them take the lead. Sure enough, when they returned to the gang, they saw that nearly 20 people had gone out. It should have been no problem for them to deal with a group of cowardly ordinary people, but in the end, only 4 people came back. The gang was immediately in an uproar. The 4 were directly received by the gang leader. The moment they saw the gang leader, the 4 of them immediately knelt on the ground with weak legs and began to defend themselves at the top of their voices. "It's none of our business. Gang leader, the other party has a gun, and we don't know where it's hiding." When they passed by, that person just opened fire, and it seemed that there was more than one person, and Brother Chun and the others were all shot in the head at once. We were able to escape because we were walking behind. The gang leader was a fierce man with a face full of flesh. In the extremely cold temperature, he turned on the radiator in his room. The temperature was not low, and he did not seem to be afraid of the cold. He was only wearing a piece of clothing, and a black dragon tattoo on his chest was facing the 4 people. Song Wei, the most timid one, was trembling with fear. The gang leader is called Shin Baoi, which sounds like a good name, but he is actually a wanted criminal. 10 years ago, he killed his wife because he suspected that his wife was cheating on him. Later, he found out that his son was indeed his biological son. But when the truth was revealed, he simply killed 2 policemen who came to question him and ran away. He ran away for 10 years, hiding his identity during these 10 years. He thought he would eventually be caught, but God brought a natural disaster and the society was in chaos. He hid at a construction site and did hard labor. When he found something was wrong, he immediately robbed his co-workers' food and ran away. He went to the nearest residential area, gathered a group of people to follow him, killed more than a dozen people along the way, established the Black Dragon Gang, collected protection fees in the residential area, and his life became very comfortable all of a sudden. Therefore, Song Wei was very afraid that the gang leader would be unhappy and kill him. But he heard that the gang leader actually had a gun, but it was stolen from a policeman a long time ago. After he founded the Black Dragon Gang, he only used it once, which was to kill a woman who tried to assassinate him. Thinking of this, Song Wei's teeth were chattering. In front of him, when Shan Baoi heard the word gun, his face changed slightly and he subconsciously touched his trouser pocket. This thing used to be a time bomb, but after the natural disaster, it became a treasure. He carried it with him and dared not put it down wherever he went. I thought that at least in the short term, he was probably the only one with a gun around, but I didn't expect there to be another one, and that person was hiding in the community. It is estimated that the entire Jiafu community is under his control. Grass. I miscalculated this time. His face changed, and he was conflicted. He was a little unsure about it. He heard these guys say that every shot hit the head, so they must have good skills. Isn't that a bit unconvincing? Shin Baoi gritted his teeth. His eyes fell on the 4 people in front of him. He took out the pistol in his hand and pointed it at them. Song Wei and the others were beginning to feel suspicious when they saw the gang leader was slow to speak. When they looked up, they saw the muzzle of a gun pointed at them. They screamed in fear. Help! Bang! Loud gunshots rang out in the house. The one who was hit was Song Wei. When the severe pain came, he stared blankly at the man in front of him, his mind full of thoughts, all of which were curses from the men and women who had been bullied by him in the past. He will not die a good death. He never expected that this day would come so soon. Chapter 18. Seeing the man lying straight on the ground, Shin Baoi swept his gloomy eyes over the silent crowd and said loudly, I said that we brothers are friends in life and death and can rely on each other. These 4 people watched their brothers charge in the front while they hid in the back and survived. Should they be killed? The others were startled, nodded quickly, and echoed, He deserves to be killed. He deserves to be killed. The remaining 3 people looked at this scene and trembled like a sieve. They kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Boss, spare us. We didn't do it on purpose. We just walked a little too slowly. Boss, please spare us. Gang leader, we will definitely go through fire and water for the Black Dragon Gang in the future. Boss, spare my life. Stay away. Shin Baoi looked at him coldly and waved his hand. Immediately, a special person came over to take the 3 people away. Seeing the others looking scared and terrified, Shin Baoi heaved a sigh of relief and said sternly, It seems that Jiafu community has been occupied. They are all gangsters. Let's respect him and not ask for the protection fee from Jiafu community. The other lackeys nodded quickly, also relieved. Yes, yes, yes. The leader is right. They don't want to face off against a group of people with guns. Who can beat them? No matter what these people thought, on the surface, Jiafu community was tacitly abandoned, although it was a bit painful. Moreover, they have already gathered in several surrounding communities, and those further away are also occupied by others. From this perspective, it seems that they have nothing to do for the time being. Shin Baoi frowned. He couldn't let these younger brothers just sit there and do nothing, otherwise it would easily cause trouble. Someone immediately volunteered, Boss, if that's the case, the extra idle people can't just sit there and do nothing, right? Let them guard the entrances to the commercial streets, and when they see someone, hee. Shin Baoi suddenly understood and nodded readily, Okay. There are all kinds of situations out there. Jiafu community also became lively because of this incident. What happened in one building was heard by the other buildings, even though they were extremely quiet. Everyone was trembling with fear, especially those in Building 2, who tried their best to block the door and thought of a way to fight back when the time came. However, they waited and waited, but there was no movement at all. Soon someone saw the bodies scattered everywhere at the window. Accompanied by several screams, more people noticed it. Some reacted very quickly and rushed down immediately. Their purpose was, of course, to get the bags of supplies next to the corpse. Some people are even more afraid and want to escape to another dimension, vaguely doubting whether this world is real. He seemed to be going to school and working normally a few days ago. How come he suddenly fell into hell? Some were a little slower, but they soon realized it. They hurried downstairs and saw that their stolen belongings were being taken away by others. They immediately shouted anxiously, These are my belongings. They stole them from my house. Some people, while taking supplies, suddenly saw a big hole on the corpse's forehead. The cause of death suddenly emerged, and he said in horror, Fuck, he was shot. What? Shooting? Oh my God, a gun. There are guns in our neighborhood? Isn't this too scary? Are you out of your mind? If it weren't for this gun, we'd all be done. I don't know which building this big shot is from. It would be great if I could just hold him in my arms. When these words were spoken, many people were stunned. It was a pity that even neighbors in a community might not know each other, so they were all very sorry. The next second, another group of people came running down. Seeing their actions, they shouted to the sky, God damn it, my food. You are a bunch of inhumane people. They didn't steal yours. Why did you run down and take my food? When the others saw this, they quickly grabbed their things and ran away. The few people left behind cursed as they gathered the last of the scattered supplies. But the situation is special now. No one will return the supplies even if they are scolded. They just want to fill their homes. In the end, he could only go back with a gloomy face, holding the few things he had left. Those who came late didn't even fall behind. He punched and kicked the corpse in the snow to vent his anger. These days, people are much less afraid of corpses. But as night fell, the temperature grew colder, snowflakes fluttered down and covered the bodies, and everything seemed to have returned to the quiet days before. But that's just an appearance. Although the group of people who collected protection fees died, their presence brought some consequences. In the beginning, everyone was probably afraid of the person who fired the gun, so they were quiet for 2 days. On the third night, Ji-young heard cries for help coming from the community. I don't know which building or floor it is. After this day, people started causing trouble in broad daylight. As a girl living alone, although not many people noticed Ji-young, there were still some, especially because there was always a fragrance coming from her house. I don't know how much supplies there are, but there is definitely no shortage of delicious food. Finally, on the fourth day, late at night, Cece was awakened by the barking of a dog. Ji-young stood up quickly and saw Cece running to the gate, looking at her and then at the gate, as if she was about to jump out in a hurry. The people outside the door seemed to be startled as well, and the noise suddenly stopped. But Cece was still alert and kept calling out, "Woof, woof, woof." It means the other party hasn't left yet. After a while, they probably felt that there was no movement in the house. Either they were afraid to move, or they were fast asleep. Either way, it gave them more confidence to commit the crime. Soon the rustling sound of prying the door appeared again. It seems that he will not give up. Ji-young rubbed his face and rewarded Cece with a piece of meat. The dutiful little dog didn't even look at it and focused on roaring at the bad guy who was reluctant to leave. Ji-young quickly put on her clothes and finally put a raincoat over her winter clothes to prevent the blood from splattering and staining her. Fully armed, she waved to Cece. Cece understood and stepped back. The people outside were scratching their heads anxiously and did not notice that the dog's barking suddenly stopped. Instead, they were getting angry because they could not open the door. Fuck, what's wrong with this door lock? I can't open it no matter what I do. Damn it. I heard that these women have paranoia and are scared to death. They love to mess with these things. I didn't expect to run into them. It can't be a wasted trip, right? I'm freezing. It's minus 60 degrees. Just smash it. A man swung an axe and smiled grimly. They stole the axe from someone else's house. It was very convenient to use it to chop down trees. Of course, they would not chop down trees because there was ready-made chopped wood waiting for them. Since they started prying open doors, they have been living a comfortable life. With the success of the previous times, they became much bolder. For a little girl living alone, they certainly came not only for supplies, so they made sufficient preparations. Since I can't pry it open, I'll just smash it. I don't believe I can't break the door lock. As he spoke, the man who was prying the door backed away, and the other man started to raise his axe. Ji-young just found the noise funny. Being persecuted for paranoia? Isn't this being used? This is the kind of person we should be on guard against. The only ones who would be unhappy when encountering this kind of door are people with thieves' intentions. However, seeing that they were about to break down the door, Ji-young took the initiative to open it. The noise in the house made the two men pause. They did not chop down with the axe. Instead, they looked at each other, smiled obscenely, and waited patiently. Soon the door inside opened, and there was movement at the door outside. After a few seconds, the door outside also opened. The two were full of expectations and planned to give the little girl inside a surprise. But the next moment, before they could see clearly what the person who opened the door looked like, a black muzzle of a gun was pointed at them. Immediately afterwards, two dull bang sounds rang out in succession. The two men didn't have time to change their expressions. Their smiles froze on their faces, and a layer of fear was already in their eyes. As the severe pain struck and the second before death came, they were filled with the thought. It turns out that the gun-wielding boss hidden in Jiafu community is actually a little girl. I shouldn't have come, but I didn't know it earlier. Life passes quickly. The moment the two men landed, there was a sound of a door opening, and a member of the Lee family appeared at the door with a kitchen knife in hand, just in time to see this scene. Lee subconsciously wanted to scream, but then he covered his mouth tightly, terrified. The Lee family's parents behind him felt their legs go weak and almost fell to their knees. Shoot. Oh my God. They just wanted to prevent the bad guys from being so rampant. There was a little girl next door, so they bravely opened the door. They didn't expect to see this situation. Will he kill people to silence them? For a moment, the whole family didn't dare to close the door, and they all stared at the person opposite them nervously. Ji-young was also stunned for a moment. I didn't expect the Lee family would open the door at this time. However, she had thought about this situation. Although she didn't want others to see it, there were always accidents. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so careful when using space. As long as it wasn't her own home or a closed space, she wouldn't feel at ease. But it's no big deal to see it. Not to mention that the authorities are too busy to take care of themselves. Even if they really come to find her, they don't have any evidence. They can't just talk nonsense, right? The thing is in the space, and no one can find it even if they search her whole house. Generally speaking, it was impossible for the authorities to spare any manpower for such a thankless task, so she was only surprised for a moment, quickly put the pistol back, and started moving the bodies. The Lee family looked at each other, not knowing how to react appropriately, until Ji Young moved the body to the windowsill in the corridor and opened the window. A gust of biting cold wind brought the family of three back to their senses. Lee gritted her teeth and walked out. Her parents tried to stop her but failed. She had already walked over quickly. "Let me help you." Ji Young looked at her twice and saw that she looked upright. Although she was afraid, she did not show any disgust towards this matter, so he nodded. The two men were very heavy. Although she had trained and could drag them, it was still a bit difficult for her to lift them and throw them off the windowsill. So when Lee asked for help, she readily agreed. One of them lifted the upper body while the other lifted the lower body, and they easily dropped the man down. That is, both of them were killed by a direct blow to the head. There was blood on their faces. Although the temperature was low and they froze quickly, there was still a disgusting smell of blood. Lee almost vomited and almost bit his teeth. The snow outside was soft, and the heavy objects falling to the ground still made some noise, but it was not loud. It was late at night, and most people were asleep so no one would notice. One was dropped, and the other one was even faster. After finishing all this, Lee wanted to go back to her warm bed and her family. What she saw today had overturned her three views. The key point was that she also helped dispose of the body. Well, she had her reasons for doing so. First, she often followed the people in the building to chop wood and collect supplies, and she had a rough idea of the chaos in this world. The end of the world was really coming. She had always wanted these two scums who broke into the house of a girl living alone in the middle of the night to die. When they really died, she was a little scared, but the rest of her was comfort. Secondly, to show goodwill to the big guys, to show that they are in the same boat, they will not harm her, and don't kill them to silence them. But Ji Young stopped her. Wait a moment. Lee felt a chill on his back and stood still. Ji Young walked into the house quickly and came out soon with a pack of 5 sauerkraut instant noodles in his hand. "Here you go, reward." Lee was stunned. There was a reward? Such a generous one? Hush money? She had a lot of thoughts and guesses. Ji Young was already busy. These people were bleeding after being shot. Fortunately, there were tiled walls outside, so they could just wipe them with a rag soaked in alcohol. Finally, she closed the door and took off her raincoat. The whole process took no more than 10 minutes, during which he killed 2 people and disposed of their bodies. These were all the experiences Ji Young had accumulated in her previous life. The first thing she had to remember was that villains often die because they talk too much. She had experienced 2 life and death situations, where the other party talked too much and she found opportunities to kill them. So once she found an opportunity to kill the other party, she would never hesitate and would not hold back. Cece excitedly circled around her, rubbing against her from time to time, with a pair of sparkling eyes and full of admiration on his face. Ji Young could feel what he was not saying. Master is so awesome. Lee family. Lee returned home with weak hands and feet, and fell directly on the bed, his mind still blank. Now that she came to her senses, she felt that she was really brave. She could actually think so much at such a critical moment. But after calming down, she felt that maybe Ji Young didn't want to kill anyone to silence them. Lee's mother came over and poured a bottle of hot water for her daughter to warm her hands. Then she exclaimed, "How can you be so brave, kid? You scared me to death." Father Lee nodded, also still in shock. Lee scratched his head embarrassedly. I just think too much." The Lee family was silent for a moment, and Grandma Lee was worried. "What should we do now? This is murder, and you also participated in the disposal of the body. If the police investigate, will you go to jail?" Speaking of this, Lee's expression suddenly became serious. "Probably not." "Ah." The whole family looked over in confusion. Lee sighed. "My father and I went out to collect supplies, and we followed the large group in the community, but we were still almost robbed several times. If they hadn't been sure that we were in large numbers and united, they wouldn't have dared to come up, and we might not have been able to come back intact." Father Lee nodded and said in a deep voice, "The outside world now is indeed a bit like the scene in the apocalyptic novel my daughter told me about. Order has disappeared, and now people abide by the law of the jungle. There is something I have never dared to tell you. Everyone looked over there, full of anticipation. Father Lee said slowly, "We went to chop firewood a few days ago. After chatting with a fellow, we learned that the situation there is much more serious than ours. The community is directly occupied by a group of gangs. They collect protection fees every month and send people to guard the gate to collect entrance fees." He chopped 2 bundles of firewood and had to hand in half before entering the community. If he didn't pay, he would be beaten. After chopping, all the firewood would be confiscated. Hiss! The Lee family members gasped when they heard it. The whole family are academics. The most rebellious one is Lee E. After failing as a travel blogger, she devoted herself to being a full-time daughter and granddaughter at 2 families and lived on her parents' and grandparents' salaries and pensions. Therefore, they were all shocked when they suddenly heard such a dark side. Especially Lee E, who likes to read novels, immediately understood why this group of people did not kill people and only collected half of the firewood. It was to control this group of free laborers so that there would be a steady supply of offerings in the future. But if the other party did not obey, any gang that can intimidate an entire community has definitely killed people before. Grandpa Lee shook his beard and said, "The government doesn't care? Father Lee, we can't do anything about it. The government is shorthanded right now. You saw how the supplies were distributed last time. These people are good at disguising themselves. Besides, there is no electricity or internet right now. Mobile phones freeze and shut down when you take them out in such a cold weather. There is no evidence for the report. The guy said someone reported it, but they didn't admit it. The authorities can't just arrest people. After a search, they only took away a few people who caught them in the act and confiscated some supplies. As soon as they left, the whole family jumped off the building that night." Jump off the building? Lee's mother was full of disbelief. "I don't know if she jumped off the building." Father Lee rubbed his hands and said with a wry smile, "This is actually quite good. A few days ago, a group of people came to collect protection money. It was probably this girl who did it. It shows that she is not a bad kid. Being neighbors with such people and not harming her has many benefits." After these words were spoken, the entire Lee family fell silent, especially Lee's mother and Lee's grandparents. When the natural disaster worsened, someone had to stay at home, so the 3 of them stayed at home. They didn't know that the once harmonious society had become like this. "It's really so scary." Lee wiped his face, looked at his family members who looked unhappy, smiled and comforted them. "Hey, can you guys stop looking so gloomy? We are still quite lucky, don't think about it. We can always live a good life if we work hard." Her voice is clear and bright, like a little sun. The 4 of them couldn't help but smile. "That's right. But we can't let the grandfather and grandson enter the house again." Lee's mother brought up the topic again. The whole family nodded vigorously, with great determination. Lee suddenly exclaimed, "Come to think of it, it seems like they haven't come up these past few days, right? In fact, 0702. It's not that Zhu Mandao doesn't want to bring his grandson up to do something, but the building was in chaos. He was afraid that his house would be robbed, so the family members took turns to rest. His son and daughter-in-law had to go out to collect supplies during the day, so he could only keep watch at night and sleep during the day. He dared not leave the house for a moment. Naturally, I don't have time to come, especially since the wind and snow have subsided in the past few days. His son and daughter-in-law have harvested more than before, so he has to be more cautious, for fear that someone will come to steal from their house. He would guard the door at night, with a charcoal stove, a chair, and 2 quilts. I often hear noises at night. 2 incidents occurred in their building. Zhu Mandao was smart and could guess who did it without even looking. It happened to be the 2 men living downstairs at 0602. They were his brother-in-law and brother-in-law. The brother-in-law and his wife came to pay New Year's greetings and were trapped in the community by the heavy snow. There were 7 people in total, 4 adults and 3 children. The food they had stored was not enough to eat, and they quarreled every day. Unfortunately, the 2 men were lazy and seldom went out to look for supplies because they complained about the cold. As a result, the house was lively for a while these few days. There were no more quarrels, and the smell of food wafted out at mealtime. Of course, it was not as fragrant as the food at that dead girl's house on the 15th floor, but it was also something his family could not afford. The noise made in the building at night was not made by the 2 of them. He ate shit. Especially tonight, Zhu Mandao heard it again. This time the footsteps were more excited than before, and they sounded like they were going all the way upwards. He wondered casually, whose family would be unlucky today? Forget it, it doesn't matter who you love, as long as it's not his family. It was getting late, and Zhu Mandao fell asleep in a daze, still wondering why he hadn't heard any sound of anyone coming down after several hours. When he woke up again, he was awakened by the cry of a woman. Zhu Mandao was dazed when he heard the crying getting louder and louder. It was also heading upstairs. Soon the sound stopped going up and stopped on the 8th floor. The woman cried in a long voice, "Director Xiao, my husband and brother are missing. Please help me find them." Xiao Huijuan's voice also appeared. "Calm down. Don't be anxious. What happened? You know we don't have much to eat at home, so my husband and brother plan to go borrow some. But I don't know what happened. They never came back, and when I woke up from a nap, there was no movement from them. Woo! If they don't want to lend it, then don't lend it. What happened to my husband and brother?" The woman cried breathlessly, and it sounded very miserable. A woman next to her was also wiping her tears, with 3 children following behind her, looking pitiful. Xiao Huijuan's eyelids were twitching, and he didn't want to deal with this matter anymore. Even a pig can tell where these 2 people are going to borrow money. It's obviously to rob. Sensing Xiao Huijuan's resistance, the woman rushed over and grabbed his hand. "Director Xiao, you can't just ignore us. You are the director we elected." She gritted her teeth and said, "If you can find my husband, I will give you 10 kilograms of food." At this time, the family cannot be without a man. Otherwise, you will be as miserable as those families who were robbed. So the husband must be found. As soon as Tang Fong issued the bounty order, the crowd who were originally avoiding the excitement suddenly became excited. 10 kilograms of food was not a small amount, so they could still try their best. Someone immediately became restless. "I really want to hear him go upstairs. I slept so soundly last night that I don't know. How about going door to door and asking?" "You are stupid. Who can admit it at this time?" Zhu Mandao listened, his eyes sparkling, and he shouted, "I have a clue." Tang Fong looked over hopefully. Zhu Mandao refused to say anything but smiled and rubbed his thumb, index finger, and middle finger together. In peacetime, this represented money, but now it represented supplies. Tang Fong secretly hated this man for taking advantage of the situation, but still gritted his teeth and said, 2 kilograms of food for each clue. 5 pounds. Zhu Mandao said affirmatively, "I know where he went last night." Tang Fong's eyelids jumped. "Okay. I want to see the supplies first." Zhu Mandao was not polite. "Don't worry, I'll tell you as soon as I get the goods. I can't cheat you with so many neighbors watching." Tang Fong was furious, but she had to compromise as she was under someone else's roof. She gave her sister-in-law a look, and the woman immediately nodded and ran downstairs to get the food. More and more people gathered here to watch. "I've been holding it in for so long, and now there's something new and exciting happening in the building, so I have to come out and take a look." Soon the food was passed over, and Tang Fong stared at Zhu Mandao with a pair of eyes as if they were poisoned, demanding that he tell her everything. Zhu Mandao dared to ask this question, so he was naturally not afraid. He was old and experienced, and he had seen everything in his life. He immediately cleared his throat and said, "I was on guard last night, and I heard your husband and brother go upstairs." Tang Fong almost cursed, "That's it?" The others hissed. Zhu Mandao puffed out his chest and said, "It's not over yet. He hasn't come down until daytime. Everyone upstairs should know that there is a girl living alone on the 15th floor. He had a lewd smile, but he had something in mind. Last time, he was frightened by Li Yi and thought that Ji Young really lived with a young and strong brother, so he didn't dare to act rashly. I only found out later that Ji Young lives alone." Thinking of the last time when she taught him a lesson in a condescending manner, Zhu Mandao felt extremely angry. With so many people around, what could she do even if she had a knife? She looked so good, so her family must have a lot of supplies. If a group of people came together, he would get a lot. So he continued, "What kind of situation can make 2 men not come back all night? It must be a gentle place. I didn't hear any other noise last night, which means that the door opened by itself and no one resisted. If it was any other house, there would definitely be a commotion, right?" Everyone's expressions gradually changed. At first, some people wanted to say that he was just speculating wildly, but as they listened, they suddenly felt that it made sense. A strange light flashed in their eyes, and they said in a hoarse voice, "That's right. The girl on the 15th floor must have supplies at home. We all went out to look for supplies, but she didn't go out. I heard that many young people like to stay at home and stockpile a lot of things. She was alone at home, and the government even distributed food. I guess she didn't eat much and left it at home, right?" After these words were spoken, many people breathed heavily and became restless. Tang Fong knew even more about what kind of people her husband and his younger brother were. This kind of thing was normal. She had been on guard against all kinds of situations before the natural disaster. She thought he really went out to steal some food, but she didn't expect that he was going to sleep with a woman. She didn't doubt Zhu Mandao's words at all and said directly with a sullen face, "So there is a little girl. I was wondering why they didn't wash their faces when they went out last night. Fuck him." She turned around and was about to go up. Suddenly, she thought of something and looked at everyone pleadingly. "Can you please come with me? I am an orphan and a widow who has been worried all night. These two men have been sleeping in the land of gentleness. I am suffering." The corners of the mouths of those who arrived early twitched, because they remembered that this person was talking about waking up to find that her husband and brother had not returned yet. Her sister-in-law was a weak person. She also kept crying and didn't talk much. But the three children stopped crying when they heard the news about their father, which made people feel more sympathetic. At this time, the man still ran away, which is quite tragic. And they had other ideas. Too many people would cause chaos, so they could take advantage of the situation. So they shouted loudly, "Let's go. Let's go up together. I didn't expect there would be a vixen in our building. It's so embarrassing. Oh, go quickly." Xiao Huijun was surrounded by the crowd. He was reluctant but couldn't refuse, so he had to go up. He had a feeling that the girl on the 15th floor would not do such a thing. Last time, he just looked at her a little frivolously and he taught her a lesson with a knife. Tang Feng's man and brother. What kind of cowards are they? How could she possibly like them? But he definitely wouldn't say that, and he just hoped that the girl was a fake. A group of people went upstairs in a mighty procession. Li Yi, who had sensed something was wrong when Zhu Mandao opened his mouth, had already slipped away. She gasped and knocked on the door on the 15th floor. "Help!" She really didn't expect that this group of people had locked on to their targets so quickly. At the same time, she didn't expect Zhu Mandao to be so disgusting. For 5 kilograms of food, he relied on those scattered clues and framed a girl without her knowledge. It would be fine if he knew the situation clearly, but the problem is that he doesn't know. Li Yi regretted 1,000 times that he had meddled in other people's business. It was still early, around 7 o'clock. Under normal circumstances, most people are actually sleeping. But today, everyone woke up one by one. But Ji Yang's sleep was not disturbed because of the good sound insulation and the fact that he lived in a building several floors high, until Cece suddenly started barking. This is the good thing about having a dog. You don't have to keep an eye on it yourself. Ji Yang was sighing as he got up. When he came to the living room, he heard Li Yi's voice outside the door. It seemed like he wanted to speak louder, but was afraid of startling someone, so he tried to keep it down, but it still came in. She listened carefully for 2 seconds, confirmed that she was the only one making the noise, and then opened the door. Li Yi was delighted, but then he said in a panic, "The families of those 2 people came to see us last night. The uncle who came to see you before said that he went to your place." There were some words she couldn't say, but the meaning was clear. Ji Yang understood and said calmly, "I see, thank you." "Li Yi, aren't you afraid?" Ji Yang smiled. Seeing that she was genuinely worried, he explained, "Without evidence, it's enough for me to refuse to admit it. They can't force me." He paused and said, "Go home. Don't worry about what happens." Li Yi. Right. They have guns. And judging from the way she held the knife before, she must have practiced before. Even if the people downstairs were violent, they would not dare to gamble with their lives. "I heard that the hospital is no longer accepting patients and has closed." She calmed herself down and said nothing more. She turned and went into the house, just in time to pull up her parents who had come up behind her and closed the door. Li's parents were still surprised by her actions, but the noise downstairs was getting louder and louder, and someone even came up first. But when he came up, the doors of the 2 households on the 15th floor were closed, and he didn't notice anything. The next one was the furious Tang Feng. As soon as she came up, she locked onto her target and immediately went over to bang on the door. "Shuelian, get the hell out of here." "Shuelian, I'm staying at home, and you actually come here to have fun?" She shouted with the momentum of a group of people. Others who followed her were just watching the fun. A few men gathered together and said some unpleasant words. "If I had known that this girl was willing, I would have knocked on the door earlier." "Do you think she's pretty? I haven't even seen her face." "I don't have one either, but it should be pretty. Otherwise, how can a person eat good food every day? It must have been given by an adulterer. Look at this." The latter part of the sentence was not spoken loudly, but Tang Feng still heard it. She became even angrier and wanted to break open the iron gate and teach those bastards a lesson. Her sister-in-law and her 3 children were shouting, "Husband, husband, come out." But they were too strong. After knocking for a long time, they were very stable and did not shake at all. Just when Tang Feng was feeling discouraged, there was a sound of a door opening from inside. She paused, staring at him with fiery eyes. "Shuelian, come out here." The next second, the door opened. But behind the open door there was only a girl, wearing a blue down jacket and a hat, revealing an extremely delicate and pretty face. Behind her was a knee-high dog staring at them viciously, without barking. But it looked as if it could come over and tear a piece of their flesh at any time, and it looked ferocious and anxious. "Ah, you stinky bitch," Tang Fong pounced over immediately. But Ji Yang was not one to stand and take a beating. The moment she pounced on him, he raised his foot and kicked her. With a bang, Tang Fong was kicked 1 meter away and fell on a group of people behind him who supported her with all their might. Her sister-in-law screamed and hid at the back, not daring to come forward at all. Then Ji Yang came out, the cold gleam of the Tang sword in her hand pointed straight at them. Seeing everyone step back in fear, she said coldly, "I don't know the Shuelian you mentioned. Someone did come to pry open my door last night, but," she smiled, "I spent hundreds of thousands to modify this door, and they left without prying it open." "What? Not here?" Everyone was surprised. Some people even stared at her door, feeling quite regretful. Tang Fong just recovered and immediately shook her head. "I don't believe it. Let Shuelian come out. You will be punished for stealing other people's men." Ji Yang frowned in disgust. "Are you deaf? You think I'd be interested in two scumbags who broke into the house of a girl living alone? I'm not a garbage collection station." Tang Fong was immediately ashamed and annoyed, and said in a harsh voice, "My husband and brother didn't come back all night. Where could they have gone? You said they broke into your house, so that must have been the last time you saw them. Tell me, where are they? Did you hide them in your house? I want to go and see." She was getting excited as she spoke and was about to rush over. However, as soon as she got close to Ji Yang and caught a glimpse of the blade, she stopped again, turned around and cried to the people behind her, "Hurry up and take a look. There is obviously something wrong with this person. She won't even let me in to take a look. My husband and brother must have been hidden by her. I guess there are still supplies my husband brought to her home. Please help us, an orphan and a widow. Without a man, how will the 3 children in the family survive?" At first, no one was going to intervene. Just after hearing the last part of the words, some people were immediately moved and couldn't help but move forward, but they were afraid of her knife, so they took very small steps. Xiao Huijuan's eyes sparkled and he smiled. "Miss Ji, you see what she said makes sense. How about letting us go in and take a look? We promise not to do anything." "Yep. If you have no guilty conscience, then open the door and let us all see if her man is in your house." Tang Fong's sister-in-law also came forward with her 3 children, crying softly, "Miss Ji, please let us go find him to comfort us. We are orphans and widows, and we really can't live without a man." As she acted like this, the men who were clamoring to go in shouted even louder, "Why are you so stubborn? Are we going to bully you? Just take a look. If you don't, there must be something wrong." Zhu Mandao mixed in with the crowd and shouted as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Tang Fong covered her face with her hands and smiled maliciously. How dare a little girl in her 20s yell at her? She had used this trick to make countless young girls admit their mistakes. Now she couldn't even keep the belongings in her home, so why was she still so arrogant? The Li family hid behind the door and heard everything clearly. They were terrified and wanted to go out to help persuade them, but they didn't dare to because of Ji Yang's instructions. Ji Yang, who was besieged by the crowd, was not in a hurry. After they had talked for a while and finally calmed down, they signaled to each other and formed a team to move forward. She seemed to take a step back in panic. Zhu Mandao was excited, thinking to himself that Ji Yang was indeed a fake, using a knife to scare people, but when there were too many people around, wouldn't he get scared? However, he did not dare to step forward, but suddenly pushed the man next to him, and the man rushed towards Ji Yang unexpectedly. If he is knocked down, he will immediately lose the initiative, and his door will be wide open, allowing others to come in and out. Wow! The crowd roared, as if cheering, and they didn't think it was too dangerous for a young girl. Ah! The man who was about to pounce on Ji Yang suddenly fell to the other side, and then a cold light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Zhu Mandao, who was hiding behind the man and planning to be the first to rush in to grab the things, only felt a chill in his stomach, as if something cold was inserted into it and quickly pulled out. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain and his nose was covered with blood. Murder, murder. Help. The few people who had just lost their minds suddenly came back to their senses, turned around and fled in horror. Xiao Huijun also hid at the back and didn't dare to attack. Ji Yang really attacked him and stabbed him in the stomach. He was so scared that he ran away immediately. She really dares to do it. Tang Fong was also dumbfounded. Her malicious arrogance turned directly into fear. She couldn't move her legs for a moment and shouted, "Sister-in-law, help me! Sister-in-law!" Then she saw her sister-in-law running downstairs screaming. The three children stood there crying in dismay. Tang Fong was so angry that she started to curse, "You useless thing! My brother shouldn't have married you in the first place." Because Tang Fong spoke, Ji Yang also looked over. Tang Fong noticed it and suddenly felt cold all over. He shouted in a broken voice, "Don't come over here. Killing is against the law. You might end up in jail." Ji Yang smiled. "I have the video. You were the ones who attacked us first. I took action. This is called self-protection. It is legitimate defense." Tang Fong didn't know the law and was confused for a moment. Then she looked at the girl again and didn't think she was young and thin-skinned and easy to bully. Especially when the knife was covered in blood, she could still smile. "Isn't this too scary?" She trembled. "I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. My husband and brother have nothing to do with you. I will never trouble you again." Ji Yang wanted to laugh even more, so he moved closer to her. Tang Fong didn't dare to move. With the background sound of the child crying, Ji Yang's voice was very small, but very clear. "Actually, you guessed right. Your husband and brother are in the snow under the corridor window. I threw them down there myself last night." Tang Fong. She stared at the girl in front of her in horror and was completely speechless. She had never thought that her husband and brother, two strong and healthy men, would actually die. She would rather they were hiding in some woman's bed. If they die, the five of them will become orphans and widows and will be bullied by anyone. Seeing that she heard it, Ji Yang nodded with satisfaction and kicked her down without saying a word. At the moment Tang Fong fell, she stepped on her leg bone. Click. A subtle sound was heard. "Ah!" Tang Fong's shrill scream interrupted the three children's helpless crying. A murderous intent flashed across Ji Yang's eyes, but it was a pity that she couldn't be so arrogant in broad daylight. If that was the case, then she would have to cut off her capital to survive. Even if Tang Fong tried to force her to death, she would not show mercy, otherwise she would only be left with a disaster. Then Ji Yang shouted towards the corridor, "Your husband and brother have robbed so many supplies from others, and now you have the nerve to covet the few supplies in my house? How can you be so greedy? Get away from me, or I will beat you up every time I see you." After he finished speaking, he heard a commotion downstairs. It seemed that the group of people had heard it. She walked into the house with satisfaction, without even glancing at Tang Fong and the three children. After closing the door, Tang Fong hugged her legs in cold sweat. After the severe pain subsided, she realized what had happened. She didn't care about anything else, picked up her son, and crawled downstairs without caring about the two children. No, no. This woman is so cruel. Not only did she kill her husband and brother, she also didn't forget to trick them. Now, they are definitely targeting her family. There is no young and strong man in their family, especially since these materials came from illegal sources. But without supplies, how can she survive? However, Tang Fong heard a bang on the door before she even reached the 6th floor and immediately screamed, "You are not allowed to go in. Not allowed." Bang! The door broke. One person cursed, "When your man and brother robbed other people's property, they should have known that it would be taken back. And you said you didn't agree? Who do you think you are? Hey, leave some for me." "Oh, there are canned meats, which are good stuff. I like ham, mine." When Tang Fong collapsed and struggled back home, she was greeted by messy supplies and her brother and sister-in-law crying in the corner. The little rice she had at home was gone. Although Tang Fong had expected it, when she actually saw it, she still felt dizzy and fell to the ground unconscious. The weak sister-in-law stopped crying, looked at her crooked figure, hesitated for a moment, and ran out to call for help. "Help! My sister-in-law fainted. Help!" The man next door had just robbed a group of people and was feeling guilty. He was about to curse when he heard the knock on the door, but as soon as he opened the door, the woman bumped into his arms. He was unable to utter a curse word and coughed lightly. "Where is it? Let me go and see." Asterisk. Upstairs, 7th floor. There was also a person lying on the ground. Originally, Zhu Mandao covered his wound and followed the crowd downstairs in horror. After stumbling all the way, he finally arrived at the door of his house, but he felt cold all over. He didn't have the strength to use the key to open the door. The key fell to the ground with a click, and he fell to the ground. So cold. I regret it so much. If I had known he would have caught up on his sleep at home, why would he have joined in the fun? As a result, he lost his life. Chapter 19. Back home, Ji Yang immediately threw the bloody Tang's sword into the space. The blood on it was frozen and had to be thawed in the life space before it could be cleaned. The environment there can also directly purify the dirty blood. Then he washed his hands and disinfected them, picked up Cece and praised her. Cece is awesome. She won't move if she says she won't move. Cece immediately rubbed against her as if she had no bones, and a ying-ying-ying humming sound came from her mouth. Seeing this, Ji Yang's smile became even gentler. It doesn't look like fresh blood at all. Before taking action, she told Cece not to bark or go out. Although this kind of sheepdog can fight wolves, Cece is not yet fully grown up, and humans know how to use tools, so she was afraid that Cece would get hurt. As for herself, she would be fine. This group of talents entered the apocalypse from the peacetime era. They knew nothing and had no powerful weapons, let alone the possibility of hurting her. Otherwise, there would be no need for her to be reborn. After stroking Cece, Ji Yang yawned. Still not enough sleep. Maybe she slept too little in her previous life. Although Ji Yang worked in a team to complete missions in her previous life, she usually lived alone. A woman living alone is easily spied on wherever she goes. She could never sleep well at night and only got 3 or 4 hours of rest a day. At that time, she complained that she would die suddenly from overwork one day. The result was death in the earthquake. That's why Ji Yang thought of raising a dog in this life, mainly to keep watch so that she could sleep well. But she didn't expect that this enjoyment would make her wish she could sleep for 12 hours. The memory of her past life flashed through her mind, and Ji Yang quickly calmed herself down, took off her heavy coat, and climbed into bed. Since the temperature dropped to -50 or 60, she had started using an electric blanket. The temperature in the living room is still quite high, but there is no fireplace in the room, so there is relatively less heat. Therefore, 2 radiators and an electric blanket are needed to sleep comfortably. After a while, I fell asleep again. In the dream, after the snowstorm, the world returned to normal. It was so beautiful that when she woke up and looked at the familiar house, she felt a little dazed. I looked at the time again. It was 10 o'clock. She was already extremely hungry. Normally, she had a very regular diet, going to bed at 9 p.m. and waking up at 8 a.m. But today her biological clock was a little messed up, and her stomach protested. I quickly got up and added some firewood to the fireplace. After a night, there was only a little fire left in the fireplace, so I had to sprinkle a layer of sawdust on it, which was very good for starting a fire. After she brushed her teeth and washed her face, the 2 fireplaces were lit again. As the temperature rose a little, Ji Yang took off his heavy winter clothes and took out today's breakfast beef noodles, a serving of beef pot stickers, and the dipping sauce provided by the store from the space. This beef noodle restaurant has a very good reputation. She loved it in her previous life, and often went there to eat. The big bowl was filled with beef slices on the top and noodles and vegetables on the bottom, all still piping hot. She first took a sip of the soup, which warmed her from head to toe, then took a bite of noodles and a pot sticker. The taste was amazing. Who else is living a more comfortable life than her? There are quite a lot more. This is just the beginning. There are many wealthy and powerful bosses. After realizing that something was wrong, many of them quickly collected supplies, which later became the basis for negotiations with the base. Afterwards, he moved into the base, which was also the best single-family villa, drove a car, and had a bunch of servants serving him at home, which made people drool with envy. So there was someone who specifically targeted them and took advantage of them. Unfortunately, Ji Yang at that time was still a poor guy who lived by completing tasks. He had no energy to spy on the games of these big guys. He just listened to some gossip during breaks occasionally, such as which family in the villa area got some good things, how much food they spent, etc. Enjoying the food here. Elsewhere, there was chaos. The couple in 702 finally got up, wondering what was going on outside this morning. They were about to open the door to ask someone, but when they opened the door, they saw their father/father-in-law lying on the ground. His face was blue and purple, and there was even a layer of frost. Looking closely, there was blood on the abdomen and hands. Dad! A wailing sound rang out in the corridor. The others who were involved in or heard about this incident all shuddered, and no one dared to say anything. I thought Lao Zhu's son and daughter-in-law would do something, but after they cried and wailed, they silently dragged their father into the house, and everything was fine. Some people complained that the son had no conscience, while others thought they did the right thing. If it were them, they wouldn't dare to confront the girl on the 15th floor. If someone has a knife, he will really stab you. They still want to live. I thought the matter was over. Because of this incident, no one in the entire building went out that day. But that afternoon, another piece of news came. Tang Feng's husband and brother were found under the corridor window. After last night, they were buried in the snow, but not too deep. Tang Fong was rescued and cried and begged for people to go and have a look. Everyone had robbed her family of food, so they still felt a little guilty. In addition, her sister-in-law was also crying and begging, so several men went down reluctantly. Once I went down there, I discovered it. The bigger discovery is that the cause of death of these two people was a bullet in the eyebrow. I've heard for a long time that there's a gunman in their neighborhood who killed people who came to rob the neighborhood, and now I see that he happened to be in their building. Wouldn't it be the 15th floor? Someone asked tremblingly. He was also one of the participants before. Tang Fong encouraged him to go into Ji Yang's house to take a look and take the opportunity to get some food. After all, the girl eats delicious food every day, so what's the harm in giving them a little? Don't let the big guys target you like this. Xiao Huijun kept silent with a sullen face. He didn't have the confidence to nod or shake his head. One man frowned and said disdainfully, "How is that possible? Didn't you hear what happened on the 15th floor? Her door was specially modified. These two people failed to pry it open. I guess they want to pry open other doors, such as the upper floors, the 16th and 17th floors. I remember there was an elderly person living alone on the 17th floor. I heard that he was a soldier. Maybe he has a gun." Xiao Huijuan's brows relaxed. He was more willing to believe that a man had a gun than a girl had a gun. Indeed, this possibility is quite high. The other men also agreed, and some looked excited. No wonder. The old man on the 17th floor probably took action because he didn't like these two. Just like the guy who collected protection fees in our community last time, he is worthy of being a soldier. So cool. If I had known earlier, I would have established a good relationship with this old man. In this situation, it would be very nice to just hug his thighs. I was wondering how a woman could have a gun. How did she get it back to China? If she really had this relationship, why would she live here? She went straight to Ping Che Wan. Come to think of it, this woman is really attractive. Don't let me find the opportunity, otherwise. Ping Che Wan is where the dignitaries of Chang'an City live. It looks ordinary, but in fact everyone has to bow and nod when they see it. Tang Fong, who had been crying while holding her husband's body, paused when she heard this, touched her broken leg, and continued crying. She was sure that it was Ji Yang who did it. No wonder she was so ruthless. She must have been a gangster in the past and had a gun. If it was before, Tang Fong would definitely not accept it, but now her leg bones were broken by Ji Yang. Thinking of that scene, she was terrified, not to mention knowing that she still had a gun. But she didn't say it. This group of people robbed her family of supplies, which was half her life. She couldn't kill them, so naturally she hoped that they would seek death on their own. Go to hell. It would be best if Ji Yang and I both suffered heavy losses and died together. These people talk big, but they are more cowardly than anyone else. They all thought that the old man living alone on the 17th floor had a gun, and they wanted to take advantage of him, but no one dared to really go for it, unless they were at their wits' end. The other party had killed nearly 20 people so far, and they were still mostly afraid of it. Some people also thought that the old man was probably an upright person, so they were a little scared for a while because they had robbed room 602. They were afraid that the old man would come down to cause trouble for them, and they dared not go upstairs to find him. After 2 days of holding it in, I finally breathed a sigh of relief when everything returned to normal. But because of this, the building unexpectedly entered a period of peace. There were often sounds of robbery coming from other buildings, each time getting worse and worse, but Building 9 was quite honest, with a group of people going out every day to look for supplies. However, as resources were depleted, fewer and fewer supplies were found. The atmosphere in the building became tense again, with occasional disturbances at night. At first, everyone turned a blind eye, until the disturbances became so intense that it was impossible to form a team to look for supplies during the day. It's not just the noise inside the building, it's the noise outside as well. While they were out chopping wood and gathering supplies in broad daylight, people from other buildings formed teams and ran over to grab the supplies. They would run away if they could not grab them, and give up if they could not. For a while, this group of people did not dare to go out. I was afraid that if I wasn't careful, I would be empty-handed when I got home. But if we don't go out, we won't have any supplies. For a while, the air pressure in the building was extremely low, and many people ran to Xiao Huijuan's home on the 8th floor to seek help. The old and the young cried one after another, and Xiao Huijun was overwhelmed. But this dependence on him also gave him some ideas. After sending away the person who came to ask for help, Xiao Huijun went straight to the home of Liang Zhan, the deputy building manager on the 12th floor. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he began to vaguely tell about his plans. We can't go on like this. The people in the building are in chaos and can't go out together. We have to integrate them, so I suggest that we form an extreme cold survival alliance. Everyone who joins the alliance must hand in a certain amount of food as collateral and a joining fee, and then we will be divided into teams to search for supplies. Some of the supplies we find will be placed in the alliance, and some will be distributed as rations. Lao Liang, the two of us happen to be building leaders, so it's just right for us to be the leaders. If someone bullies us, we don't have to be afraid with so many of us. Liang Jun frowned when he heard this. The idea was good, but some of the practices made him uncomfortable. He was an upright and gentle man, but not stupid. In this situation, who would be willing to give away their life-saving food? And it's said to be a franchise fee. Can I get it back if I quit later? I'm afraid the possibility is very small. Without food, and with your life in the hands of others, you won't dare to resist whatever they ask you to do. What's the difference between them and those people who were charged protection fees they met before? Liang Zhan wanted to understand and smiled bitterly. Brother Qiao, I'm afraid it won't work. I don't have any food stored at home. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk going out these days, so I won't participate. Xiao Huijuan's eyes darkened, and he persuaded, Lao Liang, we are good brothers, we won't cheat you. If you join now, you will be a veteran and even the deputy leader in the future. Liang Zhan still refused. Persuasion failed, so Xiao Huijun could only go out with a rage. He looked up and down, gritted his teeth, and went straight upstairs. These days, if we can win over the old man on the 17th floor and get him a gun, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Halfway through the journey, Xiao Huijun went back home to get a can of fruit before going up. The top floor seemed even colder. Snowflakes from the rooftop kept drifting in through the open door, and there was a thin layer of snow in the corridor. There were no footprints in the snow. Xiao Huijuan's heart skipped a beat, and he knocked on the door quickly. He had registered before and saw the old man go down to collect food with his own eyes, so nothing should happen to him. After knocking for a long time, no one answered. Xiao Huijuan's heart was burning with anger. If the old man died, the gun in his hand, he took a deep breath and kicked the door handle with all his strength. The door seemed to be a little damaged to begin with and was made brittle by the extreme cold, so it was unexpectedly knocked open by him. He was ecstatic, thinking that God had blessed him, and ran in quickly. As expected, he saw the old man lying in the quilt, frozen to death. The house was cold and deserted, as if no one had been there for a long time. Then he began to rummage through the drawers. Found about 10 pounds of food and some seasonings. After searching for a long time, I found nothing in the end. He searched everything, including the old man's body. Xiao Huijun sat down on the sofa dejectedly and began to doubt his life. Could the person with the gun really be the girl on the 15th floor? It's incredible. Wait, if that's the case, then his plan seems feasible and can be modified. Xiao Huijuan's eyes sparkled, and he looked a little greedy. Perhaps it was a stereotype. Although he was afraid of the Tang sword and gun in Ji Yang's hand, he was not afraid to the same extent as he was of the old man before. Facing an elderly man who had served in the army, he dared not spy on him unless the other person was dead. But facing a girl in her 20s who possessed such an exciting weapon, he couldn't help but salivate. End of August. The Arctic Survival Alliance was established. It's not just Building 9. Xiao Huijun is still somewhat useful. He directly united the 4 buildings in the property group together. Everyone has been in the same group for several years and is more or less familiar with each other. After all the trouble, 2 building managers and 1 deputy building manager stopped participating, but the others all joined in and lobbied the people below, using both knocking and coaxing, and the Survival Alliance had more than 50 people. The first thing they did after their establishment was to collect protection fees. Other people in the building who did not participate in the movement had to pay protection fees, not much, just 3 kilograms of food per family, to protect them from being bullied by people from other buildings or outsiders. At first, no one was willing to do it, and there was a lot of fuss. It was not until a few days later that a group of people came to steal. The Survival Alliance had a special night watchman who immediately called for help after discovering the situation. Soon someone came out and caught the thieves red-handed. They were outnumbered, and there were only 3 thieves. They were caught and severely beaten, taken to their homes and emptied out, and then the 3 of them were paraded through the community as a warning to others. 2 of them died during the parade, and 1 was barely alive. Noticing the death, the members of the Survival Alliance became afraid and naturally let the last person go. However, after this incident, collecting protection fees became much smoother. Collect all the way up. We reached the 15th floor. Xiao Huijun glanced at 1502, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and decided that it was not the right time yet, so he led his men to knock on the door of 1501. The Li family had heard it a long time ago. They gave a bitter smile, and Dad Li held down his daughter and wife. telling them not to go out, and went to open the door himself. What is coming cannot be avoided. I really can't admit defeat. Spending money to avoid disaster. Spending money to avoid disaster. They cannot resist so many people by force, and in order to prevent their family members from suffering, they have to suffer some losses. Lee smiled bitterly and did not refute. People still need to know the times. Their family has concerns and weaknesses, and there is no one powerful enough to stand in their way, so they should just admit defeat, and they will always be able to get through it. Father Lee opened the door and saw the crowd of people outside. He smiled and said, "Hey, building manager Chow is here." Chow Hui-jun also smiled enthusiastically. "Old Lee, let's not beat around the bush about our relationship. You said you don't want to join the Tongmenghui, and I agree with you, but you have to pay the protection fee, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be in vain for us brothers to protect our building day and night?" Father Lee nodded repeatedly. Yes, we are ready for this. Do you think this is okay?" As he said this, he took out the 3 kilograms of rice in his hand. They have the most of this stuff at home, which can last for at least half a year. They have very little other stuff. Xiao Hui-jun was satisfied. Seeing that he had a positive attitude, he took the things without weighing them. He turned around and called a group of brothers to go to the 16th floor. Since then, the Tongmenghui has been in full swing and has actually achieved some results. With them as the link, a group of strong people working together to search for supplies will definitely be more successful. However, the supplies received were divided equally, so I don't know how many people are willing to search carefully. But it is true that people from other buildings did not come to steal again. Whenever there was a minor friction in the building, people would clamor to find Xiao Hui-jun, and it would be resolved quickly. But Ji Young saw all this. During this period, there was also good news. The government set up exchange points and called on the public to collect various supplies and exchange them for points. The points can be used as money to exchange for various survival supplies. When the news came out, the survivors who were worried about finding less and less food became excited and ran out to find supplies. The Li family also ran out. Now that the Tongmenghui is in the building, people feel much more at ease. Therefore, the 3 members of the family went out and only left the 2 elderly people at home. They all wanted to find more things to exchange for food and store them at home to feel at ease. When Ji Young heard the news, he was stunned for a long time. In her previous life, she had never heard of any exchange point until she followed the rescue officials to the base. But after the heavy rain and floods, the exchange point appeared. But at that time, all the good things were washed away, and there were very few to be found. The government entered a long period of material shortage. As a result, the base that she had built with great effort was mostly destroyed by an earthquake when she died. It's a pity just thinking about it. These changes, which are different from the previous life, must have been made because they knew there would be many natural disasters in the future. Otherwise, the authorities would not allow people to use those personal resources at will. It seems that her emails are really useful. Ji Young was a little excited, but after the excitement, he also thought that due to the emergence of official exchange points, the weather now seemed to be much more stable, and more people were willing to come out. There is no shortage of people finding all kinds of good stuff. Therefore, the profession of profiteer has re-emerged and has become another major force besides various capital forces. Although it doesn't look very good, they can get you anything you want, as long as you can afford the price. Ji Young immediately put on his clothes, packed up, and prepared to go out. There has been no activity in her space for a long time. In the future, she can go to the exchange office regularly to have a look. There will definitely be people setting up stalls to trade. She has food, so she is not afraid of not being able to exchange for good quality jade. Seeing that her owner was about to go out, Cece immediately started spinning around happily. As a dog, it still likes to play outdoors. Although it is cold, it is comfortable. After all, the family restricts its performance. Ji Young smiled and comforted. Okay, I'll take you there. Woof, woof, woof. Cece was even happier. Ji Young still wrapped himself tightly, put a rope on Cece, put on a big mountaineering bag, took out a ski board, and went downstairs briskly with the dog. Cece was still a little uncomfortable with the feeling of wearing a rope and frequently tried to kick the rope off, but was stopped by Ji Young every time, and gradually got used to it. On the way downstairs, I met many people from Building 9. Everyone in Building 9 knew Ji Young. They knew that this girl had no shortage of supplies and even had a dog. They didn't expect that she would come out. Someone whispered, "It seems that this girl couldn't bear it anymore and came out to look for supplies." Someone immediately sneered, "Who would have so much spare supplies? Look how fat this dog is. He must have plenty of supplies. He just wants to stock up." That's right. Look at us. We are all skinny because of hunger. My wife weighed 150 kilograms before the disaster, but now she is almost back to her weight before giving birth. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Ji-young accidentally heard some of the muttering behind her, but since the other party had not done anything to harm her, she ignored it. After walking for a while, we reached a flat road, took out our skis, and tried to ski on the snow. The snow was compacted by people going out, but snowflakes kept falling down. It was hard inside and a little soft outside, and the skis felt very comfortable on it. Cece ran beside her. Later, perhaps he felt that she was too slow, so he sped up and ran ahead of her. Ji-young held the rope with his hand and felt a pulling force. He subconsciously adjusted his center of gravity and took off at high speed. Ji-young, good job. Can you still play like this? Now she is no longer sleepy. Cece is awesome. Turn. Ji-young praised happily. When they reached the turning place, he pulled the rope in advance, and Cece changed direction very humanly. After being praised, it kicked its forelegs very fast. The official exchange office was in a shopping mall 10 kilometers away, close to the city center, where the flow of people was the heaviest. Ji-young was still worried about how to secretly take out the snowmobile with so many people around, but now he didn't have to worry about that. At Cece's speed, it only took about 20 minutes to reach the destination. Consume a few pieces of meat. After secretly feeding Cece, Ji-young put away his skis and led it towards the shopping mall, which was already crowded with people. Many people died due to the extreme cold, but the number of survivors was still very impressive. Everyone went in and out in a hurry, carrying large and small bags when leaving, and only had a small package left when coming out, hiding it in their arms. They waited for their friends to gather, then rushed home. Everyone was like this, completely losing the leisurely and calmness they had before the end of the world. Because if you are not careful, the supplies may be exposed and everything may be lost. In serious cases, even life is lost. Ji-young appeared with a half-grown dog that looked strong and fat. He looked out of place with the people around him, so naturally he attracted a lot of attention. However, no one dared to do anything under the official supervision. Ji-young glanced around and saw a row of stalls in front of the mall entrance. This was her target for today. She walked over quickly. These stalls were simply covered with a bed sheet with a few things placed on it. There is everything here, except for food and survival equipment, which are in short supply in the current environment. After scanning one by one, I found that there were indeed stalls selling jade. Ji-young walked over casually, picked up a nice jade bracelet, and took a look at it. Cece immediately squatted aside, constantly scanning the surroundings with a vigilant look. The stall owner, who had huddled up in a ball, immediately opened his eyes slightly and said in a muffled voice, "Miss, you have good eyesight. My wife spent more than 200,000 yuan to buy this thing. Now you can take it away with just 10 kilograms of food." A stall owner nearby twitched his eyes and looked at the man speechlessly. "It's so expensive. How can it be sold?" Ji-young was also amused by the anger. Was he asking for an exorbitant price just because she was a young girl? She is not stupid. It's been more than half a year since the natural disaster, and the authorities have been busy collecting materials and building bases, and have been unable to take care of so many things. They have just barely kept people from starving to death, but there are endless robbers, thieves, and protection rackets, so it's good enough to be able to keep half of the food. At this point, it goes without saying how much 10 kilograms of grain can be exchanged for. The prices of gold, silver, and jade all plummeted, and no one wanted even a pound of food, except for those big bosses who had reserved a lot of supplies in advance. However, such big bosses did not like these jades. Ji-young had suffered in her previous life, so even if she had enough supplies in this life, she didn't plan to be a fat sheep. She didn't say anything immediately, but looked at the stall again. There were definitely not so many jade bracelets that his family bought before the natural disaster. Ji-young touched them one by one and found a few that could make the ring react more significantly, exactly 9 in total. The stall owner's eyes widened, and he took his hands out of his sleeves with full expectation, looking at her eagerly. Ji-young said directly, "So many, 10 kilograms of potatoes, do you want them?" Stall owner. His smile disappeared immediately, and he muttered in disappointment, "This is millions of dollars before it was put together." Ji-young put it down directly, "Forget it if it doesn't work." The stall owner immediately changed his tone. Okay. 10 kilograms is 10 kilograms. Ji-young put away the jade bracelet and took out potatoes one by one from her backpack with her other hand. The stall owner hurried to borrow a scale from someone. Relying on the touch she had honed in her previous life, she took out exactly 10 pounds of potatoes, a little more. However, they were not easy to cut, so she pretended not to see the stall owner secretly weighing the little bit on the scale. The transaction was completed. When Ji Yang was packing his backpack, he threw all the jade stones into the space. Still no use. Ji Yang did not give up and continued to move to the next jade stall. Her backpack could hold about 50 kilograms of potatoes, so she purchased according to the amount of 50 kilograms. There were quite a lot of people selling jade and looking at jade, but at least Ji Yang hadn't found anyone who was willing to buy it during her shopping trip. Unfortunately, few of the items currently on sale are of a quality that she would approve of. After spending more than 20 kilograms of potatoes, Ji Yang finally met a dealer. Seeing that she liked them, the dealer immediately said tentatively, "Sister, I still have a lot. How much can you eat?" Ji Yang smiled, "I want good quality ones. I will try my best to eat as many as you have." The man seemed to be sizing her up, then looked at the backpack and stretched out his hand. "Let's go by the market price. At least 500 kilograms of food will be needed." Ji Yang was delighted, but his expression remained calm. "Can the frozen fruit be cheaper?" The other party's eyes lit up, and his attitude suddenly became several times more enthusiastic. He handed over a stool and said, "Sit down, sister. Let's talk about what fruits you have. Durian, strawberries, blueberries, bananas?" Ji Yang roughly counted them and reminded the other party in his increasingly expectant eyes. "The quantity is not too much, but it can be collected into 200 kilograms. The man hesitated. "This is too much. How about getting 300 kilograms? Ji Yang was embarrassed. Fruits are not easy to get now. 300 kilograms is not enough. 200 kilograms at most. After some negotiation, the deal was finally concluded with 200 kilograms of fruit and 50 kilograms of cabbage. Although it was nearly 60% less than expected, if the fruit was taken to the rich area, it could definitely be exchanged for more things than 500 kilograms of grain. Of course, not everyone has this opportunity, so most people prefer food that can fill their stomachs. It just so happens that his boss has a connection. Both parties were very straightforward, and the deal was quickly finalized, and the transaction location was still here. The other party said cheerfully, "My stall is here. If you have any good stuff in the future, please bring it here. I will continue to collect jade and stones. I think you will want more later, right?" Ji Yang smiled and nodded, "Yes. Rich people have many quirks, and she is not worried about being noticed as abnormal." Sure enough, the man didn't care at all. After confirming that the transaction was possible, he immediately said, "Girl, my name is Luo Laosan. If you come and I'm not here, you can find me by asking anyone here. But don't leave alone with anyone. There are a lot of bad guys here." He doesn't want to wait for the sponsor to not come. Ji Yang nodded to thank him for his kindness, then stood up and continued to look at other stalls. The last few stalls did not have the quality jade she wanted. She thought to herself that it was a pity and was about to turn around and leave when Cece beside her suddenly growled. She immediately looked around cautiously and saw a middle-aged man approaching with an apologetic smile. Noticing that she and the dog were on guard, he stopped and said, "Don't get me wrong. I mean no harm. I just came to ask. I have jade bracelets here too. They were all extremely expensive before. Some cost more than $1 million. Do you want any, girl? I guarantee there will be enough." As he spoke, he showed a jade pendant in his hand. It had excellent color and was crystal clear. It was obviously an expensive item. Ji Yang looked at him quietly. The man smiled and handed over the jade pendant directly. "Yes, take a look, but the things are valuable. I can't take them all. Sister, if you want, I will take you to see them. As long as you can afford the price, those tens of millions of things before the snowstorm will be taken away." Ji Yang was not polite and took the jade pendant. "Okay." The man immediately let go and pointed the way attentively. This way, this way." Ji Yang glanced at him and followed him. The man smiled enthusiastically and glanced at the half-grown dog that had calmed down again without leaving a trace. He said enviously, "Such a big dog. I'm afraid it must eat a lot every day, right?" "It's okay. Dogs eat dog food," Ji Yang said casually, watching him lead her into an intersection. A dark light flashed in his eyes. At the entrance of the mall, Luo Laosan had just happily written down today's big deal and was calculating his commission. Suddenly, when he looked up, he saw his client following a man into an alley. He was stunned. Hey, didn't he say not to leave with strangers? There are official people guarding this place. If you go too far away, everything will be gone." Thinking of his commission, Luo Laosan gritted his teeth, called someone to help him watch the stall, and crawled to get the person. Boss, someone is actually doing something bad in your territory. Help." After walking for a few minutes, Ji Yang seemed to see something wrong and stamped his feet. Why is it taking so long? Are you taking me somewhere? Sensing that his master was in a bad mood, Cece immediately bared his teeth and looked ferocious. The man's eyes widened immediately, his face full of an expression of being wronged. How could it be? I just want to sell a piece of jade. If you don't believe me, look, I have more on me. I'll put this as collateral for you. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I, Su Datu, have an official account. Ji Yang hesitated until the other party stuffed a jade pendant into her hand. Feeling the ring warm up slightly, she knew it was also a good thing. It wasn't as good as the jade pendant, but it was still okay. She reluctantly said, okay. The man chuckled, nodded, and continued to coax her forward, this time at a much faster speed. Ji Yang didn't make a fuss. Although he was dissatisfied, he just followed and walked quickly. As they walked out of the official control area, the man immediately took 2 steps back and clapped his hands. 5 greasy-haired men with disgusting smiles on their faces appeared from the openings around them and walked towards Ji Yang. Cece immediately got angry, lowered her upper body slightly, bared her teeth, and growled to warn them not to come over. Oh, sister, this dog is really fat. A man sipped his saliva and looked at Cece straightly. I like eating dog meat the most. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Today I can finally taste it. Ji Yang felt disgusted and looked away. The others followed suit and approached step by step. But out of fear of Cece, no one dared to take the first step. Su Data retreated to a safe area and urged, hurry up, capture the man and find out the location of the supplies. Don't dawdle. It will be bad if someone finds out. This man just made a deal with Luo Laosan. The faces of several people changed slightly, and they didn't hesitate any longer. They rushed towards the man and the dog, waving the sticks and machetes in their hands. The focus was on the dog, and they didn't care about a little girl. Ji Yang quickly squatted down and untied Cece's rope and gave an order, Cece, come on. Cece roared, selected one person, and rushed his claws straight to the opponent's face, hitting him with one strike. The moment the scream rang out, the stick in his hand was swung over, but Cece quickly turned around to avoid it and went to the next person. There were only 6 people here in total. The alley was spacious and there was snow. People were not as flexible as animals in the snow, so it was just right for Cece to exercise. In addition to training herself every day, Ji Yang also occasionally trains Cece. Of course, she is not a professional coach, so she teaches it to catch and bite people according to the teaching methods on the internet. Fortunately, Cece is a smart little dog with a strong sense of crisis, so he handled the situation well. Seeing it dodging easily in the siege of 3 people and looking for opportunities to launch sneak attacks, Ji Yang was very satisfied with the training results. Just as she was about to take action, she caught a glimpse of another group of people at the alley. She decisively replaced the pistol she was about to take out with a dagger. The other 3 were also stunned by the dog's fighting ability, but they soon thought that Ji Yang might be the key to attack and immediately turned their guns towards Ji Yang. As long as the owner is at hand, the dog might beg for mercy. Just as they were about to attack, Ji Yang rushed towards them with a dagger in his hand, leaving them completely unprepared. The man in front only felt a chill on his neck. He had clearly swung the machete, but his wrist was blocked by a force and was stuck there. Then he felt the heat from his body quickly draining away, and he fell to the ground without any support. Brother, one of them roared, I'm going to fight you. Ji Yang pursed his lips and said nothing. He went straight forward and blocked his attack easily. With a shout of fuck, in the dark, he found an opportunity and quickly and viciously pointed out the opponent's fatal weakness. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream startled even the dog, but soon, Ji Yang came close with a dagger in his hand, and the tip of the knife scratched his throat, making him unable to scream. When the third person saw this scene, he immediately shouted, Run! Before he could finish a word, a dagger flew straight towards him and hit him right in the neck. At this time, Cece suddenly rushed over and bit off a piece of the man's flesh. This was much more painful than being scratched by claws. Combined with the other wounds on his face, the man fell to the ground, covering his face with his hands, losing his ability to fight. There are 2 left, but the 2 also realized that they were not easy to mess with, so they turned around and ran away. Ji Yang didn't want to leave any trouble behind, so he chased after them immediately, and another dagger appeared in his hand, which he threw directly when he got close to them. A very accurate hit on the back of the neck. But this also delayed her for a while, causing the last person to distance himself from her and escape through an alley. But as soon as he entered, the man flew back and fell to the ground. Ji Yang glanced at the people coming out of the alley and smiled politely, Thank you. Then he silently took out the 3rd dagger and quickly stabbed it into the opponent's chest. Then he pulled it out, wiped the dagger with snow, and went to collect the other daggers. By the way, he searched the bodies of these people to see if there was any jade or other things that he had missed. I was lucky enough to find 2 rings and a jade pendant, both of which were of good quality. I threw them all into the space. At the alley entrance, Luo Laosan closed his jaw in shock and said, "How many daggers did she bring?" Other people. Good question. But they wanted to ask, is it normal for this girl to greet them with such a gentle smile after killing someone and have such a good attitude? Ji Yang rubbed Cece's face with praise. When he saw the blood on the dog's paws and face, he frowned and grabbed some clean snow to wash the dog's face. This method is very convenient when you don't have all kinds of cleaning supplies. Just rub the snowflakes on the dog a few times, and it can remove a lot of dirt. After wiping, I let Cece shake its fur to shake off a lot of snowflakes, and it became a clean and beautiful dog again. Ji Yang stood up with satisfaction and was a little surprised to see that they had not left yet. At this time, the leading man suddenly walked towards him, followed closely by Luo Laosan, and the others lagged behind by 2 steps. 2 of them were still looking at the corpse, and after looking at it, their eyes turned towards Ji Yang with particularly awe. He was a werewolf, and he killed 6 people without batting an eyelid. Luo Laosan smiled warmly with a bit of respect. "Miss Ji, this is my boss Xiamuji. I saw you leaving with that jerk just now, so I called the boss over for fear that you would suffer. Of course, Miss Ji is very brave, and I was overthinking." Ji Yang quickly shook his head and said with a smile, "Thank you anyway. Kindness is a luxury in the last days. When you accept the kindness of others, you should still treat it politely regardless of whether you use it or not." Xiamuji also greeted her, "Miss Ji." Ji Yang glanced at him, eyes sparkling. "Hello, Mr. Xia." Xiamuji looked at her and said, "Miss Ji is quite skilled. I just happen to be in need of someone who can fight. I will give you preferential treatment and can guarantee the safety of your family members. I wonder if Miss Ji is interested?" "No." Ji Yang refused. "I am naturally lazy and disobedient. I don't want to be managed by a boss, and I don't have any family members to protect." Luo Laosan was stunned and extremely heartbroken. Looking at her, he felt regretful that she was wasting food. Ji Yang smiled. The next second, Xiamuji spoke up, "Well, it's a pity that I can't work with Miss Ji, but I wonder where Miss Ji learned this skill from? She looks familiar." Ji Yang couldn't laugh anymore. The man was wearing light-colored clothes, which were a bit thick due to the extreme cold, so his figure could not be seen, but what could be seen at a glance was that he was tall, a head taller than Luo Laosan next to him. The hat and scarf covered most of his face, but when the goggles were removed, his exposed eyebrows and eyes were handsome and elegant. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be a handsome guy. And Ji Yang was sure that this man was a handsome guy, because she had met him in her previous life. Of course, at that time, she didn't know that Xiamuji was the head of the profiteers in Changnan City. She was just in urgent need of a coach. When she was on a mission, she encountered a foreign mercenary gang and almost died there. After returning to the base, she took out a large sum of points and found the profiteer to find a master. The other party looked for her everywhere, but those masters still couldn't beat her. When she wanted to ask that dealer to return the points, Xiamuji appeared. This man was handsome, and Ji Yang thought he was just a show-off at first. But she failed to beat him in a formal fight. She was very strong, but her skills were all acquired through her stray learnings from masters. She was no match for him, and he would find an opportunity to beat her up in just a few moves. She grimaced in pain, but was still excited, thinking that the points were not wasted. In this way, Ji Yang studied with the other person for a month. This person taught her everything he knew and had time all day long. Whenever she asked, he could answer her immediately. He would also help her change her moves according to her strength habits so that she could kill with one strike better. She benefited a lot from it, but of course the price was extremely high, and poor Ji Yang could not afford to renew the contract, so she only studied for a month at most. Those moves have now been integrated into her body and have been changed to varying degrees due to her personal habits and angles of force. Unexpectedly, this person still noticed something strange. Chapter 20. If this man is really the boss of the business, he is definitely not a good person, because most of the rich man's wealth was taken away by Xiamuji without him noticing. Of course, at that time Ji Yang didn't know that he was the leader of this group of profiteers. In the middle of the extreme heat, the head of the profiteer was replaced. Before this, he only dealt with wealthy people. In small-scale transactions like Ji Yang's, the people he could come into contact with most were small bosses. She remembered that there had always been a legend in the base. In the past, there was a powerful person who brought a group of people to pretend to be profiteers and exchange various resources. He made a lot of money himself, and even the officials might not be as rich as him. Later, some people discovered that the rich man's things all appeared on the official side and finally fell into the hands of ordinary survivors. Some people speculated that this person might be working for the authorities, and it was not easy for the authorities to overcharge customers openly. Or it might be that there were not enough people at the time, and there were too many survivors who needed rescue, but a large amount of survival supplies were controlled and hidden by a few wealthy people, which was too wasteful, so they joined forces to come up with this method. The government provided various precious resources, and that person acted as a representative to exchange a large number of basic survival resources from the rich. Compared with the government's rigid image, the profiteers could get much more. Ji Yang was also one of the beneficiaries at the beginning. Of course, this was only discovered later. At first, everyone just thought he was a powerful trader. Later, I heard that the profiteers had changed their boss, and there was a lot of turmoil. Some profiteers were dissatisfied and wanted to set up their own business, but somehow it calmed down again. But when she saw Siamuchi today, and then looked at Luo Laosan and the other 3 people he brought with him, all of whom were small leaders of the trader business, they all called Siamuchi the boss, so she thought so. The current Siamuchi is the person in the rumors in the previous life, but he may retire after achieving success in the future. The longer a natural disaster lasts, the fewer resources can be used. The gap between the rich and the poor gradually narrows, and there are fewer replaceable resources, so retirement is normal. Anyway, the Siamuchi that Ji Yang knew in his previous life was just an idle person. He had great kung fu skills, but he wanted to sleep all day long and was sometimes too lazy to eat. But considering that he is very skilled, Ji Yang doesn't mind. Later, when she had accumulated enough points and planned to invite him again, the dealer said that he could not be contacted. During years of natural disasters, if you can't contact someone, 9 out of 10 times they are gone. Because at this time, everyone will not easily leave the base alone to go somewhere else. And with so many disasters, death is too normal. It's a pity that he noticed her abnormality as soon as they met in this life. Otherwise, she might be able to ask him to teach her. No one would dislike her for being too strong, especially in the end times. She wanted to become a Super Saiyan. Even if there was space, the improvement of her body could not be ignored. The scarf blocked Ji Yang's expression, and she looked normal. I don't know. I signed up for a martial arts school and was taught by a master. I didn't ask about that at the time. Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave. Siamuji's eyes curved slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Please. Ji Yang nodded and called out, Cece. Woof. Cece responded immediately, glanced at the group of people vigilantly, and followed his master with his tail wagging. The claws stepped on the snow and created small flowers. It was soon buried by the drifting snow. Gradually, the dead on the ground were also buried. Siamuji glanced at the mess behind him and said, Let's drag these people back and deal with them. Yes. Luo Laosan and others immediately responded. They have a wide network of contacts and have seen a lot. In the past, the corpses would at most make people feel scared. But now there are people who are short of food and clothing, and there are people who are robbing and collecting protection money. They are so hungry that they have turned into monsters. They couldn't beat those ruthless people, and without food, they could only turn their attention to others. Corpses can also be used as food. Moreover, this group of people is organized. If people knew that a little girl killed their 5 thugs, the organization would definitely take revenge on her. There were too many people watching Ji Yang being taken away by them at the entrance of the mall. But if the body was handled by them, the matter would naturally be blamed on them. The boss doesn't dare to take revenge on anyone. But it's such a pity that Miss Ji didn't come to work. But on second thought, the fact that this girl could take out so many fruits for a few pieces of inedible jade showed that she was not short of supplies. Luo Laosan wiped his saliva enviously. Comparing himself with others will only make him angry. No, he must work hard and strive to have enough food and drink to buy some things to enjoy life. It was still early, but the temperature was too low. Ji Yang didn't want to stay outside for long, so she took Cece for a walk. After confirming that no one was following them, she put on her skis again and put a harness on Cece. This time, she didn't ski by herself, but gave the command directly, Cece, go. As soon as the puppy heard the command, it jumped up and rushed forward. It was a bit difficult at first. Just as Ji Yang was about to help, he was already fully mobilized, and at this time it was not so strenuous. Snowflakes flew in her face along the way, but luckily she had sufficient equipment, otherwise her face would have been frozen. Finally, after more than 20 minutes, she returned to Jiafu community. Cece was so tired that she was gasping for breath. Ji Yang just wanted to exercise a little, so he put it in the backpack, with its head sticking out and started climbing the stairs. She panted her way to the 13th floor. When she heard someone coming down, she paused, ready her weapon, and continued to climb. When we reached the 14th floor, a familiar-looking woman lowered her eyes and walked slowly down. Noticing her, the woman's eyes immediately lit up. "You went out." I was wondering why there was no response when I knocked on the door. Ji Young remembered her. She was the woman who had exchanged the jade bracelet for milk powder. She nodded. "What's the matter?" The woman's eyes reddened, and she wanted to say something, but the situation was different this time. She glanced at the 14th floor and pointed upstairs. Ji Young nodded and quickly went upstairs. Jiang Jing followed closely and said with red eyes, "Can I exchange this jade bracelet for a few packs of sanitary napkins?" Then he took out the things in his pocket. A jade bracelet in excellent condition. Based on Ji Yang's superficial understanding, this jade bracelet should have been sold for 1 million before the natural disaster. She was a little surprised. Such an expensive thing was taken out? This was not the same price as the previous 300,000 jade bracelet. Jiang Jing explained, "This belongs to my mother-in-law. My husband and I went to pick them up 2 days ago and found that they were both dead. The jade bracelet was in the safe, so no one could take it away. I didn't steal it from someone else." She knew that Ji Yang was almost robbed some time ago and was afraid that she would be disgusted by this. If it were peacetime, she would definitely not easily use the relics of her deceased mother-in-law, but in the current situation, the possibility of dawn was too low. If she didn't take action, it might just become an ordinary stone that would be disliked if thrown on the street because it was too heavy and took up too much space. Therefore, her husband asked her to bring it over to change the sanitary napkin, as the previous one had been used up. It would be really a torture to let the blood flow like this in the middle of winter. However, the price of the jade bracelet at the official exchange point was not high. It should be said that the price of sanitary napkins is too expensive. Everything has stopped, and bathroom manufacturers no longer produce these things. The more they are used, the less they are, so they are now sold by the piece, 10 points per piece. After exchanging the bracelet, she can only sell 5 packs. She was thinking about the bracelet last time. Ji Yang was able to give 2 packs of sanitary napkins as a bargain. Although so much time has passed and the value of the materials has risen sharply, it should be higher than the official price. Of course, if not, she can only take the risk and find those profiteers. But compared to the trader, she still trusted Ji Yang, who had done business with her once and was also a woman. Ji Yang didn't want to ask these questions and just said, "I'll take the things, but what I can give you." She pondered for 2 seconds and gave a price: 10 packs of sanitary napkins and a bucket of infant formula, or 5 packs of sanitary napkins, 3 packs of sleeping pants, and a bucket of infant formula. You choose? She doesn't want to cheat anyone, but she can't be so stupid either. This price is determined based on price changes during this period. It is definitely higher than the market price, but not outrageously high. Of course, this market price is not official. The government will not spend a lot of money to buy gold, silver, and jewelry. Those who are willing to buy these are basically speculators. They will find ways to sell them to rich people, and their bids are naturally much higher than the government's. After Ji Young finished speaking, Jiang Jing was overjoyed and said repeatedly, "Okay, okay." It was far beyond her expectations. "I want 10 packs of sanitary napkins and milk powder." The sleeping pants are no longer necessary. She has been eating less recently and the weather is cold, so her menstrual flow is getting less and less. Otherwise, she wouldn't have needed 2 packs of sanitary napkins until now. She even hoped to stop having her period before her sanitary napkins ran out. Her daughter no longer needs milk powder. She has small teeth now and can eat meat soup and porridge very well. She is not picky about food at all. However, the milk powder is also an unexpected surprise. She never thought that Ji Yang still has milk powder. Ji Yang likes this kind of decisive guest. "Okay, wait a moment." She opened the door and went in. Jiang Jing waited happily, and soon the familiar black bag was handed out. She immediately handed over the bracelet. The transaction was completed. Jiang Jing said thank you again and hurried downstairs. Ji Yang closed the door, threw the bracelet into the space, and then put Cece down. This guy was not noisy. She was so busy trading that she forgot it was still on her back. Cece was still happy after landing. He rubbed against his owner and then ran to drink water. Ji Yang also took off his clothes while checking the space. This time the bracelet disappeared. There is a small piece of extra living space, which after a rough measurement is exactly 50 square meters. Ji Yang was happy to see the soft and fertile land. She looked around at all the seeds and finally chose Chinese medicinal herbs to plant first and leave the rest for later. During this period, you can try to trade more fruits. When summer comes, you really can't get the fruits out, but you can get dried fruits at that time. But it shouldn't be as attractive as fresh fruit, right? As Ji Young thought about it, she realized that she should decide what to eat later. She had just come back from a trip and her hands and feet were still a little cold, so she decided to eat something hot and spicy. While he was thinking, Cece finished drinking the water. Ji Young filled its food bowl with meat and looked at the little cooked meat left. He decided to cook more when he had time. This half-grown puppy eats too much. Seeing the dog eating so happily, Ji Young became even hungrier. This time he didn't have to choose. Boiled fish was the perfect dish to go with rice. Because she placed the order directly and paid enough money, the boss put plenty of ingredients, including fish meat. The bean sprouts and dried tofu combined were not as much as the fish meat. In addition to that, there were plenty of various chili peppers, peppercorns, and oil. It has a very strong taste, but tastes great. Ji Young finished a large bowl of rice in one breath, still feeling a little unsatisfied. But the food is almost finished. If she took another portion, she would feel it was too much, so she simply didn't eat it and replaced it with fruit. Occasionally, when she had nothing to do, she would put some of the fruit in an empty room with the door closed and the window open. It would become a natural outdoor refrigerator, where she would freeze some ice water and fruit. Put the fruit in there for about 10 minutes, and it will be completely cooled. Smaller fruits such as strawberries can be frozen into an icy texture. You can chill it to different degrees according to your preference, and then put it away. When it is extremely hot in the future, you can take it out and eat it, and it will be just cold. For example, iced watermelon. I can't imagine how happy it would be to eat an iced watermelon when it is extremely hot. However, the weather is cold now, and Ji Young doesn't like to eat cold food, so the fruits he took out are all at room temperature. He directly uses his consciousness to wash them in space and pours the water on the fruit tree. It is convenient and quick. She didn't throw away the fruit cores, but collected them all so that she could maybe grow them in the future. Anyway, Ji Young now finds everything useful and doesn't throw away garbage easily. She ate the sweet and slightly sour cherries one at a time, threw the cores into the space after eating, and rested for a while. Feeling that the food in her stomach was almost digested, Ji Young stretched and started today's exercise. This exercise lasted for 3 hours, using up all her last bit of strength. She rested for half an hour and then slipped into the space to wash up. Even though there were occasional noises from livestock such as pigs, cows, and sheep, the space still seemed very quiet. This was not a real world after all, so Ji Young was particularly uncomfortable with it, especially as soon as she entered the space. She could not hear anything happening outside. But there is a shower here, and the temperature is constant. Ji Young took a hot shower, put on her clothes, and came out. She heard a burst of urgent scratching at the door. Her face changed slightly, and she rushed to the door immediately. I saw Cece scratching the door, as if wanting to go out, and there was a hint of anxiety on the dog's face. Seeing her owner coming out, Cece immediately pounced on her and bit her trouser leg to pull her out. Woof, woof, woof. Ji Young actually didn't hear any noise outside, but Cece looked like there was an enemy, so she didn't hesitate, quickly changed into her winter clothes for going out, put on all her equipment, and tentatively opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, a familiar but particularly sharp and panicked female voice yelled, "You beasts! Bastard! He was the one who broke into my house while my husband was not at home and wanted to bully me. He deserves to be beaten to death, and you are still helping this bastard." Then came Chow Huijuan's righteous voice. "That's too serious. He certainly made a mistake. But you're not in trouble, are you? Your husband was too cruel. He caused his family to lose a labor force. What's the difference between this and murder? We just want you to compensate us with some food. Otherwise, do you have the heart to watch their family starve to death?" Then there were several cries and pleas. "Look at me, an orphan and a widow. You beat my son like this. You want us to die." Jiang Jing still gritted her teeth. "No, we don't have any food at home." As soon as the voice fell, there was another panicked scream. "Ah, what are you doing? This is robbery." Chapter 21. Things happened very quickly. Ji Young heard all this as soon as she opened the door. With her experience in her previous life, she knew the general situation without even thinking. Someone came to the house and pried it open, but was caught and beaten up by Jiang Jing's husband who happened to come back. He was quite cruel. For this reason, the man's family went to Chow Huijun for help. Not surprisingly, this person happened to be a member of the Extreme Cold Alliance. Otherwise, Chow Huijun would not have taken it so seriously as to confuse right and wrong. But Jiang Jing refused to give them any supplies. Perhaps because they were just 2 people, the group of people rushed over like a swarm. It didn't matter if they didn't give them any supplies, as long as they could snatch them away. It seems that this group of people have really become accustomed to abusing their power recently. Looking at Cece again, she was scratching the ground anxiously, making a teeth-grinding squeaking sound. Jiang was speechless. Did she think she was one of their own just because she had given Jiang Jing things twice? That is, in the animal world, you cannot give anything to someone who is not one of your own. But because Ji Yang didn't go down immediately, Cece's anxious mind began to hesitate, and then she stopped scratching her claws, tilted her head, and looked at her in confusion. Finally, he seemed to realize that the unlucky guy was not his teammate, and turned around to go back to the house. Ji Yang was happy. Okay, I'll go down and take a look. As soon as she made a move, Cece immediately followed happily, but as they got closer to the floor where the commotion was taking place, Cece's expression gradually became more serious. Originally, there was a mess of quarrels and noise here, until Ji Yang smelled a hint of blood. Jiang Jing screamed, "Husband!" "Ah!" Another person exclaimed, "Brother Su, you killed someone! You killed someone!" "Shut up! I'll kill anyone who says that again." With a cold shout, the shouting voice suddenly disappeared, leaving only Jiang Jing crying, "Husband! You killed my husband, Wu Wu." The man called Brother Su seemed to be stunned for a long time and didn't say a word, but as soon as Ji Yang reached the 11th floor, Jiang Jing came to his senses and rushed towards him. But the other party was a man, and Jiang Jing was a woman who had not exercised much and had just given birth to a child less than a year ago. She was in a hurry and had no tools in her hands. As soon as she approached, she was kicked away by the other party. Jiang Jing fell to the ground, curled up in pain, unable to make a sound. Her husband happened to be next to her, with a big hole on his head. His face was pale and silent. The man called Brother Su also came back to his senses, with a fierce look on his face. "Kill him if you want. Why do you want to avenge your husband?" Jiang Jing clenched her fists in hatred, but she really couldn't beat the other person. Brother Su snorted coldly, and when she didn't say anything, he smiled complacently. "In this case, everything your husband has is my spoils of war. Xiaolu, take people to search out all the supplies, and we will divide them equally. As for this woman, I want her. What do you think, Brother Qiao?" Xiao Huijun was also frightened and was unable to recover for a while. When he came to his senses, he heard these words and his face twitched. This Brother Su was the vice president of the Tongmenghui, and he was a very ruthless person, and his status was slightly higher than his. He smiled and said, "Of course it's good. We can't let the people of the Tongmenghui be bullied for nothing, right?" When the others saw this, they immediately rushed forward. The sudden noise scared the sleeping child in the house, who immediately burst into tears. Jiang Jing stood up suddenly and tried to go in, but was thrown out by two people. "Get out! This is our spoils of war." She almost broke her silver teeth, and in despair, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure appearing at the stairs. A glimmer of light flashed across Jiang Jing's eyes, but soon dimmed. There are butchers all around her. How can she dare to expect others to save her? Ji Yang was indeed not here to be a god of war. If she saved him in this situation, what would happen next? She could protect him for a while, but not forever. But for Cece's sake, she would not do nothing. Just as their eyes met, she opened her mouth and said silently, "Come here." At this time, everyone was immersed in the excitement of free supplies and did not notice the abnormality at the stairs. Jiang Jing's heart moved slightly, and without caring about anything else, he quickly got up and went over there. Xiao Huijun and others thought that she was going to overestimate her own capabilities again and were about to sneer and attack. She went straight to the stairs. Several people turned around and saw Ji Yang. Xiao Huijun's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Brother Su's eyes indeed lit up. It had been so long since the natural disaster, but he had never seen such a beautiful girl. The next second, Ji Yang handed a tang sword to Jiang Jing. Jiang Jing was stunned. Ji Yang smiled and said, "Take it, and kill as many as you can. It's already this late, you won't still be afraid, right?" Jiang Jing took it subconsciously, but his mind was shaken by these words. He thought, "Kill as many as you can. Is it really possible?" She raised her eyes and saw Ji Yang's calm look. "It's like talking about killing a chicken." Jiang Jing thought this was terrifying intellectually, but the next second her body began to tremble, and an unprecedented stimulating feeling spread throughout her body. She turned her head to look at Brother Su and others. Just as her daughter was crying, the people who went to look for supplies were about to come out with a lot of things in their arms. There were all kinds of rice, flour, grain and oil that she and her husband had stored, sanitary napkins and milk powder that she had just exchanged with Ji Yang, and firewood that they had gone to look for. This group of people had absolutely no intention of leaving her and her daughter alive. "Damn it! I'm going to fight you!" Jiang Jing shouted. gripping the Tang sword tightly and rushed forward. At that moment, her mind was blank. She only wanted revenge and to kill them all. Why are these people so arrogant even after killing people? Why should the victim pay for material damages when the person was beaten for doing something bad? Why do they just want to live a good life? But there are always people who won't let them go. Brother Su and the others' faces also changed drastically. They didn't have such good weapons in their hands. The blade looked extremely sharp. They were all scared and retreated to avoid its sharpness. But they happened to be at the doorstep of Jiang Jing's house. This time he retreated. He went straight back home. Jiang Jing rushed forward with a knife in hand and hacked at anyone he saw, no matter who they were. They were all bad guys and deserved to die. Ah, crazy, crazy. This woman is crazy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please let me go. Ah. Help. In the panic, Xiao Huijun was slashed by a knife. He quickly pulled his brother over to block, and the next second the man's neck was cut by the long knife. Brother Su realized that he couldn't go on like this, so he suddenly pushed one of his brothers under the knife. Taking this opportunity, he stepped around and picked up a stick to hit Jiang Jing. Suddenly, there was a pop sound in my neck. It felt like something was shot in. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the heat quickly faded away. He saw at the door that the woman he had just coveted was pointing a crossbow at them. At this point, Jiang naturally couldn't let Jiang Jing die. That's why I took action. As Jiang Jing went crazy, the smell of blood became stronger and stronger. Cici became a little agitated. Most of the people were hacked to death, and the rest were in a panic. No one dared to fight with a madman with a knife. Until one person shouted, "Look for the 17th floor. He has a gun. This woman is too scary. She must be shot." Xiao Huijun. But the others believed it. They didn't dare to look for him before because they were afraid that the other party had killed too many people. Now in this situation, they naturally needed his help. Just then, one person found a gap and slipped out, and immediately ran towards the 17th floor. Ji Yang did not stop him. He waited for the man to climb to the 17th floor and knocked on the door immediately. However, as soon as he knocked, the door opened automatically a crack. Not closed? He was stunned for a moment, but when he walked in, he saw the messy house and a body lying in the master bedroom. It was obvious that the person had been dead for a long time. At this point, he probably knew it without anyone telling him. The old man on the 17th floor doesn't have a gun at all. He wanted to cry but had no tears. He shivered as he walked out of the house. It was freezing cold and he was injured. He was freezing cold. If he didn't go home to keep warm, he might die. He could only take a deep breath and continue running downstairs. But Jiang Jing was already exhausted. She was holding on with a lot of hatred. After these people were hacked to death, injured, or ran away by her, her hatred seemed to be vented, and she broke away and fell to the ground. But the remaining people who still had some strength left were frightened out of their wits. Seeing that she had stopped hacking people, they ran away in a hurry, not daring to resist at all, leaving behind a pile of corpses that could not escape. Jiang Jingmu stared at all this in a daze and turned his head to look for something. As a result, her husband's body was mixed in with the blood of these people, and it was unclear which one it was. She wanted to find her husband but failed. She sat back down weakly. She didn't know when her daughter's crying stopped in the room. She was probably tired of crying, and when she found that no one was comforting her, she stopped crying. Jiang Jing wiped her tears and looked at Ji Yang, who was still standing at the door, with a wronged look on her face. She spoke in a hoarse voice full of vicissitudes. How come the world has suddenly become so terrible? Ji Yang pursed her lips, unable to say anything. She didn't want to either. Even though she had the space and even though she had stockpiled hundreds of millions of supplies, she still hoped that the end of the world would not come, even if all her money was wasted. Jiang Jing knew it was useless to ask. She was just emotional. Seeing that she didn't say anything, her feverish mind calmed down a little and she slowly stood up. "Thank you for the knife. I'll give it back to you." "Ji Yang, I'll give it to you." Jiang Jing wanted to refuse, but gave up after opening her mouth. In her current situation, if she didn't have any weapons, she would be torn to pieces by the jackals immediately. She said seriously, "Thank you. I will live well. If I find jade in the future, I will give it to you without exchanging anything else." Ji Yang said nothing and turned to leave. Jiang Jing took a deep breath, and all she breathed in was the smell of blood. She frowned immediately and went back to the house to check on her daughter to make sure she was okay, just crying a little too hard. She then added some firewood to the house before starting to clean up the battlefield. Since you don't want to die, then live well. You can't let down other people's kindness. Downstairs. The person who ran to the 17th floor and then tumbled down also told about the situation on the 17th floor. In this wave, the Alliance suffered heavy losses and hated the 11th floor so much. They never expected that she was actually a crazy woman. She was also funded with a knife by the 15th floor and became a killing god. The boss on the 17th floor must be killed. Otherwise, how can there be peace in the building? A group of injured people, frightened people, and people whose family members were hacked to death all gathered at Xiao Huijun's house, talking while keeping warm. Only Xiao Huijun had a strange look on his face, as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant. At this time, the man ran over and told everyone what had just happened. Everyone was dumbfounded. Died? The big guy with the gun died? People with quick minds would just want to rush out. The man is dead, but the gun must still be there. But the next second, Xiao Huijun yelled, "Stop!" Everyone stopped and said, "Brother Xiao, what happened again?" Xiao Huijun sighed, "I didn't want to tell you because I was afraid of causing panic. The old man on the 17th floor has been dead for a long time." Exclamation point. What? Brother Xiao, what's going on? Some people thought too much. Brother Xiao, do you have the gun? Take it out quickly and kill these two women. Xiao Huijun. He smiled bitterly. No, if it was in my hands, I wouldn't have been hacked just now. I guess the one with the gun is not on the 17th floor. Then why were those two people on the 6th floor shot dead? Someone puzzled. Some people's faces were gradually becoming frightened. Xiao Huijun confirmed their guess. If nothing unexpected happens, the gun is on the woman on the 15th floor. Several people panicked and were at a loss. Some of them slipped off the chairs because their legs went weak, while others shivered and touched their wounds, grimacing in pain. Some people started to shout, "This is the end. We have offended her so much. Will she be silenced?" Brother Xiao, you better think of a solution. No wonder this woman is so arrogant. It turns out she has a gun. How about we move to the next building? I think we should report it. We have a gun ban in Xia country. How could she get a gun? She must be a gangster. I heard that we are in urgent need of coal miners, and all those who have committed crimes have been taken away to mine coal. Are you sure we can survive before this? Several people shuddered for a moment and looked at Xiao Huijun again. Brother Xiao, say something? Xiao Huijun then spoke slowly. I think everyone's suggestions are good, but this gun is in her hand. You can see that killing people on the 15th floor is no different from killing chickens. If the authorities knew that we were going to inform on them, they would definitely not come to investigate immediately. During this period of time, our lives and the lives of our families cannot be guaranteed. So, I have an idea dash. Everyone was looking forward to it. What? Xiao Huijun narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "Let's make this gun ours. This way, what happened today will never happen again. What do you think?" Wow. Everyone resisted subconsciously, but soon realized what this meant and began to breathe heavily again. Soon someone responded, "Okay, listen to Brother Xiao. How about we take the woman on the 11th floor hostage and threaten her?" Xiao Huijun rolled his eyes. Which do you think is faster, her gun or your knife? And why do you think she can give away her gun for the sake of the 11th floor? The man immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. Xiao Huijun said, "I have already thought of a way. In fact, the fastest way is to subdue her before she draws the gun. After all, the gun cannot be directly held in the hand. She must have hidden it on her body first. As long as we are fast enough, there will be no problem. But she didn't go out before, so it is a bit difficult to implement. Fortunately, she is going out now." The next day, Jiang got up happily. "The main thing is that I received new jade today. I wonder if it is possible to expand it by several hundred square meters at a time?" Jiang was looking forward to it very much, but if the jade given by Luo Laosan was not of good quality, then she would not trade with him next time. If that didn't work, she would take some time to go to Southern Province, which was close to Myanmar and also produced jade. Before going out, Jiang had spicy soup, fried dough sticks, and a meat bun for breakfast. He ate until his body was warm before going to the natural freezing room. After being frozen for a whole night, these fruits had become hard. Jiang put them all into the space, packed them in sacks and tied them together in the space. It looks like a lot, but it's actually just 3 sacks. However, the more the sacks are used, the less they are. Jiang reminded himself that after trading the fruits, he had to bring the sacks back. Cici was very clear that she was going out, so she immediately followed behind and took the leash placed at the entrance on her own initiative. Jiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she put the harness on it. Actually, she didn't plan to bring a puppy. Puppies are very comfortable pulling carts, but if she asked it to pull a cart with 200 kilograms of fruit, that would be abuse. She planned to find a place to take out the snowmobile and drive the motorcycle. There would be no place for the puppy to sit because the space was taken by the fruit. But since the puppy is so diligent, just let it pull the motorcycle. At worst, let it follow the motorcycle. She still went out fully armed with a mountaineering bag on her back. Just as she opened the door, the Lee family of 3 just went out. When they saw her, Lee immediately greeted them with a smile. Ji-young nodded and hurried downstairs. Passing by the 11th floor, I looked inside and saw Jiang Jing was just going out. She had the child tied to her chest, wrapped up very tightly, holding a tang sword in her right hand, and carrying a bag on her back. It's heartbreaking to watch. But Jiang Jing's face showed indifference, with a hint of murderous intent, as if she had been reborn from the ashes, and she didn't care about her difficult situation at all. But when she saw Ji-young, she subconsciously smiled. Miss Ji. There was an inexplicable sense of respect in that voice. There was a hint of surprise in Ji-young's eyes, as if she didn't expect that she would bring her daughter out, but the two were not familiar with each other, so she just nodded as usual and hurried downstairs. Jiang Jing also smiled and walked down slowly. This was very difficult and unfair to her daughter, but the door of her home was not as strong as Ji-young's house, which could be opened with a hammer a few times. The daughter was alone at home. Not to mention what would happen if the charcoal brazier suddenly went out. She couldn't bear the thought of someone breaking in. I would rather my daughter die than die with her. Because she was with her daughter, Jiang Jing did not walk fast and was soon caught up by the Li family. The Li family went out to look for supplies yesterday. When they came back, they found the corridor on the 11th floor full of blood and realized something was wrong. Mother Li found out some information after asking someone. Seeing Jiang Jing like this just at this moment, Li felt both sympathy and admiration in his heart. He knew very well that if she encountered such a thing, she would definitely not be able to be strong so quickly. Not to mention going out to look for supplies with a daughter who was less than 1 year old. It was bitterly cold outside. As soon as they reached the corridor, the baby started crying out of discomfort. Jiang Jing glanced at her daughter. No matter how tightly she was wrapped up, the cold was still everywhere. She couldn't stand it. But Jiang Jing didn't stop. On the contrary, Li couldn't bear to watch it anymore and ran over and shouted, "Wait!" Jiang Jing immediately clenched the tang sword in his hand and looked at her vigilantly. Li didn't dare to go over, but when he saw Tang Dao, his eyes lit up. "Did Ji-young give it to you?" Jiang Jing's expression relaxed. "Yeah." Li secretly thought that Ji-young was indeed cold on the outside but warm on the inside, and she smiled even brighter. "Well, I want to say that if you can't leave the child at home, you can leave him at my house. My grandparents are always at home. Of course it's not free, but 3 kilograms of food a month. How about that? If you say it's free at this time, people will definitely not believe you." As expected, she said she would charge a fee. Jiang Jing's eyes moved, and finally there was a hint of anger in them. Li said with a bitter face, "We have a large family, so we have to get more food. Don't worry, my 2 elderly people will definitely take care of it. It just so happened that my grandparents were afraid to go out recently and had nothing to do. There was no water, electricity, gas, and not much food to cook, so I found something for them to do, so as to avoid seeing people become haggard." Jiang Jing really didn't believe it, but this family did have weaknesses, and she actually knew the family across from Ji-young. Naturally, she wanted to know as much as possible about the situation in the building. They did not participate in the Tongminghui and only paid protection fees every month. Relatively speaking, they were indeed people who could be somewhat cooperative. "Okay," she nodded, her voice still hoarse and a little choked. Li immediately laughed. "Okay, let's go back and put the child down first, and we can also collect supplies together. There is strength in numbers." Jiang Jing tilted her head and quickly wiped the moisture from the corners of her eyes. "When I was most desperate, I met kind people one after another and realized that the world is not that bad after all." She couldn't bear to let her daughter die with her. What if the natural disaster was survived by the mother and daughter? Ji-young asked Cece to take her to a remote place. Then I found a secluded corner, quickly changed my equipment, tied 3 sacks of fruit to the snowmobile, and then discussed with Cece, "Are you going to run? Or are you going to run?" Woof. Cece made her choice and ran out happily. Very good. Ji-young started the motorcycle, and after a rumbling sound, a burst of snowflakes splashed up, and he rushed out quickly, and Cece followed immediately. Fearing that the dog would be tired, she didn't drive very fast, only about 40 miles per hour. After driving for about 20 minutes, we arrived at our destination. During the process, she met several people who were salivating over the dog meat and her supplies, but they could not catch up with the speed of the man and the dog, and were left far behind. In frustration, they tried to throw stones. Of course, none of them hit the mark. Jiang arrived early, so there were not many people setting up stalls at this time. Noon is the busiest time because the temperature is the highest. But as long as there are people, it will be fine. Jiang found a vendor to ask about Luo Laosan, and the vendor immediately asked others to help watch the stall while he went to find someone. While waiting, Jiang also took a fancy to some jade jewelry and took out potatoes from his backpack to buy them. Potatoes are really a good thing to trade. They have a high yield and are long-lasting in storage. When I have more space and land in the future, I must plant more. Just after the purchase, Luo Laosan came over with a smile. Girl, here. Ji Yang pointed to his snowmobile and the little dog watching something beside it. Come here. Okay. Luo Laosan shook the package in his arms and trotted over. When he saw the snowmobile, his eyes lit up. Sister is amazing. She can even do this. Ji Yang pretended to be proud. That's right. There are a lot of good things. Luo Laosan nodded as a matter of course and handed over the package. Here, boss, take a look. There are so many. Before the snowstorm, these goods were worth hundreds of millions. Jiang didn't hold back and inspected the goods carefully. When the package was opened, he saw all kinds of jade ornaments, including jade bracelets, jade pendants, earrings, necklaces, rings, thumb rings, etc., all piled together. The bag was also a famous brand that was bought before the disaster, costing 4 or 500,000 yuan each. But now that they were put together like this, Jiang felt that he looked a bit like a vegetable vendor. She took out the jade stones one by one and touched them. The quality was indeed good. Of course, it was still not as good as the raw stones she had bought directly from Myanmar. Due to limited conditions, all the jade available here is made into jewelry. Not only are they small in size, but their prices are also skyrocketing. This already meets Ji Yang's expectations. Luo Laosan didn't cheat her. He just used some ordinary goods to fool people. Ji Yang put it directly into her bag. When she put the heavy jade in, she felt the weight on her shoulders. Seeing this, Luo Laosan immediately rubbed his hands and happily went to move the fruit. As soon as I touched it, a pair of dog paws appeared. He was so scared that he quickly stepped back. Hey, your master asked me to move it. Cici bared her teeth fiercely. Roar. They all belong to the master. Jiang quickly pulled Cici away. It's okay. Give it to him. Cici whimpered unwillingly and rubbed her head against her thigh, then kept silent. Luo Laosan quickly took action and called for others to come over. He unwrapped the 3 sacks full of frozen fruits and checked them. After seeing this, he grinned happily. These are all good things, not bad. If you have such goods in the future, come to me. The goods I have are definitely better. Isn't it? The natural disasters are getting worse day by day, and the prices of these inedible and undrinkable things are getting lower day by day. Ji Yang nodded readily, and then said, Give the sack back to me. Luo Laosan. Rich people are worthy of being rich people. They even remember such little things. She deserves to make money. He quickly asked people to pack the fruits into boxes and return the sacks to Ji Yang. After the transaction was over, more people started setting up stalls. Ji Yang went to check out the individual vendors again. This time he found much less stuff than yesterday, and the quality was not very good either. Having just received a batch of top-quality goods, Ji Yang no longer cared about them and was about to leave when another vendor came, put down the things in his hand, and opened the thick cloth, revealing a white, soft but extremely skinny rabbit inside. Ji Yang. Oh yes. Her ranch is still missing rabbits. Changnan City is not a province that loves rabbits, and rabbits are not even featured in common dishes. So much so that Ji Yang completely forgot about rabbits when buying poultry. Ji Yang immediately stepped forward. Boss, how much is this? A few minutes later, Ji Yang left on a snowmobile. After wandering outside for half an hour, he returned here with an extra bag of potatoes. A total of 100 pounds, exchanged for 5 rabbits. There are 2 males and 3 females, and the female rabbit is pregnant. The man could no longer afford to keep the rabbits fed. The feed at home was almost gone, and the female rabbits gave birth to many children. At first he could still sell them, but later it became increasingly difficult. The soil was frozen, and unless the house was warm enough, it was impossible to grow vegetables. The rabbits had nothing to eat, and they became thin and hungry. The few baby rabbits that were born were eaten directly by the mother rabbit. The boss then took it out to sell. As for the dead rabbit, Ji Yang didn't buy it, leaving it for others who wanted to eat meat. Once she raises her rabbits, she won't have to worry about having no rabbit meat to eat. Wait, how do you cook rabbit meat? Ji Yang fell into deep thought. She bought a lot of spicy rabbit heads, hand-shredded rabbits, spicy rabbit legs, and cold rabbits, but she doesn't know how to cook them. I hope to learn how to make rabbit before the stock is gone. Today was a great harvest, and Ji Young was in a good mood. Seeing that it was still early, he thought about going to other exchange points in Changnan City. The entire city is very large, so there is naturally not only one exchange point. Although he didn't meet the right dealer this time, he still bought a lot of jades of very good quality. On the way back, Ji Young stuffed all of them into the space, just to see how much he could expand it this time. After stuffing, the jade disappeared instantly. All that's left is an empty backpack. At the same time, a piece of dark brown soft land appeared again next to the original land. This time it was directly 550 square meters. It turns out that it needs to be fed with good quality jade. Finally, she has the same wealth as before when she upgraded. Ji Young sighed. While controlling the direction of Cece pulling the sled, he divided his mind to farming in space. He put 5 rabbits into the pig raising area, mainly because pigs don't eat grass, and the grass there was growing well, just enough for the rabbits to eat it to avoid waste. Moreover, after observing for so long, even though chickens, ducks, geese, quails, and fowl all lived in the same pen, they did not attack each other. Although there were class divisions, each of them lived well. These pigs shouldn't attack the little rabbits, right? You can experiment. However, this situation is only temporary. Of the extra 500 square meters, she has planned 200 square meters as the place for the little rabbits to live in the future. She gave so much because the little rabbits reproduced very quickly. She was confident about this and was afraid that if she didn't give more, there would not be enough room for them in the future. Therefore, we just spread grass and watered the 200 square meters and left them alone. There are still 300 square meters left, which will be used to grow vegetables, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, and more cabbage. After all this busy work, Ji Young discovered that several chickens, ducks, and geese had started to brood. It seemed that new beer ducks, iron pot stewed geese, and honey roasted chickens would appear soon. As she thought about it, she became a little greedy. Let's have goose stewed in an iron pot for lunch today. There were also dishes in the space that she had specially packed from the north, but she had to heat them up herself. When she went to the north, the temperature was already more than 10 degrees below zero, and the temperature dropped a lot after she packed them. Cece was dedicated to her job and pulled Ji Young all the way back to the community. As soon as she entered the community, she keenly felt that someone was staring at her, which made her very uncomfortable. She raised her eyes and scanned the neighborhood, finally landing on the direction of the 15th floor of Building 9. There was an old man waving a red cloth on the balcony. That was the direction of the Lee family. Ji Young instinctively felt that it should not be here. So these 2 old people from the Lee family are reminding her? Is she being targeted? Ji Young could probably guess who the group was after a rough thought. The Tongming, we lost a lot of people in the building yesterday, and they dared to ambush her today. They were probably from the buildings next door. She continued walking the dog as usual. Cece stopped at Building 9. Ji Young put away his skis and walked upstairs slowly. A subtle noise came through the empty stairwell, and the dog's ears moved. Ji Young quickly noticed that his consciousness was already changing the magazine of the gun in space. On the way up, the building was exceptionally quiet. It was quiet before, but most families didn't do special soundproofing like Ji Young did. Under normal circumstances, one could hear some noises in the house, but this time there was no noise at all the way to the 11th floor. Cece realized something was wrong, and her whole body tensed up as if she was about to explode. Ji Young smoothed the fur on its back soothingly and narrowed his eyes. Asterisk. At this time, on the 14th floor, the group of people in charge of the ambush whispered to each other. Why haven't they come yet? I'm so anxious. Fuck, didn't you realize something was wrong? That shouldn't happen. We have a telescope. How could we possibly detect it? You feel most relaxed when you're about to get home. Don't worry, we are fully prepared, and we will hit the target in one shot. The footsteps gradually became louder. Everyone heard it and immediately shut up, not daring to make any noise. They all stayed on their side, with all kinds of chili powder, pepper, axes, hammers, and even chainsaws ready, waiting for the target to appear and then rushing over. I just don't believe it. A little girl, facing these things, what's the use of having a gun? Suddenly something flew over and landed on the ground. With a ding-dong sound, several people were wondering when a burst of white smoke appeared and everyone's eyes suddenly felt sore and painful. Fuck. Hand/grenade? How could she have a hand/grenade? Run. We've been discovered. Chapter 22. A smoke bomb with some irritants added was dropped, and the people in ambush were instantly shocked. They closed their eyes tightly, unable to see anything, and were scared to death. They subconsciously thought it was a grenade. The people who were also lying in ambush downstairs estimated that Ji Yang should have reached the ambush point and immediately rushed up to try to attack from both ends. Kill. Kill this woman, and the gun will be ours. Xiao Huijun took the lead, his face still showing ecstasy about owning a gun. However, the next second he appeared at the corner of the stairs and was dumbfounded by the scene he saw. Before he could react, something appeared at his feet, and then a thick smoke rushed straight to his face, causing him to close his eyes instinctively. Ah, my eyes. Ji Yang put on a gas mask and appeared in front of them so openly. Smoke bombs were not weapons of mass destruction, so she simply stockpiled them by the box. She did not feel bad about using them, but she did not expect there would be so many people. She was worried that she would not be able to kill them all and leave hidden dangers. So she replaced her gun with a crossbow and aimed at the people who had just climbed up. As soon as she saw them, the arrows flew directly towards them. Unlike gunshots, which still made some noise even with a silencer, the crossbows penetrated the clothing and pierced into the body, followed by a continuous stream of screams. My stomach. Ah. Help. Then came the figures falling down one after another. The first thing Xiao Huijun wanted to do after he lost sight was to turn around and run, but he couldn't see anything anymore. As soon as he turned around, he stepped on the wrong stairs and stumbled. Before he could even fall, he was hit by an arrow in the back. The pain was so severe that he cried out in agony. Ah, help, help. I'm the president of the Tongminghui. Save me. He had never expected that with such an ambush, Ji Yang could still fight back so calmly. Where did she get these powerful things? And I have greatly underestimated how dangerous she is. This woman is dangerous not only because she has a gun in her hand. She herself is dangerous enough. Regret it now, but it's of no avail. After being injured, blood lost rapidly and body temperature dropped. He was already injured. If he had not coveted Ji Yang's gun and wanted to kill her with his own hands so that he would have a chance to grab the gun, he would definitely not have come. He did not expect that he would be injured in a fatal area without even having anywhere to hide. At this time, everyone was in a difficult situation. Weapons were thrown around, and everyone was thinking about escaping. How could they have the time to save others? Therefore, not only did no one care about him, but people also stepped on his body one after another, and he was quickly injured to the point where he was only left with one breath. At the same time, the geographical location of the stairwell means that you cannot run around. If you are not careful, you may roll down the stairs, hit your head on the stairs, and faint. Some people may even trip and fall face down on the ground, and then be trampled and hit by the brothers behind them and faint. Some people heard the noise and realized that they were doomed. They quickly groped their way to the two households on the 14th and 13th floors to hide. Help! Open the door. Let me in. However, when I closed my eyes, I could see nothing and had no idea where the door was. After finally reaching the gate, an arrow hit me in the head. Asterisk. It was almost a one-sided massacre. In just less than 2 minutes, due to the small space and the loss of their eyes, they were unable to escape or attack. Ji Yang was even able to change arrows slowly. Soon, countless casualties appeared in the stairwells on the 14th and 13th floors. The other residents in Building 9 were all trembling with fear when they heard the screams. Terrible. This is a psychological trauma that can never be healed in a lifetime. Ji Yang had no expression on his face. She had seen more horrible scenes in her previous life, especially since this group of people wanted to kill her. Ji Yang didn't intend to let anyone go. She chased them from the 14th floor to the 12th floor. Even if someone was unconscious, she would still stab them in the fatal place to make sure they were dead. After the last person was taken care of, she opened a few windows in the corridor. The cold wind blew through, taking away the thick smoke and pungent smell. Feeling that it was about time, she let Cece out. However, as soon as she let Cece out, she started sneezing non-stop. Ji Yang quickly asked it to go back. Cece went upstairs reluctantly. Ji Yang did not leave immediately, but knocked on the doors of the two households. The door was closed tightly, and there was no movement. Ji Yang sneered, "If you don't open the door, I will break it down." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a noise from inside, someone begging for mercy, someone admitting their mistake. But the moment the door opened, 1401 a kitchen knife flew towards Ji Yang's face. She had anticipated this and dodged to the side, opened the door with one hand, and shot directly with the crossbow, hitting the man's heart. With a bang, a man fell down. A couple in the house knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "It's not us, it's not us. It's them who insisted on using my house as a visual point to stake out. Don't blame us. Please let us go." Ji Yang ignored them, went in and scanned around, confirmed that there was no one else, and came out without doing anything. The frightened couple looked at each other and finally hugged each other, feeling lucky to have survived again. They almost thought they would die along with those members of the alliance. Fortunately, we didn't participate. The woman looked relieved. This morning, this group of people came to discuss with them immediately after Ji Young left. They used the excuse of being timid and refused to do it, but they still had to give the house to them to keep an eye on them. There is no way. I can only admit defeat if I can't win. Fortunately, this girl didn't mean to be implicated. Or, let's move, the man hesitated. Today is really scary. There is a corpse at the entrance and a pile of corpses at the door. 1302 was not selected and has been staying indoors since this morning. It is even more impossible for him to come out to help deal with the corpses. The woman shook her head. No, on the contrary, we can't move out now. The 15th floor killed so many members of the Tongminghui. The Tongminghui will naturally disband, and other floors will definitely not dare to cause trouble here. We are the safest right now, she analyzed seriously. If we go to other places, you have inquired about them recently, there are not many good places to go, and we can't afford to go to good places. I think it's better to stay here. The man was convinced and nodded with gritted teeth. Okay. He glanced at the corpses and felt bad seeing them piled up there. I'll go take care of them. The woman also stood up. It had been so long, and they were already able to deal with the corpses without changing their expressions. On the other side, Ji Young did go there to clean up the mess. However, when I went downstairs, I found that Xiao Huijuan's house on the 8th floor was empty and the door opposite was closed. Ji Young was puzzled and walked straight in. Wow, everything was in a mess. It looked like a robbery at first glance. However, not much was stolen. All the food and clothes were gone. She looked toward the balcony. Sure enough, I saw several figures running frantically, carrying large and small bags on their backs, and they probably took away all their belongings. But now he was almost at the gate of the community. The distance is already a bit far at this moment, and it is not suitable for shooting. It's not that it's impossible. It could be done easily with a sniper rifle, but she would be too big of a target, and the authorities are still controlling these guns and ammunition. If they knew she had a sniper rifle, they would definitely not treat her like this. For an ordinary pistol, they might even turn a blind eye because they are too busy to assign people, and there is no evidence. Ji Young gave up with regret. It is estimated that Xiao Huijun made preparations for both situations, so that his family would run away directly after realizing that they were no match for him. It can be said that he is worthy of being the one who could come up with the extreme cold alliance. He has a flexible mind. However, Ji Young had just seen Xiao Huijun himself among the pile of corpses. Probably he didn't expect that he would be gone before he could even escape after just one encounter. Since the culprit was dead, the rest of the people could just run away. Ji Young turned around and went out. She didn't recognize the other people who ambushed her, so she simply went back. However, before going back, she had to retrieve her arrows. This thing cannot be produced in a short period of time. Using one less will save as much as possible. As a result, when she arrived at the 14th floor, she saw the couple on the 14th floor carrying the body and throwing it out of the corridor window. When they saw her coming back, they were shocked for a moment. The woman quickly realized something and said, "Well, I took out all the arrows. Do you still want them?" "Thank you," Ji Young said politely and took out 2 potatoes from his bag and gave them to them. "It's a reward." The couple. Suddenly I felt that this big guy was not so cold-blooded and scary. Asterisk. When we returned to the 15th floor, Cece was already waiting there. She was so bored that she lay on the ground with watery eyes. "Let's go home." Ji Young rubbed its head, opened the door and went into the house. Cece immediately brought the dog bowl over. Woof. Ji Young understood and put a pot of meat in it. "Eat it." Cece wolfed down the food. Ji Young also took off her heavy gear and added firewood to the fireplace that was almost extinguished. When she saw the remaining flames burning the wood chips, she stopped and took out her large electric cooker. We agreed to eat goose stewed in an iron pot, and we can't go back on our word. The goose smells so good that Cece doesn't want to eat the bland meat in her own bowl. She runs to her owner, drooling, and looks at him eagerly, waiting for the moment when her owner will relent. Ji Young was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and gave it some. She ate the rest herself and also ate half a bowl of rice. Normally, she couldn't finish it all, but the goose soup was so delicious when mixed with rice that she forced herself to eat half a bowl more. Asterisk. In the afternoon, the survivors who went out to search for supplies and exchange points came back one after another. The ambush on the 14th floor was widely spread, and wailing sounds were heard from the building from time to time, but they soon disappeared. Most people would give in when they saw the wounds on the bodies of their relatives. Of course, there were also some who refused to admit defeat and ran to the 15th floor to cause trouble. Ji Yang basically broke their legs and threw them down. In this situation, if they can survive, they are lucky. If not, then they can only blame themselves for overestimating their own abilities and looking for trouble. Anyway, Tang Fong, who was the first one to have her legs broken, had already died quietly at home. Her 3 children also died because they had no adults to take care of them and died of carbon monoxide poisoning when they made a fire to keep warm. Tang Fong's younger brother and sister-in-law were nowhere to be found. So 2 days later, everyone turned into quails. Those who cannot beat others and hate others so much will eventually choose to move away. Anyway, there are many dead people and many empty houses now, so you can just find one to live in. Of course, most people are reluctant to leave. Apart from other things, once they move, all the stuff in their home will be seen by others and targeted by someone with ulterior motives. That would be definitely more terrifying than living here. At least the murderer on the 15th floor will not take the initiative to attack others for supplies. In fact, this is hard to say, but it is definitely the case at the moment. For many people, this is already a luxury. These days, no place is safe. So it's good like this. Jiang also thought it was good. After the big kill, the building became much quieter. Even when she was eating hot pot, no one dared to come over. Those who came up to get snow all left in a hurry, and Cece seldom went to the door. 3 days later, Ji Young went to the exchange office again. This time, she directly brought 200 kilograms of frozen fruits. She believed in the strength of this group of traders. As long as there were benefits, their efficiency would definitely be high enough. It would not be a problem to get a batch of high-quality jade in 3 days. Sure enough, this time when she went there, Luo Laosan immediately sent a new batch of jade wares, which were overall better than the last time. She couldn't wait to throw them into the space halfway. There is still an extra 600 square meters of land. Very good. The grass seeds, potatoes, and cabbages she sowed 2 days ago have just sprouted a little. However, considering the popularity of fruits, Ji Yang decided not to grow medicinal herbs on this piece of land and simply grew fruits. There were several kinds of fruits, including seeds that Ji Yang bought herself and seeds that were left over from eating fruits. While planting, Ji Yang also went to check on the fruit trees she had planted before. They were all growing well. She also found some small green plants on the ground. She thought they were weeds, but upon closer inspection, they were actually strawberry seedlings. I guess she used the water for washing fruits to water the fruit trees, and the seeds fell to the ground and grew like this. It's quite amazing. Therefore, Ji Yang was very confident about strawberries and planted almost half of them. Frozen strawberries and dried strawberries were delicious anyway. She didn't go out for the next few days. Give these traders more time to collect jade artifacts. She doesn't want to do business at a loss. I had only been staying at home for a few days when someone knocked on the door. Cece was a little excited, but not very alert. Jiang guessed that it was probably an acquaintance. The only acquaintances in the building were Jiang Jing and Li Yi. She opened the door with confidence, and sure enough, these 2 people were behind the door. Still put together. Jiang Jing was thinner than before, with a pointed chin, but her eyes were brighter and more determined than before. Miss Ji, this is the jade I found these days. I give it to you. As she spoke, she handed over a wooden box, which was open. Inside were 3 jade bracelets, 2 necklaces, several earrings, rings, and other items. At a glance, they were all of very good quality, and there were not a small number of them. In his other hand, he was holding a half sack of freeze-dried pet food. This is for your dog. I found it when I searched an office building. Ji Yang was surprised and did not move for a moment. Cece's ears moved, as if he understood, and his tail wagged happily. Jiang Jing pushed 2 more things forward and said, Ms. Ji, take them. Ji Yang did not refuse again. The knife she gave away was also very valuable at this time, so it was not a big deal to accept these. I thought the matter was over, but then I saw Li also handed over a box and said shyly, I heard from Sister Jiang that I used these to exchange sanitary napkins at your place before. I want to ask if you still have them. Can I exchange them? I also want to exchange them. Sure. Jiang really likes to do this kind of effortless transaction. She has stockpiled a lot of sanitary napkins, most of which are from abroad and a small part is from China. They are enough for her to use for several lifetimes. The extra ones can be exchanged so that they won't be wasted. She glanced at the items in Li Yi's hand, roughly estimated their value, and said, 5 packs of sanitary napkins, please? Sure. Li Yi nodded with a bright smile. Jiang asked her to wait and went back to the house to get 5 packs of sanitary napkins. Thinking of the last time the Tongminghui ambushed her and the two old people from the Li family warned her, she thought for a moment and put a cabbage in the pack. When Li Yi got the bag, he was surprised by its weight. His hands felt heavy, and he was stunned for a moment. Are sanitary napkins so heavy? Jiang, last time they ambushed me, your parents warned me, but I didn't have time to come and thank you. This cabbage is a thank you gift. Please help convey my gratitude. Li blushed and tried to refuse in a panic. She knew about this, of course, but her grandparents were very honest and thought that Ji Yang was not a bad person, and it would be safer with her around. So they tried their best to give a reminder. They didn't even know if the other party saw it. Ji Yang rejected her politeness and said, "Okay, you guys go back. It's cold outside and I need to rest too." After saying that, Ji Yang closed the door again. Li had no choice but to accept it. When he went back and told his grandparents about it, they were calm. Take it. If they can give it to you, it means they don't need it. That girl is not the kind of person who will pretend to be rich. Oh, such a big cabbage. Give it some ginger. It's not good for your health not to eat vegetables for too long. Children need a balanced diet. Okay. Li Yi nodded, holding the frozen cabbage cherishingly. No one could have imagined that one day a cabbage would be treasured like this by them. Due to environmental factors, the difficulty of vegetable cultivation has reached its peak, and the price has skyrocketed. Now a pound of cabbage costs 30 points, while a pound of rice costs 20 points, and a pound of brown rice costs 10 points. In comparison, the cost-effectiveness of cabbage means that the survivors can only buy a pound of cabbage to supplement vitamins when they have enough points. Asterisk. Ji Yang's home. Just close the door. When Ji Yang lowered his head, he saw Cici sniffing the dog food bag. Seems to detect the freeze-dried taste inside. Ji Yang also bought some, but most of the time he forgot to feed it. Every meal was a big bowl of meat. How could he use freeze-dried food? But now it seems that puppies also need snacks. The bag was originally open, with most of the freeze-dried food inside. It was probably left there by someone who fed the dog at work. Ji Yang smelled it first, then ground it into powder, put it in the space, and caught a chicken for it to eat. She was worried about things outside. There were many pet food poisoning incidents before the natural disaster, and people's hearts were even more unpredictable after the disaster. It's not that Jiang Jing did it. Although she can't be said to be extremely accurate in judging people, she is almost right. Jiang Jing is not a bad person, but the things are open. Who knows if someone threw some rat poison or something like that in? So she put her things away temporarily. Facing Cici's accusing gaze, Ji Yang pinched its paw unhappily. Wait for a while. If there is no problem, I will give it to you to eat, understand? Don't eat things outside carelessly. If you are not careful, you will be gone. Then I will raise another dog. Ah. Cici became even angrier and threw herself into her arms, rubbing her body with dog hair. In this weather, dogs can still shed hair? Ji Yang pushed it away with a gloomy face, took out a hair remover to remove the hair on himself, and thought seriously about whether to cut off one piece of meat or 2 pieces of meat. 10 days later, Ji Yang finally went out again. The wind and snow did not stop during this period, but it was always light snow, especially at noon, which is the best time of the day to go out. Ji Yang estimated that after a while, news about the base would appear, and more people would choose to move into the base. Most people actually believed that the natural disaster would not last too long, otherwise humans would not be able to survive. Therefore, at the beginning, most people were reluctant to leave the home where they had worked hard for half their lives. But in the current situation, the rich will definitely know the news first and may follow the base as soon as possible. If this is the case, they will need a lot of helpers and transportation resources to transfer their large amounts of supplies to the base. Before that, perhaps those traders could get a large number of high-quality jade articles. Jiang can ask around when he goes there this time. But when she was halfway there, she suddenly felt something was wrong. The sky seemed to have become much darker, visibly so. The sense of crisis she had experienced from surviving natural disasters for many years made her search for a place to hide nearby. Fortunately, even if she wanted to find a secluded place to take out her snowmobile, she didn't walk too far, so she soon saw an office building. Cici, this way. Ji Yang pulled the rope. Cici noticed it and immediately moved in the direction she was controlling. Then, as if she sensed the danger, she ran even faster. And in this short period of time, Ji Yang could clearly feel a chill coming, and the temperature seemed to have dropped a little. When she was only a few dozen meters away from the building, raindrops began to fall, pa, and hit her winter clothes. In an instant, due to the temperature of -50 or 60 degrees Celsius, they quickly condensed into hard ice. Almost instantly, my body felt like it was carrying several kilograms more weight. Ji Yang's heart was pounding. Even though it was not the first time she encountered strange and changeable extreme weather, she felt terrified every time. This world was no longer the world she was familiar with. Otherwise, how could water still be liquid and fall at this temperature? It was as if it was designed to freeze into ice the moment it hit the ground, trapping all living things inside. Fortunately, they were already approaching the building at this time, and Cece's speed had also reached its maximum. There was no one living in the building, so the snow was quite high and directly submerged the bottom floor. When it reached the middle of the second floor, there was a window facing them. When they approached the building, Ji Young took out a pistol and fired twice at the window. The window was shattered into a large hole. Cece jumped in quickly. At this moment, Ji Young jumped off the skateboard and followed him in. The skateboard fell to the ground, and she didn't bother to pick it up. When she came into the room and looked back, the skateboard had been wrapped in a thick layer of ice, blending into the ground. With the continuous falling rain, the ice on the surface became thicker and thicker. Ji Young took a deep breath and tapped the ice on his body. Soon, pieces of broken ice fell to the ground, making a tooth-grinding noise. The weight disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly knocked the ice off Cece to rescue it. It was the first time Cece had encountered such a thing, and she was also scared. After the ice broke, it threw itself directly into her arms, whimpering nonstop. After all, it's still an immature dog. Probably not an adult? Almost 8 months? Ji Young looked at the dog, who stood up and was almost as tall as her waist, thinking uncertainly. Let's go inside, Ji Young reminded. Cece then reluctantly came out of her arms and followed her, wagging her tail. After taking just 2 steps, there was a noise coming from the broken window, and Cece immediately bared her teeth in vigilance. Ji Young nudged Cece with his foot, asking it to calm down. The building is so big, she can't occupy it all by herself, so give others some room to live. Cece immediately became obedient. Asterisk. The first to come in was a young man and woman. They didn't make sufficient preparations like Ji Young and Cece. They just jumped in and rolled to the ground. The fall shattered the ice that had just formed on their bodies. After feeling relieved, the two of them immediately got up, glanced at Ji Young, Cece and the dog, and ran to the window and shouted, "Hurry up! Come over here." It seems there is more than one person. Ji Young didn't want to stay here. She would definitely be stared at by some people if she brought her dog with her. Dog meat was also a favorite of many people before. Now it was freezing rain, and she was in a bad mood. She didn't want to make any trouble, so she simply went upstairs. It was a good opportunity to take out the snowmobile while no one else was around. I don't know how long this strange freezing rain will last, but it will be more convenient to have it with me when I leave. This place is not far from Jiafu community. If everything goes well, it will only take about 10 minutes to drive a snowmobile. As long as you stop for a while on the way, you can go back directly. As his luck was bad, Ji Young did not plan to continue going to the exchange point. It's a pity that in her previous life she didn't have a cell phone, didn't have the time to carry a calendar with her, and didn't have the time to keep a diary, so she could only remember the approximate time of almost everything. Coupled with the possible impact of her rebirth, the weather became increasingly unpredictable. She had also experienced this freezing rain. She was unlucky enough to encounter it while out searching for supplies. Fortunately, she found a place to hide in time and finally survived on the little food she had just found. But she didn't know the exact time of the freezing rain. I didn't expect that she had such a close relationship with freezing rain in both of her lives. The freezing rain in the previous life lasted for about 3 days. Why did I say about? In order to save food, and since there was no one else around, she ate and slept, and survived these 3 days with very little food, so she lived in a daze. So in this life, it will take about 3 days. But Ji Young remembered that the freezing rain would stop for a while, so it would be no problem to go back at this time. The only thing he didn't know was, could the snowmobile go on the ice? With this question in mind, Ji Young brought Cece to the 7th floor of the building, which happened to be a plush toy company. The building had been cleaned and all kinds of beautiful dolls were scattered everywhere, but there was not a single bit of dust. The heavy snow brought down all the dust in the air, and not much of it floated into the room. Ji Young found a lazy sofa among a pile of toys and lay down comfortably immediately. He also found a doghouse teddy bear for Cece. Cece lay down on it cleverly and wagged its tail in comfort. But after resting for a while, she stood up again. It is inconvenient to go out. When the temperature is minus 50 or 60 degrees Celsius, you cannot just lie down to rest. You have to light a fire to keep warm. Otherwise, after a long time, you will become numb from the cold and freeze to death without even noticing, just like many people who have frozen to death in their dreams. Fortunately, This is a building and there are not too many tables, chairs, and benches in the office area. Ji Young took an axe and chopped a few of them at random and got a pile of wooden boards. Then tear off a piece of the stuffed toy as an inducement. Fortunately, the tile floor here allows for direct firewood. Otherwise, she would have to get an iron basin. Soon the fire was lit. Ji Young first took out the food bowl for Cece and put half a bowl of dog food in it. However, he did not let the dog eat it directly. Instead, he took out a piece of warm meat from the space and stuffed it directly into its mouth. The door here is made of glass and has been broken. It would be strange if someone downstairs came up and saw the meat. As for herself, when Cece was half full and started to eat dog food, Ji Young took out the self-heating rice from her backpack. The conditions were limited, but she couldn't let herself be too hard on herself, so she picked some mapo tofu, thought about it, and added some corn sausage. Asterisk. Downstairs. As soon as they confirmed they were rescued, Feng Yexing and his cousin Yin Cheng guided their teammates to this side. Everyone was at the end of their rope. If Feng Yexing hadn't been sharp-eyed and noticed the man and the dog disappearing into the building, they wouldn't have been able to tell that this was the place where people could enter. So with this voice guiding them, everyone else ran for their lives in this direction. In less than a minute, a group of people approached. Feng Yexing's expression of surprise suddenly turned into suspicion. Where's Xiaoya? Why is she gone? Where is Uncle Zhang? Speak up. However, no one paid any attention to them. They all ran for their lives. When they finally jumped in, they felt that they had survived a disaster. They did not even bother to take off the heavy ice armor on their bodies and tried hard to calm their hearts that were about to jump out of their throats. Terrible. Who could have known that we would suddenly encounter such strange freezing rain? Until someone first noticed something was wrong. A timid boy whispered, Xiaoya seems to have fallen down and didn't get up. Woo-woo. A burst of crying suddenly occurred. Everyone looked over and saw Feng Lan crying. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I accidentally fell and dragged Xiaoya down with me. Uncle Zhang was left behind in order to save Xiaoya and me. He must have died now. Woo-woo-woo, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. As soon as she started crying, the three people in the team became anxious and hurried to comfort her. Don't blame you. It's just their bad luck. Don't cry. Death is too common in this world, not to mention the weird weather this time. If we weren't lucky, we would have died together by now. Xiaofeng, you don't have to blame yourself for both of their deaths, hey? Feng Yexing watched all this quietly, feeling extremely powerless, especially since the girl was not satisfied after being comforted by a group of people. She looked at her and her cousin Yin Cheng with tears in her eyes. You don't say anything? Are you blaming me? Feng Yexing turned his face away and said nothing. She's not weird. She just has an indescribable feeling. They were survivors in a residential complex. In order to survive, a group of people desperately collected supplies. However, they were often robbed because they were alone. Later, Yin Cheng stepped forward and gathered a building of more than 20 people to go out together. Finally, I can come back safely. But they risked their lives to look for supplies. Some people in the building were lazy and afraid of death, so they didn't go out and just focused on stealing other people's things. There was also a troublemaker in one of the teams who frequently made trouble. After a lot of noise, there were only 11 people left out of more than 20 people. As a result, they encountered this freezing rain today and watched helplessly as 3 people who had no time to react were wrapped up by the freezing rain and froze to the spot, unable to move. The remaining people quickly looked for shelter until Feng Yexing and Yin Cheng found the entrance to the building. At the critical moment, they were the first to come in, but after only 1 or 2 minutes, 2 people were missing from the team. There are only 6 people left. It just so happened that the deaths of the last 2 people might be related to Troublemaker. In view of her previous actions, Feng Yexing really couldn't believe that she was innocent, but she had no evidence to prove anything. I just feel a chill in my heart. Feng Lan had been targeting Xiaoya openly and secretly because of her beauty. Xiaoya was tongue-tied and could not refute. If her family had not been really poor, she would not have been willing to continue to join the team. Uncle Zhang is Xiaoya's stepfather, but they are no different from biological father and daughter. Feng Lan had tried to get along with Uncle Zhang before, but after being rejected by him, she often made sarcastic remarks about their father-daughter relationship, and the two sides have become deeply hostile. Feng Yexing didn't believe that Uncle Zhang was trying to save Feng Lan, but Feng Lan said so. She probably had to explain it this way because someone saw her entangled with Uncle Zhang and Xiaoya at a critical moment. As a result, she couldn't help but speculate about the scene at that time. Perhaps she was the one who killed Xiaoya and Uncle Zhang. Looking at the other 3 people surrounding Feng Lan and asking about his well-being, Feng Yexing took a deep breath and went upstairs silently. She was not a big shot, and had no ability to force someone to confirm her guess, nor did she have the ability to avenge Xiaoya and Uncle Zhang. All she could do was stay away from this group of people. If she teamed up with them again, she would probably die without knowing how. Seeing Feng Yexing turn around and leave, Fong Lan's eyes darkened, and he immediately looked at Yin Cheng aggrievely. Yin Chengku's face became more and more tense, and he said in a deep voice, "I'll go upstairs and find a place to rest first. You guys can do whatever you want." He hurried to catch up with his sister. Alas, it was he who suggested that there is strength in numbers, but he did not expect that with more people, there would be more thoughts. If he had known that so many people would die, he would rather go out alone with his sister, even if it was a little more dangerous. Moreover, before he and his sister always took the lead and he was responsible for the execution. Fong Lan stomped his feet in anger and hit an ice cube, almost slipping. A man nearby supported her. She shivered with cold and said quickly, "Forget it. Let's go up first. We all survived the disaster and we can't die here." "That's right." The remaining three responded immediately. Fong Lan took the lead to catch up with Yin Cheng, and Yin Cheng tried to jog to catch up with Feng Yexing. As they walked, they suddenly felt their noses move. "Why is there a smell of food? Does anyone live here?" someone asked in surprise. Fong Lan's eyes lit up. Anyone who could still eat at this time must be a rich man. Her tired steps quickened immediately. "Let's go and take a look. After all, we have come to someone else's territory, so we should at least say hello." "Yes," the three yes men said immediately. Feng Yexing, who was walking in front, was actually the first to smell it, but she didn't react much because she knew that there was a man and a dog before her. The man was able to come out alone and raise the dog so big. He must be a powerful person, and it was normal for him to have a self-heating pot. Unexpectedly, Fong Lan actually wanted to go up, so she hurriedly said, "There was someone else who came in before us, and she was the one who broke the window. This place is not hers, so there's no need to say hello, and don't disturb her at this time." Fong Lan's eyes flickered slightly, and he frowned and said, "Alone? Isn't that dangerous? How about asking her to come with us? It's so cold. We need someone to take care of her. Otherwise, if the firewood goes out in the middle of the night, she might freeze to death." Feng Yexing was speechless. What he said made sense. They had encountered a snowstorm as a team before and had to spend the night outside. One of them went out to the toilet and accidentally fell into the snow. He never got up. Later, someone noticed something was wrong and went to look for him. They found that he had been frozen to death and buried in the snow in just a short while. From then on, even when going to the toilet, everyone went in groups. The girl saved them, and Feng Yexing agreed to the operation and followed suit. The aroma is strongest on the 7th floor. Without anyone's guidance, Fong Lan was the first to run over. He couldn't see anything through the broken glass door at first glance. When he walked in, he saw a fire in the corner. A man and a dog were eating next to the fire. It's dog food for dogs, which is okay. What that person was eating was self-heating rice that tasted like mapo tofu. For more than half a year since the natural disaster, common home-cooked dishes like mapo tofu have become an unattainable dream. Even this version, which is even more unpalatable than pre-prepared dishes, still makes the 6 of them swallow their saliva. It smells so good. Asterisk. Fong Lan was the first to come back to her senses, as she was thinking about something. She didn't expect that the first person Feng Yexing mentioned was a girl. This was easier to deal with. She smiled gently. "Hi, this sister, hello. I'm Fong Lan. Thank you for breaking the window just now. We were saved. I wanted to come over to thank you." Jiang naturally noticed someone coming at the first moment, but she thought that the person might be looking for a place to rest, but she didn't expect that he would come straight towards her. Cece stopped eating the dog food and sat aside, staring at them hungrily. Jiang looked at the people and finally landed his gaze on the woman who was speaking. He said, "So how do you want to thank me? Give me supplies?" Fong Lan? Chapter 23. Feng Yexing coughed lightly, suppressed her laughter and agreed, "Yeah, that makes sense, thank you sister." She took out 2 small breads from her bag and handed them over. Considering the tense relationship between people nowadays, she politely placed the things on the table 3 meters away. "These are 2 bags of small breads. We haven't found much supplies yet, and we don't know when we will leave. We have to leave some to prevent ourselves from starving to death. This is the only way to show our gratitude." After saying that, he touched Yin Cheng. Yin Cheng understood and took out a pack of compressed biscuits from his bag and handed it over, saying concisely, "Thank you, Fong Lan." The remaining 4 people looked embarrassed for a moment, but they were strong-minded after all. Fong Lan felt pain in his heart, but he still put a piece of biscuit on it, and the other 3 followed suit. She then said, "These cookies are delicious. but your self-heating pot is still more delicious. Can I ask where this self-heating pot is from? Jiyang, I brought it. Fong Lan smiled even more enthusiastically. Hey, since the heavy snow and extreme cold came, I haven't touched this self-heating pot again. Now we are destined to hide in the same place. I want to ask if you still have a self-heating pot? Can I exchange one? The middle-aged man next to him immediately added, Yes, little girl, you are still young, and it is not easy for you to be alone. Why don't you join our team? We will replace the self-heating pot for you, and we won't cheat you. Feng Yexing and Yin Cheng frowned, feeling that something was wrong with what he said, but they did not say anything immediately. The other two men stared at the man and the dog, secretly drooling. The other man was eating deliciously, and the dog looked delicious too. Cece noticed their gazes and bared her teeth in displeasure, revealing a bit of ferocity. The two of them were frightened. Jiyoung said directly, No, I like someone. I can exchange it for a self-heating pot. What do you want to exchange it for? Fong Lan was about to be disappointed, but then he was delighted when he heard the following sentence. It depends on what you want. Jiyoung tilted his head and smiled. There are many things I want, such as supplies. Didn't you just say you didn't have them? How come you have them now? We haven't found it yet, but we will definitely find it after this freezing rain. A flash of embarrassment passed across Fong Lan's face, and he was extremely confident the next second. Jiyoung laughed when he heard this. So you're planning to get something for nothing? How can you be like this? Fong Lan said angrily. If you don't want to change, then don't change. Is that necessary? We are so kind to take care of you. We were afraid that you would freeze to death and wanted to take you with us. Jiyoung, don't do that. I'm afraid if I really team up with you, I'll run out of my stock. Fong Lan's eyes widened, as if he was not sure why she was so harsh. Tears suddenly fell from his eyes, and he looked pitifully at the men around him. Yin Cheng quickly looked away. The middle-aged man had been guarding Fong Lan as a flower protector. Seeing this, he immediately showed a fierce expression and was about to step forward. How can a little girl like you speak so unpleasantly? Today, I must defend you. Brother Liu. Feng Yexing was startled and quickly walked over to grab him, scolding him, and said in a cold voice, I can be considered to have saved you, and this is how you repay me? The man called Brother Liu was stunned. Then he pointed at Fong Lan with a red face, wanting to vent his anger on her. However, he was a little afraid of Feng Yexing's accusations and wanted to explain. That's what she said. We just want to change the self-heating pot. Feng Yexing laughed angrily. If they don't want to change, then don't change. Are you still forcing them to buy? Get out. Don't disturb them. Aren't you cold? Go and light a fire. At this point, everyone came back to their senses. They were already nearly frozen to death by the freezing rain. If it weren't for the food, they wouldn't have wasted time here. As a result, they didn't get to eat the food and even sent out some supplies. Their faces turned pale, and under the pressure of Feng Yexing and Yin Cheng, they left obediently. Before leaving, Fong Lan glanced at Jiyoung, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. With such a fat dog and such a big hiking bag, there must be a lot of good things in it. It's a pity that Feng Yexing is too old-fashioned. He only allows others to rob them but not them to rob others, so they miss out on a lot of good things. If it weren't for the fact that they had the only nail gun in their hands and could keep them safe, she wouldn't want to listen to them. Jiyoung put down the crossbow he had touched and continued eating. She naturally felt Fong Lan's obvious gaze. If they had taken a few more steps forward, her crossbow arrow would have been shot out. Unfortunately, they were stopped. In this case, it's considered giving them a chance to live. Jiyoung finished eating quickly and asked Cece to eat the dog food quickly. Occasionally, Cece would eat some dog food. She adapted well to it and didn't dislike it. She ate every grain without leaving any. She also gave the dog some warm water, which was boiled and placed in the space before. The environment here was too cold. If you took out cold water, it would freeze in a short while, but warm water could only last for a few minutes. Seeing Cece drinking water, Jiyoung drank some brown sugar ginger tea himself. He felt warmed up and finally felt like going out to see what was going on outside. When I saw this, my breathing stopped. In her previous life, when she encountered freezing rain, she had no mood to think so much, nor did she have the equipment to observe the surrounding situation. Now it was different. She had space and could take out a telescope to see. As far as the eye could see, there were dozens of human-shaped ice sculptures, some running, some falling to the ground, some hugging and supporting each other with their companions, and they were caught off guard and frozen in place by the icy rain. The expression on his face still retained the fear and panic he had felt in life. The freezing rain was still falling, landing little by little on the ground, on the ice sculptures, and on various buildings. forming a terrible weight. The snow layer was collapsed, and some old buildings were directly crushed, burying the survivors inside. A slight click sound was heard. A frozen survivor who was very close to the building took on too much weight and was finally crushed. But it wasn't the fall she thought. Instead, it breaks directly. All the water in the human body has already been frozen into ice at this temperature. When it breaks apart at this time, it is just like broken ice cubes. No trace of blood can be seen. Only a little blood foam can be seen scattered on the ground like broken ice foam, and then reunited with the entire ice layer. It's raining so hard, I don't know when it will stop. Ji Young put down the telescope, went to the fire, and took out a silk quilt from her backpack to cover herself. Cece might not be used to staying in the temperature of minus 20 to 30 degrees for a long time, so she ran to her side. She simply held Cece in her arms, covered the person and the dog together with a quilt, and took out 2 heated hand warmers. In the afternoon, the sound of rain finally stopped. Ji Young originally wanted to take a break in the freezing rain and drive the snowmobile away, but she found that the actual weight of the snowmobile was a bit heavy. Anyway, it was too heavy for her to carry. If she relied on Cece, she was a little worried about running into Feng Yeshing's group by accident. There should be other survivors around. The place she was looking for was a bit remote, but the city center might have been searched thoroughly, and many people came to try their luck from farther away. She didn't want to expose her space. Finally gave up. Sure enough, this break was short-lived. About 20 minutes later, heavy rain began to fall again, dashing the expectations of many people, who were all in a state of panic and restlessness. Ji Young sighed and continued to sleep. After waking up, he found an office with the dog and quickly took out the cat litter box. The man and the dog satisfied their physiological needs. It was time to eat again. This time, Ji Young still chose the self-heating pot, and he cooked stir-fried pork. However, she replaced the rice and stir-fried pork in the self-heating pot with one she packed herself. Fragrant and hot. But maybe that group of people were held down by Feng Yeshing, and no one came up to disturb her. Although they searched the building up and down twice, Ji Young guessed from their conversation that they still found a lot of stock, and there was joy in their voices. Over the next 2 days, the rain continued intermittently, but it was much lighter in the afternoon of the second day. Although it still turned into ice when it fell to the ground, its lethality was far less than at the beginning. If you grit your teeth, you can still rush out. But at this time, the ground had turned into ice, making it even more difficult to walk on. So no one dared to rush out, and Ji Young was no exception. She valued her life and was unwilling to take risks. It was not until noon of the third day, when Ji Young was about to have lunch, that he heard a cry from downstairs. The rain has stopped. The rain has finally stopped. I was so scared. I thought I was going to starve to death here. It's actually sunny. Holy crap, I can see the sun. Look over there. Is that a rainbow? Oh my God, so beautiful. It's really beautiful. A strange freezing rain has turned the whole world into a world of ice and snow. Under the crystal clear ice is white snow. The sun shines through the clouds, revealing colorful light. Regardless of the terrible consequences of this disaster, this scene alone is fascinating. This makes me think that the disaster will be over. Someone sighed with hope. Some people even shouted, "Oh my God, are you going to let us go?" Yes, it must be. There was a firm response from the other side. The person asking the question grinned widely. It makes people very happy to hear it. Everyone has hope, but of course they still have to face reality. After being trapped for 3 days, their food supplies have run out. It is time for them to go out, or else they will have to look for supplies. However, this does not include Feng Yeshing's team. They did find a lot of things in this building. Many people had come here to raid before, but they were trapped here for 3 days. They couldn't just eat and sleep every day and waste time, right? So Feng Yeshing and Yin Cheng took the lead and searched through the layers in detail. When I come across a cabinet that I have never opened before, I will try every possible way to open it without worrying about wasting time. After hammering around, they found dozens of packets of instant noodles, even 2 self-heating pots, a bunch of snacks, drinks, instant coffee, etc. Everyone's bag was filled to the brim. In addition to these survival supplies, they also found some that could be exchanged for points at redemption points. Unlike Ji Young, even though they encountered freezing rain and had not been back for 3 days, they still planned to go to the exchange point to exchange points before going back. However, before setting off, Feng Yeshing still said the words of parting ways. She couldn't avenge Xiaoya and Uncle Zhang because she was weak, but she couldn't go with these people either. She even suspected that the accidental deaths of several people who had disagreements with Feng Lan might have been caused by her. Although she couldn't figure out Feng Lan's purpose in doing so, The fewer people there were, the more detrimental it would be to their safety. It's just that Feng Yexing will never understand the way some people think, so she chooses to stay away from them. As soon as the words of splitting up came out, Fong Lan and the other three were all stunned. Split up? Why? The man called Brother Lu's eyes flickered. Are you unhappy because Uncle Zhang and the others got into trouble? Fong Lan's eyes were red as he looked at Yin Cheng. Brother Yin, do you really want to break up with us? We got along so well before. Yin Cheng pursed his lips. Sorry. Feng Yexing had already made up her mind and didn't care what others thought. She picked up her backpack and was about to leave. Seeing this, Yin Cheng hurriedly followed behind. Fong Lan secretly hated him. She saw the nail gun sticking out from the zipper of Yin Cheng's backpack, which he hadn't zipped up in his hurry. She suddenly rushed over and said, Brother Yin, I like you. Yin Cheng was shocked and dodged subconsciously. The gap was just in front of Fong Lan, who immediately reached out and grabbed it. Then, without waiting for Feng Yexing and Yin Cheng to react, he pointed the nail gun at them. Stop. Fong Lan, what are you doing? Feng Yexing was stunned. He never expected that she would suddenly point the gun at him. Yin Cheng's face also changed drastically. He checked his backpack immediately and found that he had not zipped up the backpack, which allowed someone to take advantage of it. Fong Lan was also a little nervous, but he was more proud and excited. This thing has always been closely watched by them, and no one else is qualified to touch it. Among so many people, only Yin Cheng has the ability to do so. As long as the nails are sharpened, the lethality is still very strong. Although due to limitations, the range is only 20 meters. But it's completely sufficient. Her eyes were still red, and her tone revealed grievance. Brother Yin, Yixing, I don't want to do this either, but since you guys just leave like that, I have to leave some room for myself, right? You guys are so capable, it's only right that you leave the nail guns and the supplies here to us, right? Brother Lu and the other two's eyes lit up, and they immediately came to Fong Lan's side. Yes, since you are so powerful, leave these weapons to us. Feng Yexing Yin Cheng. The two looked at each other. Feng Yexing wanted to smash Yin Cheng's head with a hammer. He looked like a smart and capable cool guy, but in fact, he could even lose a weapon like a nail gun. Even though it hurt, Feng Yexing still didn't dare to bet whether Fong Lan could do it. She said decisively, okay, I'll put them all here. She immediately threw away the two packages tied in her hands, opened her backpack, and took out the supplies inside. While doing this, she was always paying attention to Fong Lan's movements. Seeing that she looked relaxed and seemed quite satisfied, her movements became more and more agile. The same goes for Yin Cheng. Someone is pointing at his head, so he can't act recklessly. Fong Lan breathed a sigh of relief and said, Brother Yin, can you give me all the nails from your nail gun? Yin Cheng's eyelids twitched, reluctantly. Fong Lan made a gesture to Brother Lu, who immediately went over to look for it. At this point, Yin Cheng could only let it go. Soon, Brother Lu found a cloth bag full of nails that Yin Cheng had been grinding during this period of time. With these, they have enough to last for a long time, to deal with a lot of people. Fong Lan was imagining the future when an untimely sound of footsteps interrupted the stalemate. The 6 people looked over subconsciously. Just then Ji Yang and the dog came over. The man and the dog seemed not to notice the tense situation here and went straight downstairs. Fong Lan and others were confronting on the 5th floor, which happened to be near the stairs, so they bumped into each other headfirst. When their eyes met, Ji Yang still had no expression on his face, while the expressions of the people opposite him had changed to some extent. Feng Yexing was startled and immediately shouted, Run! If you run away at this time, you can still be saved. If she was targeted, Feng Yexing would be extremely anxious, thinking about the fact that Fong Lan had some feelings for this girl before. Ji Yang glanced at her and quickened his pace in cooperation. But this sound seemed to remind Fong Lan, and Fong Lan immediately turned the gun towards Ji Yang and shouted, Stop! You can leave if you want, but leave the bag and the dog behind. Ji Yang paused. Cici was so angry that she almost rushed forward, but was held down by her. Feng Yexing looked up with despair, not daring to look at the scene. Yin Cheng also sighed, I'm sorry. It's all his fault for getting this girl into trouble. Fong Lan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the people stop. She almost let a fat sheep get away. She had been smelling the fragrance coming from upstairs every day in the past 2 days. If she hadn't been concerned about Feng Yexing and Yin Cheng, she would have brought people up to rob it long ago. Old Lu, go collect the things. Fong Lan ordered. She was on guard against these 3 people. Her eyes couldn't help but linger on Ji Yang's big mountaineering bag. She didn't know how many good things were inside it. Old Lu frowned, as if he was a little dissatisfied with the title, but thinking of all the supplies, he still went over happily. The other two men also hurried over. Let's go too. This dog looks fat. It's not safe. We have to kill it while its owner is here. Yes, yes, let's eat dog meat hot pot when we get back. As he was talking, he was approaching a man and a dog. Suddenly, Ji Yong, who was standing still, took out something. Before anyone present could see clearly, Fong Lan felt something coming straight towards her. Her instinct was to hide. But that thing was too fast and penetrated her body in an instant. With a puff sound, Fong Lan suddenly had a thought in her mind. So this is what it feels like to be shot in the body? I don't feel any pain. But blood gushed out quickly, and her body temperature dropped rapidly. By the time she realized the severe pain, she was already unable to move. The remaining 5 people were also dumbfounded. They never expected that Ji Young also had weapons. That's right, a girl with a big fat dog and no weapons. Isn't that a moving dinner? But what was even more unexpected was that this person attacked directly without even saying hello. Fong Lan fell to the ground, and the nail gun in his hand fell. Yin Cheng reacted quickly and snatched it away. Just as he was about to tell the remaining 3 people to behave themselves, he heard a clear and cold voice saying, "Cici, go ahead." Woof. A command, a response. The big dog, who had just been sitting obediently at his owner's feet, rushed to Lao Lu's face without saying a word. Ah! Lao Lu's screams echoed throughout the 5th floor. The other 2 people subconsciously wanted to run, but Ji Yang stepped forward and kicked one of them in the chin, knocking him to the ground and making him roll. He couldn't even scream, and his jawbone was directly broken. The 3rd person took this opportunity to rush into the stairwell, but at that moment, Lao Lu had been bitten by the vicious dog on the neck. The dog used its canine teeth to bite hard, and with a click, the cry of pain disappeared. The dog immediately shook off the flesh and blood in its mouth and rushed towards the person who was running away. Just as I reached the 4th floor, I heard the sound of something heavy rolling down, followed by a man's scream. After a short while, the screams disappeared again. The big dog came back, with blood all over its mouth, paws, and face. It pounced on its owner happily, wagging its tail. Ji Yang silently took a step back and refused Cici's loving hug. Cici unhappily raised her tail and gave her a resentful look. Feng Yeshing and Yin Cheng, who were standing nearby, stared at the scene in amazement and almost fell to their knees. Help, are humans and dogs so strong these days? Are they in the same time and space? Could it be that when the end of the world came, some people mutated and evolved into super scions first without them knowing? Of course, when they came to their senses and saw the blood on the ground, they still felt a chill down their spines and were frightened. The 2 of them looked at Ji Yang timidly, not daring to make any sound, for fear that she would remember that they were still alive. Ji Yang certainly didn't forget, but she wasn't really bloodthirsty. Everything she did was just to protect herself. She wouldn't take action unless it came to her. In the future, natural disasters had already killed enough humans. However, to be cautious, Ji Yang still went over to confirm that Fong Lan was indeed dead. Then retrieve the arrow. Take Cici downstairs. The skateboard is buried, but it doesn't matter. She still has her ice skates. Just assume that she was searching in the building. No one else can guess it anyway. Ji Yang put on her ice skates and tried to skate first. The extreme cold froze the ice hard. Although it was not very regular because it was ice condensed from rain, it was hard enough and her technique was good enough so she did not fall. While she was trying, Cici was also trying to run on the ice. However, the dog's paws were furry and it slipped again and again. Finally, Ji Yang became proficient, but the dog was still standing there aggrieved, falling down 2 out of 3 steps. Ji Yang couldn't bear it anymore, so he simply picked up the dog and slid it away. After hurrying for 20 minutes, we returned to Building 9. As soon as he arrived at the bottom of Building 9, Ji Yang felt many eyes looking at him. Maybe she was surprised that she didn't die outside. But this time no one appeared in front of her, at least because after she killed a lot of people in the building, they were all afraid of her, whether they had bad intentions or not. This is good, at least it's quiet. After this freezing rain, the 1st floor was completely buried, and the height of the ice and snow layer just reached the corridor window on the 2nd floor. There was no need to drill a snow hole, and one could just climb in through the window. After not coming back for 3 days, Ji Yang went upstairs and found that there were some changes in the building. Some of the empty houses were occupied again. This surprised her a little. Going all the way to the 15th floor, she was even more surprised to find that there were some supplies at her door. A closer look revealed that mostly rice was brown rice, along with some bags of instant noodles and a sausage, which are considered scarce commodities nowadays. "You're back." The door opposite opened, and Li Yi appeared at the door with a bright smile. Ji Young nodded, took off his goggles and scarf, and gave himself a chance to catch his breath. Li didn't mind her cold face anymore, and said with a smile, "These are the supplies those people offered." Ji Young, what? Offering tribute? She began to doubt the world. How come I don't understand this word? She's still alive. Li explained, the so-called Arctic Survival Alliance, the president and vice president, and some important figures all died because of this, so the alliance was disbanded. Originally, the survivors of Building 9, Building 10, Building 11, and Building 12 were considered a gang, but now there is no one to gather them, so the other 3 buildings are bullied by other organizations in our community. So a group of people probably heard that you were powerful, and people in other buildings dare not come here to make trouble, so they moved here. Before you left, some people were moving in one after another. Today, the rain stopped, and another group moved in. They thought that this building was under your protection, so they sent these as tributes, begging you to allow them to live here. Li made himself laugh as he spoke. His tone was very relaxed. And I told them that they can stay wherever they want as long as they don't disturb you. But they didn't believe me and insisted on leaving it here. The most important thing is that no one dares to take it, and there are more and more things. Just as he finished speaking, there was a noise in the stairwell. When they looked over, they saw several people coming over hesitantly with some fear but mustering up the courage, each holding 2 or 3 kilograms of supplies such as rice or potatoes in their hands. Seeing Ji Young, they seemed hesitant and unbelieving, and looked at each other in surprise. Is it possible that the boss who was rumored to have killed hundreds of people is so pretty and quiet? It doesn't look like he has killed anyone. Li kindly reminded, it's her. Several people's eyes lit up, and they immediately took 2 steps forward and placed the things at Ji Yang's feet. Finally, a tall man said as a representative, well, we are here to live here, and we will definitely not disturb you. This is protection money. Ji Young. Chapter 24. If the other party had malicious intentions, Ji Young could just shoot him. But in this situation, she was really a little confused. Fortunately, Ji Young had already planned for her future. She was not interested in forming any gangs to collect protection fees, nor did she have the energy to protect others. When the Arctic Survival Alliance was established and acted arrogantly in the corridor, she didn't bother to care unless she was provoked. Jiang Jing took action because of Cece. She didn't rescue people directly, but gave them weapons. If Jiang Jing couldn't stand up on her own, she would still be bullied in the end, and she wouldn't say anything. Therefore, realizing what this group of people were thinking, Ji Young said directly, I won't accept these, and I have no obligation to protect this building. As long as you don't disturb me, you can do whatever you want. Several people were suddenly disappointed. The tall man was not disappointed, and nodded as a matter of course. As it should be, we understand. Ji Young nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the supplies at the door and at his feet, thought for a moment, took out 2 bags of bread he had gotten from the building and handed them to the tall man. Please help return these to those people. Return the items to their original owners. This is your reward. What do you want? She was used to paying for everything. When you ask someone for help, you give them material compensation. The man was delighted and nodded repeatedly. Go. I will make sure that all these are returned to their original owners. Seeing that he took the things, Ji Young opened the door and went in without saying much. The remaining people outside the door had no choice but to take the things they brought with them. Someone muttered quietly, it's over now. She said she won't protect us anymore. It's not safe to live here. We moved here in vain. The tall man said unhappily, you better be clear-headed. She never said she would protect anyone, but she lives here just to keep those people away, right? The person being criticized looked embarrassed, glanced at the disapproving faces of the people around him, and quickly ran away. The tall man picked up all the supplies on the ground and went to return them happily. He thought he was here to hand in supplies, but he didn't expect to make some money. Not bad. Li watched the whole process from the side, drooling with envy. If only she had Ji Yang's ability. No, I have to exercise for half an hour more today. Finally returning to his home, Ji Young felt completely relaxed the moment he closed the door. Unfortunately, after not coming back for 3 days, both fireplaces were out, and the batteries used to power the radiator had also run out of power, so the whole house was only a few degrees higher than the outside temperature. So she didn't even take a break. She immediately replaced the batteries, cleaned the fireplace, put the burning wood prepared in the space into the fireplace, added some sawdust and wood blocks, and finally put 2 more charcoal basins. After a lot of hard work, the living room soon began to heat up. Cece had already gone to lie down in her doghouse. Ji Young changed his outer clothes and slipped into the space to wash up. He hadn't washed properly for 3 days and felt dirty. After taking a hot bath, washing my hair and slowly blow-drying it. I felt like I was alive again. Comfortable. When I came out of the space, the indoor temperature was already very high, and I didn't feel cold even wearing a single layer of clothes. However, in order to prevent a cold, Ji Young put on a sweater, went to the sofa, and started eating. First, I took out an electric cooker to cook meat for Cece. She had stockpiled too much meat abroad and also stockpiled a lot in China. Every time I fed the dog, I would just put down a piece of pork or beef, cut it into palm-sized pieces, cook it for a few minutes, then take it out and put it aside. When Cece felt it was almost done, she would eat it by herself. She picked out a bowl of hot ramen from the pile of prepared food as her lunch. During these 3 days, she seemed to have returned to her previous life when she was alone. Even with Cece, she could not sleep peacefully in any non-enclosed place. She would wake up at the slightest noise. So when she got home, the first thing she wanted to do was to take a hot bath and have another sleep. Of course, she didn't want to go to bed hungry, so she had to eat something. After feeding Cece while eating, Ji Young quickly cleaned the table, rinsed his mouth, wiped his mouth, and ran to the bed. Cece was also full and went to the cat litter box to solve the problem, and then happily went to his own bed to sleep. It takes Ji Young 3 days to recover from this bad luck. For 3 whole days, Ji Young ate and slept, and did nothing except for the 3 hours of exercise every day that he did not dare to stop. Besides being extremely bored, the grass that I had planted earlier had almost grown, so I moved the rabbits over there. As a result, the female rabbit gave birth to a litter of 3 baby rabbits the next day. Their territory is large and full of grass. The mother rabbit has been eating and sleeping well these days. After giving birth to the baby rabbits, she did not tell the boss that she would eat the baby rabbits. Instead, she enthusiastically ate the fresh grass that Ji Young brought to her mouth. Ji Young was very pleased to see this. Looking at the chicks and ducklings, the population has also expanded a lot. Almost every hen or duck is followed by a dozen palm-sized chicks, which are from the previous brooding. In comparison, the growth rate of pigs, cattle, and sheep is much slower, especially pigs, where males and females are now housed separately. However, after more than half a year of normal life, each of them has grown very big, and it is time to consider expanding the residence. From then on, Ji Young finally had the motivation to go out. In the middle of winter, especially in extremely cold conditions, it is so comfortable to stay at home. As it was approaching 11 o'clock and the weather was still clear, Ji Young reluctantly got off the blanket, stood up, and put on his clothes. As soon as Cece saw her owner's actions, she immediately got up and circled around her. 10 minutes later, Ji Young went out fully armed. This time when he went out, he found that more people had moved into the building, and there were only a few empty houses left. Ji Young took a look and went out through the second-floor window again. It hasn't snowed since the freezing rain. The sun comes out for 3 or 4 hours every day, and the temperature is not very warm, but at noon it can reach -52 or 3 degrees Celsius. Compared with the previous temperature of -70 degrees Celsius, it is much more comfortable. Therefore, there are many people on the road. The lack of snow meant that the dogs could no longer pull the sled. Ji Young had no choice but to put on ice skates and slide for 20 minutes while holding the fat dog that was slipping on the ice. He walked to a place near the suburbs and asked Cece to check and make sure that there was no one there. Then he quickly changed his equipment and brought the fruits that had been prepared. With a motorcycle, the speed increased rapidly. In addition, there were no roads now, so there was no need to abide by traffic laws. He could just walk the straight distance. It also took Ji Young 20 minutes to reach the exchange office. There are a lot more people than last time. It seems that the freezing rain a few days ago did not seem to have caused many casualties, but on the contrary, firstly, it is noon now, the warmest time, and secondly, the weather has been good in recent days, and everyone is willing to come out to get some points at this time. The freezing rain has caused many families to lose staff, and the ones who lost are middle-aged laborers. With one less person, more labor is needed to supplement. Naturally, more people came. Luo Laosan was in a prime location welcoming customers, persuading them to buy his products, until he heard the rumbling sound of an engine. When he looked up and saw Ji Young, his eyes lit up, and he quickly called someone to take care of the stall. He walked through the crowd with an apologetic smile. "Oh, Miss Ji, you're finally here. I was scared to death." He was afraid that Ji Young would get into trouble because of the freezing rain. Too many people died in this freezing rain. Now I feel relieved to see such talented people, and the big customers are still there. Ji Young smiled in understanding and said, "After a few days of rest, how many good things did you collect this time? I guarantee it'll be enough." Luo Laosan glanced at the huge sack tied to her motorcycle and smiled widely. "Wow, there's one more sack than last time." Yes, so this is because they are afraid that you will prepare too much? Ji Young also replied. Luo Laosan rubbed his hands excitedly and then said, there are too many people here. Let's go to another place and order the goods in the back. After a pause, he added, it's right behind here. If you shout, the officials will hear you. Ji Young nodded casually, not afraid. Luo Laosan thought of the first time they traded and how the girl killed 6 people without changing her expression. He laughed dryly, and when he saw the dog sitting obediently beside him, his throat became even drier. Wow, this big dog has grown a lot bigger. Cece thought that he was praising herself, and she stuck out her tongue and smiled happily. Ji Young nodded seriously, yes. It was difficult for her to lift him. As they were talking, the 2 men and the dog took a detour to the back of the exchange office. There were not many people here, so Luo Laosan first went to get the jade that was going to be traded, and then called a few brothers to count it together. This time there were a total of 280 kilograms of frozen fruits. The price of fruits became more expensive, so he gave more jade, the quality of which was similar to the previous 2 times, but the weight was almost half more. Both parties were very satisfied, and there was no need for bargaining. After the transaction was completed, Ji Young put the jade into his backpack and asked, by the way, I want to ask you something. Is the base built? Luo Laosan was stunned for a moment, then said, not yet, but soon. I estimate that in a month at most, some places will be available for moving in. Miss Ji, do you want to move in too? You can contact us if you need to move in. We can give you a 20% discount as we are acquaintances. Ji Young didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No, why hasn't it been built yet? I heard it was under construction a long time ago. Luo Laosan immediately became mysterious, leaned over and whispered, isn't there a rumor that the natural disasters won't be over in a short time? First there was the blizzard, then the extreme cold, and many people predict that there might be extreme heat and a bunch of messy natural disasters in the future. So the national construction base is very formal and many workers are recruited. I was lucky enough to see it in advance with the eldest brother. The eldest brother built a wall, and the materials used for all the houses and buildings inside are also heard to be very good. It seems that they are all materials that have just been used in aerospace. The cost is expensive, and it will definitely take a long time to use. After saying this, he looked at the girl with a troubled look. No one knew when the natural disaster would end, but she was still so extravagant as to use food to buy an edible jade. Her family was really wealthy. He was actually giving me a subtle reminder. Ji Yang's heart moved slightly, and he looked very interested. Why haven't I heard any news? Luo Laosan spread his hands mischievously. How can I tell anyone about this? Once ordinary people know that the country has spent so much manpower and material resources to build a base, there will definitely be people who will take the opportunity to stir up trouble, saying that the government doesn't care about ordinary people and instead lavishly builds fortress bases. Now many places have directly occupied the land and become bandit dens, which are much more difficult to manage than before. I know this because of the relationship with the boss. I heard that in the early days of Blizzard, the top immediately set up a base plan, and many powerful construction bosses were all secretly taken away, and their relatives were protected, just to be able to build the base into a fortress peacefully. The people who went to build the base couldn't come back at all, and ordinary people couldn't go there, so naturally no news leaked out. Wow, that's great. Ji Young sighed and felt better. This is completely different from the previous life. The base in the previous life was probably announced at this time, and the materials were far less good than today, so that when it was extremely hot, many people were roasted alive at home by the temperature. Even though the base responded quickly and built air-conditioned rooms for survivors who could not afford air conditioning and ice, there were still too many people suffering from heat stroke due to the shortage of rooms. Now the country seems to have really believed what she said in the email and has made sufficient preparations. The future will definitely not be like the previous life, where the survivor base became a graveyard for countless people. However, the delayed completion of the base means that there may be no relocation in the next period of time, and the jade will not be sold in large quantities. Therefore, Ji Young said, then I will come back after 20 days next time. Okay. Luo Laosan also nodded. The reason why they could harvest so much this time was because the freezing rain dealt another blow to humans. But to put it cruelly, the more people die, the more survival resources the living can get, and life will be relatively easier. In the next wave, it will definitely be more difficult to receive good quality jade. After the transaction was completed, Ji Young did not stay long and left directly. The exchange office was similar to the one in her previous life. She was tired of going there and didn't want to waste time. She rode her motorcycle to find a secluded place to change her equipment. After changing into ice skates, she put them in the space. The space instantly expanded by 900 square meters. Then she put Cece in her backpack and started skating. At this time, she couldn't help but pray that it would snow. At least she could walk normally without slipping. This dog is really heavy. As she was strolling, many people stared at her along the way. They probably didn't expect that she had such complete equipment. But when she casually turned into an alley, a passerby wanted to say something. But she was stopped by the people around her. The faint whisper quickly disappeared between heaven and earth. That's the Black Dragon Gang's territory. Something bad is going to happen. Shut up. If the Black Dragon Gang finds out, we will definitely be retaliated against. Ji-young didn't hear it, but as she walked, she suddenly realized that the color of the road ahead was a little wrong. Her vigilance from years of being cheated made her slow down immediately. When she got close, the car had already stopped. She saw a thin steel rope lying flat on the ground about 10 meters ahead. Probably because they didn't expect her to stop, both ends of the steel rope moved. Ji-young looked towards the entrance of the alley ahead. This is a big road intersection with a right angle bend on both sides, which is just big enough for people to hide. In fact, if Ji-young crossed the opening and was fast enough, she could escape, but she stopped. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 people rushed out from both sides and quickly surrounded Ji-young, each of them holding a weapon in their hands. When they saw Ji-young's equipment and the big dog on his back, they stared in amazement and did not have time to speak for several seconds. Fortunately, the leader came to his senses first and scolded. This road is controlled by our Black Dragon Gang. Don't you know that you have to pay a toll if you pass through here? Another person immediately agreed. Yes, toll. It's not easy for a little girl like you. Just leave the dog behind and we'll let you go. How about that? Ji-young immediately said in a panic. No, I'll leave the dog here. Don't come over. The goggles and scarf hid her expression, but the panic in her tone was obvious, which easily made a group of men let down their guard. Okay, hurry up. If you are slow, it's hard to say what will happen. One man joked, and the other men immediately laughed obscenely. Someone else murmured, I regret it a bit. I should have let her stay with us. Bro, how about letting her stay and play with us first? The eyes of the people who heard this darkened. Just at this moment, Ji-young squatted down and opened his backpack. In the bag, there was a big dog with black spots on a white background, with its tongue hanging out and a pair of big black eyes, looking extremely harmless. Some people couldn't help but want to step forward. Just as he got closer, the big dog that had just escaped from the backpack pounced directly at him. Ji-young quickly took out a crossbow from the bag, aimed it at them, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit one person's eye socket, and he fell down. Ji-young quickly changed arrows and continued shooting. This sudden change almost scared the dozen people to death. Some things were too unexpected. Who could have thought that a little girl who was obviously very scared would kill someone with her first move? And that big dog, it's obvious that it has seen blood. They were almost a group of rabble, otherwise they would not have been sent to guard the survivors in the street pit. When they encountered a tough guy, their first reaction was to run, and they subconsciously threw the weapons in their hands towards Ji-young. This was the last counterattack. Ji-young was wearing ice skates and dodged it easily, then quickly caught up. One at a time. Cece also caught up with one person and quickly chased the next one, but the ice was too slippery, and he fell down after running a few steps. Finally, he was so angry that he kept yelling, woof, woof, woof. Fortunately, Ji-young's arrow was fast enough to kill the opponent directly, and Cece finally shut up. Seeing that they couldn't escape, two people directly raised their machetes and chopped at Ji-young. Even if I die, I will take you with me. Very ambitious. It's just that I don't have enough ability. Ji-young raised his foot and kicked the man's arm with the ice knife. There was a click, and the man screamed miserably. The machete in his hand fell to the ground, and he knelt on the ground, covering his broken right hand with his left hand, exposing his back. Ji-young shot an arrow directly from a high position. Then he quickly moved away to avoid the attack of another person, and while moving, he shot the arrow decisively at the moment it was released from the bowstring. Bang! Another person fell to the ground. When I came to my senses, there was no one standing around. Done. Ji-young clapped his hands, and Cece stumbled over. Ji-young put it back into the bag, carried it on his back, and continued to walk towards Jiafu Community. This place is not far from Jiafu Community, and ice skating is only 5 minutes away. Ji-young guessed that the gang that came to the community to collect protection money last time was the Black Dragon Gang. She knew this gang. When the authorities were in a mess, a murderer took advantage of the chaos and led a group of thugs to form a gang. However, natural disasters happened frequently, and this gang grew bigger and stronger, controlling the surrounding communities and making them their beasts of burden. All the supplies they worked hard to get were handed over. Even when the official food sales were limited, this gang still relied on exploiting ordinary survivors and had a warehouse full of food. In the early stage, no one dared to file a complaint because all the survivors had hostages in their hands, and they were also good at pretending. For many reasons, they continued to act arrogantly. In the end, they were wiped out by the authorities because the food supplies were destroyed after heavy rains and floods. The Black Dragon Gang's boss even exploited the higher-ups in the gang, so they turned against each other and fought among themselves, leading to lax management at the bottom. Only then did the survivors dare to go and file a complaint. Just then, the official rescue team discovered what they had done and immediately sent troops to encircle and suppress them. Only when they met did Ji Young remember it. It turns out to be such a damn gang. In her previous life, she felt heartbroken for a long time because of the soaked food. Now that I've remembered it, I have to think of a way to let the authorities know in advance. At least, I have to catch these people in one fell swoop before the extreme cold ends. Otherwise, I'll be at a huge loss. Ji Young thought, next time when he goes to trade, he will reveal a little to Luo Lao-san, because his boss is very familiar with the official. Knowing this information, the official can't be indifferent. No one cares about it now because the situation is special. There is a lack of surveillance. Everyone is dressed warmly, and if they go out, their parents won't recognize them. Without anyone telling them about their background, even if official personnel come to their door, they won't know that this group of people is a criminal gang behind the scenes. It is said that the leader of the Black Dragon Gang is armed with a gun and has enough deterrent power. In order to contain the authorities, he even employs a group of old men who are good at throwing tantrums and making people afraid to touch them. Of course, now she has appeared. Ji Young thought of various plans. In addition to the Black Dragon Gang, there were several other gangs. She remembered them all. After being surrounded and suppressed, all of these gangs were shot and posted notices. It would be best if she could think of a way to discuss it together. Soon, she returned to Jiafu community. As soon as he entered the community this time, Ji Young still felt a lot of attention. But it was different from the previous look full of fear and hatred. It was more like gloating. Just as she was wondering about the situation, she walked into the building and ran into a few new survivors who had moved into Building 9. Each of them looked at her with awe and fear, as well as a bit of hesitation to speak. In the end, they said nothing. Both parties left. Ji Young had a hunch that something was wrong. Did something happen in the neighborhood again? Or was there another ambush? My vigilance was at its highest level, but I remained calm all the way home. Ji Young was not the kind of person who would worry about things. If everything was fine when she got home, then it would be even better. She decisively lay down and took a rest. She had been out for only more than an hour, but she still missed the warm sofa. She sat on the sofa and began to take care of the extra 900 square meters of land. There is currently a lot of vacant land. The total area is 3,350 square meters, of which 200 are for livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, 200 are for rabbits, 950 square meters are for medicinal materials, 350 square meters are for potatoes, cabbages, sweet potatoes, etc. 600 square meters are for various fruits, 120 square meters are for houses, and 30 square meters are for fruit trees. Of the remaining 900 square meters, after looking at the entire layout of the life space, she decided to use 350 square meters to sow various grass seeds and expand the breeding area as needed. The remaining 550 square meters will be used to grow medicinal herbs. The latter is more troublesome, but fortunately it can be done with mental power, and Ji Young can complete it while lying on the sofa. She had never been a procrastinator in this regard, so the whole afternoon passed by. By the time Ji Young finished planting the medicinal herbs and took a break, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Just as I was about to take out dinner, Cece suddenly ran towards the door. Then there was a knock on the door. Judging from Cece's reaction, she didn't seem like a stranger. Ji Young went straight to open the door. As soon as he opened the first door, he heard Li Yi's voice. Ji Young, I have something important to tell you. Ji Young opened the door and looked at her curiously. What's the matter? Li Yi's face was very ugly, and he spoke first. My grandmother told me that a group of official people came here today, and they came for you. I don't know who reported you for illegal possession of a gun, so the officials sent people to investigate. When you were not at home, they asked the residents in the building about the details one by one. My grandparents just said they didn't know. They really didn't know anything, and they didn't see any guns. Most of the people in the building had just moved in, and they probably didn't say anything bad about you. They didn't know anything either, but there were still a few families who had been living here, such as the one upstairs and 2 downstairs. Among the people who ambushed you before were their family members. Li was so anxious that he almost jumped up. Why don't you run away now? These two families will definitely not say anything good about you. What if the authorities really believe it? If you run away, they won't be able to hold you accountable in this situation. Chapter 25. In peacetime, Ji Yang's behavior would definitely be wrong. But if you still foolishly follow the rules of peacetime at this time, you will only be killed by others in the end. At least Li knew that all the people she killed were bad guys. And he is a bad guy who actively bullies others. Although it is scary, she would rather the bad guy died than Ji Yang being killed. You know, at this time, the death of a bad guy is equivalent to saving countless ordinary people. Even thanks to her, her family can be so peaceful. Naturally, she didn't want anything to happen to Ji Yang. But once he came into contact with the authorities, Li didn't know their attitude. In the face of a major disaster, the authorities were very busy. At least they couldn't rescue every citizen like they did in peacetime, but had to let them save themselves as much as possible. So much so that now they don't know the official attitude towards killing. But after she said so much, the person in front of her frowned slightly, showing a hint of surprise on his cold face, and there was no other expression, as if what she said was just, "The sun came out today." It's really a pity that the emperor is not in a hurry to kill the eunuch. But Li didn't dare to get angry. He just looked at her timidly and aggrievedly. She hoped she could think of a solution quickly. Ji Yang did not react as she expected, but asked back, "What evidence do you have to prove that I have a gun?" Li, ah. Ji Yang asked again, "Who saw me use a gun?" Li, feeling guilty, I dared not say anything. She and her parents saw it. But except for these three, everyone else died. And it seems that in recent times, at least when there were outsiders around, Ji Yang didn't seem to use a gun. Thinking of this, Li Yi's eyes became brighter and brighter. Ji Yang smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandma." Wait a moment. Li Yi looked at her blankly, and then she saw Ji Yang enter the room. She probably guessed something and wanted to leave, but after she turned around and took 2 steps, Ji Yang was already holding a plastic bag. He caught up with her in 3 or 2 steps and stuffed something into her hand. "Take this." The things were stuffed directly into her hands. Before Li Yi could react, Ji Yang had already turned around and went back, closing the door. She had no choice but to scratch her head and go back with the bag with a red face. It was a bit embarrassing, as if she was passing on the message just for reward. But Ji Yang was really generous, and it must be said that she was more willing to pass on the message. No one wants to work hard without getting a good result. When she took it back and looked at it, she wanted to hug her thighs even more. In addition to the familiar cabbage, there are also 5 strawberries. The bright red frozen strawberries, each as big as the palm of your hand, make people drool just by looking at them. It has been 7 months since Tianzai's birth, and she almost forgot the taste of strawberries. Now she finally remembers it. When the Li family saw these things, they couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The strawberries were frozen hard and a little hard to bite, so I thawed them a little and couldn't wait to eat them. The flesh became smooth ice, and it was chilly to the bone when I took a bite, but once I tasted it, the sour and sweet juice made me so happy. Grandpa Li exclaimed, "This little girl is incredible. She can get such good fruit at this time." "That's right." Li nodded hurriedly. Ji Yang was indeed not worried about this matter. When there was no way to ensure that the witnesses were silenced, she did not take out her gun. The only thing she did was to deal with the 2 people who broke into the house, and she underestimated the kindness of the Li family. She was used to the situation in the last days where everyone had to protect themselves. I didn't expect the Li family to open the door suddenly and happen to see me. After this lesson, she never used the gun so casually again. But the family won't talk nonsense, and the authorities shouldn't have the energy to interrogate witnesses for an uncertain gun, so she is still quite safe. As for murder, there will be no more problems. Even in the previous life, no one would pursue this kind of situation where a robber was killed in return. How should I put it? At this time, outside the base, all is decided by fists. If you come to rob, you must be prepared to die. If you win, you will become rich, but if you lose, you will go to hell. Not to mention that now everyone assumes that natural disasters will continue, and it is not easy to return to the peaceful era with strict laws, let alone investigate. But this reminder is still very useful, because Ji Yang has to decorate the house. Normally, she only lives in one room, leaving some food and wood to hide from others. Now that she goes out from time to time, she should have more supplies, such as some frozen fruits in the room, gas stoves, gas tanks, and other things in the house, as well as daily pots and pans and garbage generated in daily life. After putting everything away in advance, Ji Yang stayed at home patiently, waiting for the officials to come. This wait lasted for several more days. The grass seeds planted a few days ago had grown to a finger's height. The door was knocked regularly, and along with Cece's vigilant roar, a serious voice appeared. "Excuse me, is anyone here? We are official staff." Ji Yang calmed the dog down, opened a door and asked, "What's the matter?" The other party immediately said, "Because someone reported you for illegally hiding guns, we are here to investigate. Please cooperate with our investigation." Ji Yang, one person. "No, we have a team. Official law enforcement will not come to your door alone. Comrade, please open the door." Ji Yang then slowly opened the door. During this period, everyone outside the door held their breath, staring at the door without relaxing and ready with weapons in their hands, for fear that the people inside would directly shoot or attack. But as the door opened, revealing the scene inside, what they imagined did not happen. Inside the door was a young girl in her early 20s. Maybe because of his good conditions, he has kept himself in excellent condition. His cheeks still have some flesh, his eyes are bright, and his expression is cold. But he does not look like the devil as some people say. Instead, he is more like the savior and good man as others say. The group's defenses were slightly lowered, but only a little. Ji Yang was also alert, but after confirming their clothing and posture, she calmed down. In her previous life, she had dealt with this group of people many times and could tell whether they were real official personnel. She nodded politely. "Would you like to come in and sit down?" The leader nodded, looked up and saw the clean floor inside, and asked hesitantly, "Do you have shoe covers?" "No need." Ji Yang smiled, stepped aside to let them in, and poured them a cup of brown sugar ginger tea in a plastic cup. However, they were all flattered by the treatment. The room is warm, which makes people relax. The captain's expression softened a lot, and he introduced himself. "I am Lin Zhong, the captain of the Rescue Team 3. These are my teammates. We have received a report that Miss G is illegally holding a gun. Although the current situation is special, guns are still not allowed to be held by ordinary people. I hope Miss G will understand. If you have a gun, you can hand it over. We will write a report to reward Miss G." They were friendly and clearly had no intention of pursuing her case for murder. It seems that the investigation was very clear, and there was no one-sided belief. It was known that she killed people who deserved to be killed. Ji Yang didn't laugh it off and shook his head directly. "No, I really don't have a gun. If you have investigated, you will know that I use a bow and crossbow." Then he pointed to the drawer and said, "It's in there." Several people were stunned and thought. Indeed, many people said that Ji Yang had a gun, but when asked what kind of gun she had, no one could tell. They also confirmed that no one had ever seen her use a gun, but she mostly used a bow, crossbow, and knife. Could it really be a rumor? But the two bodies with bullets in the forehead were not fake. After Lin Zhong confirmed it, he opened the drawer first and saw a crossbow and more than 20 arrows inside, most of which looked like they had been used. Picking it up and taking a closer look, I found that this crossbow is a foreign product, well made, with a lower range than a gun, but it is also a very powerful weapon. Lin Zhong looked serious. "Where did this come from?" Ji Yang said sincerely, "Oh, it's the stuff of the second in command of the Black Dragon Gang. I got it by robbing other gangs." Lin Zhong and others were confused at first, and then their mouths twitched. "Black Dragon Gang?" Ji Yang immediately explained. "A gang that has risen recently. I heard that the boss is a murderer on the run. He has killed police officers and has guns. Their hideout is Building 8 of the Green Courtyard. Currently, they have probably controlled ordinary survivors from several surrounding communities to collect supplies for them. They are very arrogant and domineering. There are also many highway robberies. In addition to the Black Dragon Gang, there are several other gangs in our city. One is called the Axe Gang, and the other is called Lin Zhong and others." This was the first time that Ji Yang was so talkative, and she gave quite a lot of information, mainly the address and some important people situations. She didn't know anything more, but she just said so, and she was the one who inquired about it. After saying that, he looked at them expectantly. The meaning is obvious. Lin Zhong and others couldn't sit still. After hearing about so many evil forces in the city and their specific locations, who could sit still? They just wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. But they did not let Ji Yang go directly. The situation was different with the crossbow. Although it had great lethality, not everyone could use it. The threshold was much higher than that of a gun. Moreover, once it was confiscated, one could imagine what would happen to this girl. As I said, special circumstances require special treatment. After several people discussed it, they still did not collect the crossbows, but emphasized that innocent people should not be killed indiscriminately, otherwise they would be arrested for coal mining. Then they asked, "Regarding the gun issue, we need to search your home. Is this okay?" "Sure." Ji Yang nodded, not afraid at all. Lin Zhong and the others knew that no matter whether she had a gun or not, they would not be able to find anything in this house this time. However, they still took the detector to detect everywhere, and then they found that this girl's family was really wealthy. However, several people had learned about it before and knew that she got it all by herself, and did not even take the protection money that was offered to her by others. So it was just a brief surprise. The official actually appreciates a strong person with bottom line. The search was soon over, and nothing was found. The few of them said goodbye politely, still holding the hot cup of brown sugar ginger tea that Ji Yong had filled for them. This was the first time they had something to drink while on a mission. I feel really bad about it, but they said it's already been poured out and one person can't finish it and it's getting cold and a waste. They just took it. Not long after they came out, the temperature dropped rapidly. They drank it all in one gulp, took the garbage downstairs, and walked back quickly, their steps much more excited than when they came here. In fact, they also know more or less that gangs are committing crimes in many places today and bullying ordinary survivors. But that group of people mixed in with the ordinary survivors, and if they caught one, the other party would deny it, and they would be helpless. Now they know that the leader of the Black Dragon gang is a murderer on the run and is armed with a gun, and they even know where the supplies are hidden. If they still can't handle this, they will fail. But when they got downstairs, they happened to run into the two families who accused Ji Young of murder. The two households looked at the group of people coming down from upstairs attentively, full of expectations. However, until the last person showed up, they did not see the scene they had imagined and were dumbfounded. "Comrade, why isn't the guy who killed people with a gun arrested?" Someone couldn't help but rush over and ask. Lin Zhong explained, "We didn't find any guns in her residence, only crossbows." After discussion, we all agreed that she was in a condition where she could carry a crossbow. In addition, this was not considered intentional homicide, but only legitimate defense. She was robbed and killed on the spot. She did not commit a crime. If you encounter this situation, you can also kill the other party in return. The person asking the question, the old face turned red. His son went to ambush Ji Yong but was killed. He died a horrible death, with a hole in his neck and his mouth full of blood. They cried until their voices were hoarse when they collected the body. I thought the authorities would come and capture the demon and avenge my son, but I didn't expect the authorities to say that she acted in self-defense. The old man felt aggrieved and angry. Seeing that the group of people were about to leave, he sat down on the ground and wailed, "Sheltering her. You are shielding her. She clearly had a gun. Look at the bullet hole on the body on the 6th floor. As officials, you are shielding a murderer with a gun." Lin Zhong looked over with a dark face. "None of you saw her shoot, and we didn't find any guns in her house. In this case, she is innocent. Old man, if you really think she is being protected, report to our superiors, or find a way to get evidence that she intentionally injured someone with a gun." After saying that, he strode away. The old man beat his chest in grief, looking extremely aggrieved. A resident who had just moved and looked so strange that he ran back and muttered to his family, "He's making it seem like his son was wrongly accused for doing something good. He clearly deserves it." The family member calmly replied, "There are always people in this world who want the law to be set for their family. If others bully their family, it is against the law, and if they bully others, it is what they deserve. Don't be angry, be careful about your breasts. We are no longer able to treat you now." After this incident, within 2 days, another household moved out of the building. It happened to be one of those two households. The remaining person who did not move out also died quietly at home a few days later. It was not until the people next door noticed that their door had not been opened for a long time and tried to knock on it, but received no response that they realized something was wrong and discovered it. It was freezing cold, and the road was difficult to walk on, so no one dealt with the bodies, so they were just left there. It was not until half a month later that the authorities set up a body collection team. Each area had a special body collection team to collect and incinerate the bodies. If we use a special crematorium vehicle to carry out the corpses as we did before, we won't be able to pull them all out. In addition, many families have lost their entire family and no one has ever pried open the door, so they have no idea that anyone is dead. Even at a temperature of more than 50 degrees below zero, the corpse will not stink. So this is the job of the body collection team. A large number of bodies were also taken away from the Jiafu community. The authorities also found ways to dig out the bodies that were previously buried in the snow, as long as they were not too deep. Due to the shortage of manpower, the authorities directly recruited people from ordinary survivors, providing them with 3 meals a day and 2 kilograms of food every week. Not much, but it's a very good job for an average survivor. Especially when they go to collect bodies, if they encounter a family where everyone has been wiped out, the remaining food in the house will also belong to the body collection team. A lot of extra money. When Ji Yang was at home with nothing to do and was observing the situation outside from the balcony, he found that many people in Jiafu community had joined the body collection team. They went out early every day and came back before dark at night. They were very regular and always came back with big and small bags, which made many people envious. In addition, because Ji Yang had cleaned up Building 9 once, the remaining people were relatively honest and just wanted to live a peaceful life, so the building entered an unprecedented period of harmony. The originally scattered team was reorganized, and now everyone in the team is divided into 3 teams. One team stays at home for defense, and the other 2 teams go out to search for supplies, taking turns to guard the home. The distribution of supplies is also reasonable. Li Yi and Jiang Jing's families have both joined in, and they no longer go out alone. During this period, Jiang Jing came over again to deliver a piece of jade. This time, the tag on it was not removed, as if it was removed during a raid on a jewelry store. Jiang didn't ask for it again, but took sanitary napkins and some supplies to exchange with her. Jiang Jing couldn't refuse and had to accept it. Before closing the door, Ji Yang saw that her eyes were red. Ji Yang felt very sympathetic towards her for having to survive in this apocalypse with a child who was not even 1 year old yet. But that was all. Her kindness was limited, and at most she could give her a little more when exchanging supplies. A few days later, Ji Yang went to the exchange office again as agreed and exchanged a batch of jade with Luo Laosan. He also asked about the current situation and heard that the authorities had just wiped out a gang called the Black Dragon Gang a few days ago and seized a lot of supplies, some of which were distributed to ordinary survivors who were oppressed, and the other part was confiscated. Notices were posted everywhere, and more than 20 high-level officials were all sentenced to death, and the rest were forced to dig coal. Luo Laosan complained to her with great regret. "It's a pity that you didn't come before. That would be a public execution, just like beheading at noon in ancient times. At about the same time, the person would be shot in front of everyone. TSK, what a waste of bullets. It would be better to behead him directly, which would be more exciting." Ji Yang, the living devil is here. She nodded in agreement. Yes, execution is too easy for them. Luo Laosan reminded again. There are still some gangs that have not been caught. We have only caught a few main criminals. Many have escaped. If you are alone, don't go far. Oh, yes, you don't have to go to other exchange points in the future. Our boss is now buying jade from the whole city and has sent a group of people to several surrounding cities to buy jade directly. Ji Yang was surprised. You take it so seriously? I'm a little flattered. Luo Laosan said righteously. Of course, customers are God. We will do our best to get what you like. Ji Yang. Luo Laosan laughed dryly and scratched his head. In fact, what he originally said was, "It's not easy to meet a sucker with supplies. Why don't you quickly get her good stuff?" When others realize that they don't want the jade anymore, they will be heartbroken. Ji Yang, who knew what kind of person the leader of this group of people was, didn't believe it at all. Wasn't it just because he saw that she liked him that he wanted to get the supplies from her as much as possible? It doesn't matter. She is quite happy to be the sucker. After chatting for a while, the two said goodbye. Ji Yang got on his snowmobile and prepared to leave. Before he had taken a few steps, he was stared at by a group of people passing by, and then a familiar voice rang out, "Hey, stop. How much are you selling this car for?" Ji Yang didn't intend to pay attention. But there were many people at the exchange office, and she was not driving very fast. So when the group of people saw that she did not stop, they were directed to rush over to block her way. Ji Yang laughed angrily and braked. The dog sitting behind her clung to her shoulders, staring at the group of people eager to make a move. Their faces were blocked by heavy clothes, hats, and scarves. Ji Yang didn't recognize them, but she felt that the voice was familiar, so she looked for the person who had just spoken. She saw that person coming over and complaining in an arrogant voice. "Why did you keep running when I told you to stop? Didn't you hear me?" Ji Yang stared at the figure for 2 seconds and suddenly realized. The illegitimate daughter of old man Ji whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Ji Siyue. Looking at the people around her, there were several tall men who looked like security guards. Is she developed? That's not right. In my past life's memory, old man Ji's company was not an industrial enterprise, so it evaporated the fastest after the natural disaster. At least when I met Ji Siyue when it was extremely hot later, she was similar to me. Ji Yang remained silent and just looked at her quietly. Ji Siyue looked at her snowmobile, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, 100 kilograms of food. Sell this vehicle to me. Ji Yang? She was silent for a moment, then asked sincerely, "Do you think I'm being taken advantage of?" Ji Siyue was annoyed. "What? It's just a broken car. It needs oil. How much oil do you have? It will become scrap metal after you use it up. You might as well sell it to me. At most, I'll give you 50 kilograms of food. If you don't sell it, you'll regret it later. Ji Young laughed out loud. Ji Siue, if you have a brain disease, go get treatment. Ji Siue was furious and was about to curse when she suddenly realized something. She took off her goggles in surprise. When her eyes came into contact with the cold air, she was temporarily uncomfortable. She looked at the person in front of her carefully and her voice broke. Ji Young, why is it you? How can you have a car like this? Ji Young looked at her coldly. You can have so many bodyguards. Why can't I have a car? Ji Siue was confused at first, then seemed to understand something and said with some sympathy, you are jealous of me. Ji Young. Ji Siue took her silence as a tacit agreement and said with a haughty look, you regret it now, right? I didn't let you come on New Year's Eve, and then you encountered a natural disaster. You were so proud before, but now? She snorted and laughed. So much money has gone down the drain. It must be very uncomfortable, right? If you kneel down and admit your mistake to me now, I can take you back to your father and give you a meal. Ji Young was speechless. Should he say that she hated him so much that he was willing to give her food just to humiliate her? Or should he say that she was a good person and didn't even want to let her fend for herself when facing someone he hated? She shook her head. Thank you, no. Please move aside. I want to go back. Ji Siue frowned, as if she didn't understand why she didn't want to do it. She took 2 steps forward, grabbed the handlebars, and said, Ji Young, why are you so stubborn? The person you rely on only gave you a motorcycle, and you had to go out in the cold all day to earn supplies. Now, as long as you admit your mistakes, you don't have to go through all this. Isn't it good? No, because I bought this car myself. Ji Young looked at her through his goggles and said word by word, I bought it for fun before the snowstorm. It was just airlifted here when the heavy snow came. I live well with this car. As for you, Ji Siue, do you think I don't know how capable that old man is? There is no supplies at home. So where does he get the resources to hire bodyguards for you and keep you fed? Ji Siue seemed to be surprised that she could guess all this. Her pupils suddenly shrank and she looked at her in shock and embarrassment and was about to refute. Okay, I'm going to go back and rest. Ji Young didn't give her a chance to speak and directly pulled Ji Siue away. She was very strong, and Ji Siue was a delicate girl who didn't exercise, so she staggered and fell on her, but on the icy surface. Ji Young stepped on the accelerator hard. A rumbling sound was heard, and he turned and left. The 2 bodyguards at the edge were so scared by her agility that she was not afraid of killing anyone. They all moved away, so that before Ji Siue could get up from the icy ground, she could only breathe in a mouthful of exhaust gas. She was so angry that she shouted, Ji Young, stop right there. Hearing this, Ji Young stepped on the accelerator even harder. The car quickly left the exchange point, went around one alley after another, and left Ji Siue behind before he slowly exhaled a breath. He sold her in his last life, and since he doesn't have her in this life, he'll sell Ji Siue. He always said that he loved this daughter the most. Old man Ji is indeed a selfish guy. My grandparents are obviously good people, so why did they give birth to such a son? I can't figure it out. I really can't understand it. There are many things that are hard to figure out, but Ji Young never gets tangled up in them. In the face of natural disasters, she was only thinking about how to live a better life. More than half a month later, the news of the opening of the base was finally announced. However, only a small number of places are available for the first opening. The news spread throughout Changnan City in a short period of time. In Ji Yang's case, Jiang Jing and Li Yi took the initiative to come to his house and tell him the news. Some were excited and some were terrified. Having a base means that the country has a safety net and security is greatly improved. However, it also means that the country may believe that natural disasters will not end in a short period of time, and that the base is established to cope with various situations that follow. This is a heavy blow to many people who have worked hard for half their lives to buy houses and cars, start companies, and have their own careers. Most of the ordinary survivors belong to this group of people. This news is a heavy blow to them. Some of them cannot bear the blow and jump off the building directly. The freezing rain added a layer of crystal clear and hard ice to the world. After jumping off the building, a bright red flower bloomed almost directly after landing on the ground, and then died immediately without any buffer. On the day the news came, there were screams, cries, and the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. There are several cases in Jiafu community. Ji Young also saw one with her own eyes. He jumped straight down from in front of her. His wife and children were unable to hold him back. In grief, his wife also jumped down. In the end, only a half-grown child was left crying helplessly on the rooftop. He was coaxed down by kind-hearted people. But no matter what, the emergence of the base still has more benefits. Except for those who couldn't bear it, the other survivors were all happy. Even those who are not yet qualified to enter the base are thinking about how to move. The first wave of people who moved in were naturally capable people. By providing supplies to the base in exchange for accommodation, the base can support more ordinary survivors, and capable people can also have a safe place to stay. Upon hearing the news, Ji-young knew that business had come, so she rode a snowmobile and tied 2 more with ropes to the exchange office to find Luo Lao-san. It was still Ji Siue who reminded her last time that now that rich people want to move, with so many supplies, they definitely need some reliable means of transportation. Ordinary cars cannot be used. Special polar cars or modified cars are more expensive. Only officials and top wealthy people can afford them, and the quantity is limited. Doesn't she have customers for her snowmobile? When Ji-young bought these, he bought 10 at once because he was afraid that the weather would be too cold and the car would break down and need a replacement. But now he finds that the quality of these things is quite good, so he can sell some of them. She emphasized, I only want top-grade jadeite, like the imperial green kind. I don't want any cheap ones. Unpolished raw stones are best. I've been learning carving lately because I've nothing to do. I don't have anything to carve anymore. Luo Laosan wiped his sweat. As expected of a rich man, he complained habitually, your requirements are too high, aren't they? What if I can't change it? Ji-young, it's okay. I'll take it back. Luo Laosan immediately said, don't worry, I will change it for you even if it costs my life.